Chapter 1887. Hewody chose to stay. Did he really think that once he left, no one would close the door? No. Many disciples were waiting to close the door. Closing the door was just an excuse for him to stay. Although he had lived in the sect of all times for less than 100 years, Hewody had already regarded this place as his home. He liked the cute fellow disciples, the food in the cafeteria, and everything in the sect. If the scroll only gave him one chance to enter the land of eternal life, he would not have another chance if he missed it. Then, I give up today. Hewody turned his back to the bronze cauldron and said with a firm gaze, I don't regret it. In fact, he used to think about a question late at night. Was it a blessing or a curse that he was forced to lower his level to 0 after snatching the 7 profound, sun-glow remnant scroll? After joining the sect of all times, he finally got the answer. It was a blessing or a blessing. Some people would say that as the leader of the imaginary trio, Hewody had always believed that the sect was related to Senior's 7 profound. Naturally, he thought that it was a blessing. Otherwise, the more he understood the sect, the more he saw himself as a part of it. Hewody had long stopped caring about Senior 7 profound. Even if he knew the truth, he was still willing to be the last disciple. Sect of all times. It seemed to contain some kind of magic. As long as one came into contact with it and integrated with it, anyone would be deeply infatuated with it and unable to extricate themselves. For example, Yi Xingqian, who had been proud and aloof all his life, was now willing to go through mountains of blades and seas of fire for the sect and his fellow sect members. Night Emperor was crazy, invincible. Although the two had different personalities, they had something in common. Before joining the sect of all times, they had always been lonely. After joining the sect, they understood trust and feelings and would be willing to sacrifice their lives for the sect. Just like what Tang Xuanzang said to Ji Zunbao, when you understand how to sacrifice your life for righteousness, you will naturally come back to sing this song with me. Yi Xingqian understood. He had let go of the arrogance of his previous life and truly treated himself as a disciple. Hewody understood. He had let go of the chance to enter the land of eternal life and was willing to continue standing in front of the sect to protect everyone. Shua. Hewody raised his hand again. He lowered his head, a smile appearing on his lips as he shouted, Sect of all times! In an instant, all the sect disciples raised their hands and shouted in unison, Sect of all times, nice! His voice reverberated in the firmament and resounded throughout the eternal world. Jian Guishu and Gu Tianxing looked at each other. Although the two of them did not understand what nice meant, they could deeply feel the unique culture that belonged to the sect of all times and belonged to this group of surging waves. Jun Changshao smiled. Her smile was so serious that it was as bright as spring. His disciple had the chance to go home, but he chose to stay. How could he let him down? Land of eternal life. Jun Changshao raised his head and looked at the starry night sky. He thought to himself, I will bring the entire sect there, even if the upper universe is the end. The next day, the bronze cauldron was once again placed on the training field of the main peak. The disciples all gathered around. They had all seen the scene of the scroll appearing yesterday, so they were scrambling to discuss it. Invincible. Jun Changshao sat in the main hall and said, How did you discover the secret hidden inside? The universe sacred war had been held 11 times. After the champions of the past obtained it, they would have plenty of time to study it. However, no one obtained it from the beginning to the end. Hewody took it and solved it in a short while. If it was luck, it would be a bit unbelievable. But in reality, it was not luck. Instead, Hewody grasped the mystery. This mystery was not just figured out. It could be traced back to when he entered the ancient tomb to search for the remnant scroll. I went through various mechanisms and tests and finally entered the main tomb. Not only did I obtain the remnant scroll of 7 mysterious rays, but I also saw a special pattern on the wall, Hewody recalled. At that time, there were many experts entering the tomb. He got the remnant scroll in the fastest time and ran away. So, Jun Changshao said, "The pattern you saw was exactly the same as the one on the bronze cauldron?" "Yes." Hiwudi nodded and said, "If I did not observe it carefully, I would not have remembered it." A warrior's memory was very strong. They would not forget after seeing it, unless they could not remember it. Yesterday, when Hiwudi was studying the bronze cauldron, he felt like he had seen it somewhere before. It was only when he remembered the pattern in the tomb that he realized. Actually, the two patterns were not exactly the same. There were many subtle differences. Maybe it was not a deviation. Maybe it was the correct pattern for unlocking. With this thought, Hiwudi put his hand on the pattern and then explored the complicated path. In the end, he guessed right. The pattern in the bronze cauldron was actually more like a Rubik's cube. The pattern engraved on the wall of the main tomb was the complete version. Since Hiwudi had seen the original, it was easy to rearrange it according to its path. Of course, the patterns on the bronze cauldron were extremely complicated. Every change would give rise to millions of patterns. So without the original to compare, it was almost impossible to decipher it by randomly piecing together the patterns. So that's how it is. Jun Changshao understood. It was not that this disciple's luck was heaven-defying, but that he knew the correct answer in advance. "Wait," Jun Changshao said, "you just said the tomb? Could it be that Senior Qishuan has already died?" "Maybe he died. So be it. How is that possible?" Senior Qishuan has always been elusive. Almost no one in the land of eternal life has seen his real face. Everyone only knows that he broke the Qishuan light and hid it in the tomb. As for whether he is dead or alive, no one knows. Jun Changshao was silent. There was a tomb. How could he still be alive? Otherwise. In fact, in the world of high martial arts, especially the top experts, they liked to play mysterious. They liked to build fake tombs and throw all the martial arts resources inside for the fated ones to inherit. If you thought he was dead, he might still be alive. If you thought he was alive, he might have died long ago. In short, experts who had reached an extremely high level liked to deliberately mystify things to show off their identity. For example, Jun Changshao. Sometimes when he had nothing to do, he would think about whether he should build thousands of fake tombs and place them in various planes for future generations to find and play with. Cheap. The system had once complained. Here's the problem. Jun Changshao said, the cauldron was left behind by Senior Qishuan, and the correct pattern was placed in the tomb of the land of eternal life. What is the meaning of this? He doesn't want anyone to crack it. The system said, the pattern in the bronze cauldron was complicated and disorderly. It was completely impossible to crack it by luck. Since no one could crack it, why leave it in the upper universe and wait for the fated ones? Or could it be? Jun Changshao suddenly thought of something and said in shock, the bronze cauldron and the pattern in the tomb, were they prepared for invincibility from the beginning? This, Hiwudi was a little confused. The bronze cauldron was in the upper universe, and the correct pattern was in the land of eternal life. The two belonged to different levels, and it was impossible to master them at the same time. However, Hiwudi entered the ancient tomb and memorized the correct pattern. In the end, because he snatched Qishuan's sunglow, he was forced to clear the lower realm and participate in the universe sacred war to obtain the bronze cauldron that needed to be cracked. Is it a coincidence? No, Hiwudi said firmly, this is definitely not a coincidence. The reason why I came to the lower realm and joined the sect of all times was arranged by Senior Qishuan. The power of imagination filled his sea of consciousness. In the end, he clenched his fist and thought, since Senior Qishuan has arranged it, then I must not let him down. I will do my best to assist the patriarch and assist the sect of all times. The sect of all times was the strongest imagination king. Chapter 1888. The 7 profound sage left behind the bronze cauldron and placed the correct pattern in the land of eternal life. It seemed that he did not expect people from the upper universe to crack it. Here came the main point. Was this for the people from the land of eternal life? But Which martial artist from the upper universe would be willing to come to the lower universe? Hewudi had come. He was forced to come, and he happened to obtain the bronze cauldron and crack its mystery. Hewudi could not be blamed for thinking too much. If he thought about it carefully, it was really possible. However, whether the mysteries left behind by the 7 profound sage were as he thought, only the heavens would know. Jun Chang Xiao did not think too much about this matter. At this moment, he was more concerned about what benefits the sect could obtain after cracking the mystery of the bronze cauldron. Invincible, Jun Chang Xiao ordered, break the bronze cauldron again and see if the scroll can be activated. Yes. Hewudi walked to the martial arts practice field and placed his hands on the bronze cauldron. He placed his ear on the cauldron and closed his eyes, carefully recalling the pattern in his sea of consciousness. He was like a professional thief, trying to open a safe. Buzz, buzz! Pa! The hidden card seemed to fit perfectly, and the mechanism in the cauldron was broken. Everyone stared with their eyes wide open. They were waiting for the magical scroll to appear. Perhaps they could enter in their soul form and admire the road to eternal life up close. In the end, they waited for nothing. Strange, Hewudi said. Why didn't it appear? His unlocking method was the same as yesterday. He should have successfully activated the bronze cauldron, but the scroll did not appear as expected. From the looks of it, Jian Guishu held his chin and said, it should only be activated once. Hewudi's expression suddenly collapsed. Although he had announced yesterday that he would not regret staying if he only had one chance to return to the land of eternal life, the reality was really like this. He definitely could not. His heart was hurting. Go Sheng was also in pain. He had spent so much time leading his disciples to compete. In the end, he got the bronze cauldron as he wished, but it turned out to be a one-time use item. It was definitely a loss. Something is wrong. Suddenly, Jun Changxiao's eyes lit up. At least we know the coordinates and the location of the path to immortality. Last night, when his soul entered the scroll, although it looked ethereal, the surrounding landscape was very real. Since he couldn't enter through the path in the scroll, he could find the path in reality. Bring me a pen. Shwa! Li Qingyang brought over writing brushes, ink, paper, and inkstone. Swish! Swish! Jun Changxiao picked up the brush and began to draw on the paper. Apparently, he was trying to reproduce the scene in his memory. However, when he was done, Li Qingyang looked at it carefully and said, Patriarch, what did you draw? Map. Li Qingyang's mouth twitched. Ryu Sinan and the other higher-ups gathered around and looked at the paper on the table. However, they were confused. From Jun Changxiao's perspective, it was a perfectly replicated map. Although it wasn't very big, there were mountains, rivers, and forests. It gave off the feeling that my hometown was in that village. However, from the perspective of Ryu Sinan and the others, there was nothing on the paper. Bullshit. Jun Changxiao picked it up and said, I clearly drew it. Patriarch, there is really nothing. The higher-ups and disciples said in unison. Of course, Jun Changxiao didn't believe it. He even thought that they were acting together. It wasn't until Rose of Flowers came and said that there was nothing that he realized that he was the only one who could see the pattern on the paper. Hewudi could see it. However, he didn't express his opinion on the spot. Instead, he secretly said in his heart, it seems that the pattern imprinted in the sea of consciousness can only be seen by those who enter the scroll. Something was wrong again. Jian Guishu and Gu Tianxing had also entered. At this moment, not only could the two not see the pattern on the paper, but they couldn't even recall the scene they saw last night. If they hadn't been sure that they had entered, they might have suspected that they were suffering from intermittent amnesia. Plop! In the main hall, Jun Changxiao sat down with an abnormal expression on his face. He had originally planned to draw the road to immortality and engrave a copy for each disciple. In the future, when they traveled to other galaxies and other planes, they might accidentally discover it. Now, there was no chance at all. Patriarch. Hewudi walked in and guessed, "I'm afraid this is a supernatural power set by Senior Chishwan. Only those who stay in the scroll for long enough can remember the landforms on the map. Outsiders have no right to know. The upper universe is so big." Jun Changshao said, "Only you and I know how to find the same place as reality." "I think so," Hewudi said with a serious expression. "Since Senior Chishwan left the bronze cauldron and the pattern respectively, there must be a profound purpose. What we can do is to wait and see. Maybe it will be fine in the near future." "It makes sense." Jun Changshao was relieved. Hewudi said, "The secret of the bronze cauldron has been discovered. It should be worthless. I think it can be smelted." "Is ordinary material worth smelting?" Jun Changshao asked. "The value of the material doesn't depend on the material itself. It depends on the maker," Hewudi said. Jun Changshao heard this and suddenly understood. The bronze cauldron's material was indeed ordinary. It was no exaggeration to say that the same material could be found in any plane. It was definitely a common material. However, it was made by Senior Chishwan, so it was very valuable. If the host becomes a supreme master of the upper universe, years later, even the paper used to wipe one's ass will be a priceless treasure to the world, the system joked. "Okay." Jun Changshao stood up and said, "Send the bronze cauldron to the casting hall and let Hall Master Fan deal with it." "Yes." Hewudi immediately walked out of the main hall. However, when he looked at the martial arts field, he found that the bronze cauldron was gone. "Where's the cauldron? Why is it gone?" Hewudi suddenly panicked. Could it be that after deciphering the profound meaning inside, the cauldron would disappear after a certain period of time? Junior brother He. At this moment, Li Qingyang passed by and said, "Junior's sister Lu saw that the bronze cauldron had lost its value, so she ordered people to carry it back to the cauldron. It seems that she wants to use it as a pot." "Nonsense," Hewudi said with a straight face. "That is a cauldron made by Senior Chishwan. Even if it has lost its original meaning, it can only be used to forge weapons and equipment. How can it be used to cook?" After saying this, he hurried to the cauldron. As expected, when he came to the kitchen in the inner court, the bronze cauldron was placed in a conspicuous place. The firewood below was burning. It was obviously used as a pot. U1S1. This cauldron was very big. If it was used to steam rice, it could feed at least 10,000 people. Hewudi clutched his chest, a pained expression appearing on his face. That was a bronze cauldron made by Senior Chishwan. Being used as a pot to steam rice was simply a blasphemy to him. "Hall Master Lu!" Hewudi shouted. Then the scene changed. He sat in the cauldron, picked up his chopsticks, and ate a mouthful of freshly cooked rice. Then he slowly closed his eyes and said with a face full of happiness, "Delicious!" The rice steamed in the bronze cauldron was really delicious. The disciples who came to the cauldron each ate a few bowls. The more they ate, the more energized and refreshed they felt. Bang! Bang! After a while, everyone's hair exploded and white smoke filled the air from inside out. At that moment, the bodies of those who ate the rice steamed in the bronze cauldron seemed to suddenly swell. Every inch of their skin seemed to split open. Even their souls flew out of the 9 heavens and merged into an unknown and sacred environment. "What's the situation?" Jun Changshao hurriedly flew in and saw the disciples sitting neatly in the cauldron. Their bodies emitted white smoke, decorating the cauldron as if it was a paradise surrounded by clouds and mist. He was stunned. "P.S. Thank you to fated to help me in need for the inspiration. At the same time, I solemnly declare that I did not copy the book review." Chapter 1889. Sect of All Times Cafeteria. At this moment, clouds and mist lingered around, making it look like a fairyland. The souls of all the disciples who had eaten the steamed rice floated beyond the 9 heavens, and they were placed in an environment that seemed both real and illusory. Gradually, they lined up neatly and sat down like old monks. Huff, 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 huff. White mist still spread out from their bodies. The souls of the disciples seemed to have been purified, and also seemed to have been elevated in some sense. Jun Changshao, who had rushed over, was stunned by the scene in front of him, eating a meal. Why did he taste like he was cultivating? Patriarch Lu Wanshi walked out of the kitchen, wiping her hands with her apron while saying in surprise, "What's going on?" Jun Changshao said, "What did you feed them?" His disciple suddenly entered cultivation mode, which made him suspect that Lu Wanshi had researched some kind of cooking that could help cultivation. Lu Wanshi said, "The rice they eat most often." "Are you sure?" "I'm sure." Jun Changshao rubbed his chin and said, "That's strange." He also ate rice often, but he had never seen such a situation where he felt like he was in a fairyland. "Oh, right." Lu Wanshi slapped her head and said, "The rice was steamed with a bronze cauldron." Jun Changshao almost fell. It was a little too much to use the treasure created by the 7 profound saint to steam rice. Wasn't the cauldron created to cook things? The system said, "What's too much about it?" Jun Changshao was stunned for a while, then said in realization, "That's right." Cauldron, used to cook things. Yu the Great divided the world into 9 states and ordered the 9 governors to contribute bronze to create the 9 cauldrons, which gradually became the symbol of royal power and the country's unification and prosperity. Since the original intention was to cook things, there was nothing wrong with steaming rice. Could it be his disciple entering cultivation mode was related to the bronze cauldron? Thinking of this, Jun Changshao hurriedly said, "Girl, get me a bowl of rice." "Okay." Lu Wanshi put the rice on the table. Jun Chang chuckled as he ate. He didn't even take a bite of the food. How tasteless would it be to just eat rice and not eat vegetables? However, Guzu was elated as he ate. He felt refreshed. Lass, another bowl. The rice cooked in the bronze cauldron was really fragrant. Jun Changshao ate a total of 4 bowls of rice before he licked off the rice grains that stuck to the corners of his mouth. Buzz! Suddenly his sea of consciousness shook. Who? Jun Changshao's body was surrounded by white mist. Like the disciples next to him, he sat in place, dumbstruck. His soul had already flown beyond the 9th heaven. It felt like he was riding on the clouds. His state of mind was like he was floating in the air. It was really cool. Patriarch! Lu Wanshi shouted, "Are you okay?" Jun Changshao didn't answer, because at this moment his soul had already fused into the illusory environment, and then sat cross-legged in front of the disciples. #@%. A completely incomprehensible sound rang in everyone's ears like a mosquito, causing a subtle change in everyone's heart. This feeling of being in a fairyland and listening to the sound of nature lasted for 2 hours. Swish, swish. The soul returned and fused into the body. Jun Changshao and the disciples no longer released the mist and gradually opened their eyes. Some people's eyes flickered with excitement. Some people's eyes flickered with confusion. The reason for their excitement was that they had fused into the fairyland, listened to the celestial music, and had some kind of profound understanding of martial arts. The reason for their confusion was that although they had fused into the fairyland, listened to the celestial music, and even felt some kind of profound meaning, when they thought about it carefully, they didn't seem to have comprehended anything. Among them, the most excited was Wudi. At this moment, he clenched his fists and was so excited that he almost fainted. To Jun Changshao and the disciples, it was nothing more than a fairyland with celestial music in their ears. But to him, it was equivalent to a place of eternal life. No, it wasn't a place of eternal life. To be exact, it was extremely similar. In particular, the surrounding heaven and earth attributes were infinitely similar. As for the sound similar to singing, it was the celestial music in the land of eternal life. Only by being there could one listen to it and comprehend it. To put it simply, The celestial music was equivalent to heaven and earth attributes. This kind of attribute could only be heard in the land of eternal life. If a warrior wanted to be stronger, he not only needed to absorb heaven and earth attributes, but also listen to the celestial music. In Hiwudi's understanding, after reaching the Saint Realm, nearly 70% of the improvement in martial arts came from listening to the celestial music, and 30% came from absorbing heaven and earth attributes. So the celestial music was very important. Even because of the existence of this sound, the land of eternal life was the land of eternal life. Now, being in the upper universe and hearing the celestial music really made Hiwudi extremely excited. What made him excited was not that he could use the celestial music to improve his cultivation, but that he could better perform the martial arts and martial arts techniques that he had cultivated. As a saint from the land of eternal life, there were countless martial arts in his mind, but because of the restriction of attributes, it was difficult to perform. Even when he entered the eternal world later and obtained higher heaven and earth attributes, he could barely perform a small part of them. For example, heaven and earth nothing. For example, 9 dragons split palm. These 2 martial arts not only required the blessing of higher heaven and earth attributes, but also the understanding of the celestial music. In short, it could be performed without the understanding of the celestial music. However, in terms of power, it would be greatly reduced. These 2 martial arts techniques were better. At least the attributes were dominant. Some special martial arts techniques had to be supported by the celestial music. Patriarch Li Qingyang, who came back to his senses, said, "I seem to have a special understanding of the 7 profound sun-glow break." Me too. Su Xiaoma said, "The 2 listened to the celestial music and seemed to have grasped something invisibly. They had a new understanding of the 7 profound sun-glow break. It took time to comprehend and digest, so the 2 hurriedly left and entered the transcendental space-time secret realm. Xiao Ziji, Li Fei, and the others did the same. They left the cafeteria and entered the secret realm to meditate in seclusion. As for those confused disciples, although they felt the difference in the celestial music, they didn't catch the main point, so they didn't gain anything. Invincible. Jun Changshao said, "What's going on?" "Air." Hiwudi told him what he knew, as well as the heavenly sound. Jun Changshao fell into a short silence, and then said with a serious expression, "That is to say, the place where our souls merged into is the land of eternal life. The whole thing is a little lacking." Hiwudi said, "It shouldn't be the land of eternal life, but the weakest area at the edge." Jun Changshao's eyes lit up. Although it wasn't the real land of eternal life, it had the attribute of strengthening the soul and the state of mind, and there was also the sound of nature. This might be the hidden value of the bronze cauldron. However, the problem came. Would it be like the scroll, a one-time use item? Jun Changshao hurriedly ate a few more bowls of rice, but in the end he couldn't enter the misty immortal realm, so he broke down and said, "Can I really only enter once?" "Maybe there's a time limit," the system said. "Right," Jun Changshao anxiously ordered. "Girl, use the bronze cauldron to steam rice every day from now on." "Yes, sir." Lu Wansha received the order and asked weakly, "Patriarch, can I fry it, boil it, stew it?" "Use it however you want." Chapter 1890. Transcendent Grade, Space-Time, Mystic Realm. Li Qingyang and the others were either sitting cross-legged or standing. They were all trying to comprehend what they had learned from the heavenly music. Jun Changshao was also present, or perhaps his cultivation level was higher than the disciples, so he had obtained the most inspiration from the music. Swish, swish. In his spiritual sea, a 7-colored light flashed from left to right. This was the 7 profound sunglow break. It was different from the past. The 7 lights contained a higher level of profundity and power. As long as Jun Changshao could completely grasp it, his martial technique would also be strengthened tremendously. So, the martial technique created during the 7 profound holy war can be activated by the heavenly music. He and his disciples had already comprehended the 7 profound sunglow break in the lower domain, although it would be greatly improved in a plane with stronger heaven and earth attributes. It was still lacking. In fact, the frequency of usage was not as frequent as the heaven-crossing palm imprint. Now the case was solved. This martial technique could be activated by attributes, but it could also be activated by the heavenly music. It was not impossible to activate it with heaven and earth attributes, but its power and effect would definitely be inferior to the heavenly music. Not enough. After carefully analyzing it, Jun Changshao shook his head and said, "It's too far away." The heavenly music he had obtained from the ethereal realm was extremely limited. It was not enough for him to upgrade the 7 profound sunglow break. Therefore, he had to go in a few more times. In this aspect, Hiwudi was more cunning. He did not use the heavenly music to comprehend the 7 profound sunglow break. Instead, he comprehended the 9 dragons, splitting palm. After all, there was a difference between the two. The next day, early morning, first black and second black shouted, "It's time to eat." Swish! The originally empty cafeteria was instantly filled with upper echelons and disciples. It was as if they were waiting for the meal to arrive so that they could occupy their seats as quickly as possible. "Line up." Second black said, "Everyone get a bun." There was no meat or vegetables today. There was only a big white bun. Were they full? It was not important whether they were full or not. What was important was that the bun was steamed in the bronze cauldron. Therefore, everyone ate with gusto and relished the food. Whoosh! Whoosh! After eating the bun, white mist was released from everyone's body again. They entered an environment similar to the land of eternal life. "I understand." Hiwudi sat down cross-legged and said excitedly, "As long as you eat the food made by the bronze cauldron, you can enter this place every day to comprehend the heavenly sounds." You're half right. The heavenly sounds were indeed gradually ringing in his ears. However, unlike yesterday, their state of mind and soul did not fluctuate in the slightest. Instead, their muscles tightened to varying degrees, as if they were being tempered by some kind of invisible force. Could it be? Jun Changshao was rather surprised. Using the bronze cauldron to make different foods has different effects? In order to verify this point, Lu Wanshi stewed the soup the next day. True enough, after everyone drank, they entered the ethereal immortal realm again. As they listened to the heavenly music, they felt their souls being nurtured at a deeper level. Steamed rice also had this effect, and it also had the effect of elevating one's mental state. The stewed soup was more simple, and it was aimed directly at strengthening one's soul. Naturally, the effect was more outstanding. Beep beep. Jun Changshao said, "I'll change it tomorrow." Change what? Something spicy like crayfish. All right. The next day, the spicy crayfish was out of the pot. After everyone ate it one by one, they were sweating profusely from the spiciness, and their lips were trembling from the numbness. When they entered the ethereal immortal realm, their meridians and blood seemed to be burning. For the next half a month, every day, Lu Wanshi would change her cooking method and change her food. Although the disciples' tastes changed again and again, what remained the same was that they would always enter the immortal realm to listen to the heavenly sounds, as well as various changes in their bodies. Finally, after summarizing, Jun Changshao roughly understood what kind of improvement would be brought about by using the bronze cauldron to cook. There was the state of mind of the soul. There was the tempering of muscles. There was the aspect of the soul. There was the blood meridians. There was the capacity of the dantian. Why not list the food to correspondingly improve? Because after Lu Wanshi's test, many dishes had the same effect, such as the spicy crayfish and the spicy fish head. After entering the ethereal immortal realm, the effect was to strengthen the blood meridians. The only thing that was the same was that no matter what food was eaten, they would always hear the heavenly sounds. This seemed to be eternal. Of course, there were also regrets. He could only stay inside for 2 hours. Patriarch. After dozens of days of strict testing, Hiwudi said excitedly, "We're rich." Eating the food made by the bronze cauldron every day, they could enter the ethereal immortal realm to comprehend. Although it was only for 2 hours, it was still considered a great opportunity. From another perspective, it was equivalent to entering the border of the land of eternal life every day and strengthening all aspects of the body for free for a period of time. The experts of the upper universe were still bitterly exploring the land of eternal life. Jun Changshao and his disciples were already able to take the express train and travel to the outskirts of the land of eternal life. Just thinking about it was exciting. This was cheating. There was no solution to it. But in reality, although everyone could enter the immortal realm every day to improve all aspects of the body, but after a month, the effect was not very obvious, especially when they were clearly brainwashed by the immortal sounds every day, but they were still unable to strengthen their martial techniques. Hiwudi said to this, "In the end, it will take time." Indeed, the food cooked by the bronze cauldron only provided them with a convenient path. As for whether there would be any substantial changes, not only did it require personal effort, it also required time. The path to becoming stronger. It never relied on cheating. If there was, it would definitely be Jun Gosheng. The daily lives of the disciples of the sect of all times were already very colorful. For example, they went to various mystic realms to cultivate, went to various training rooms to temper themselves, and went to the mission pavilion to complete missions. Now, there was one more thing, which was to find time to enter the immortal realm to comprehend. Although it was tiring, it was very happy. Ha ha ha. One day, Hiwudi walked out of the space-time mystic realm and could no longer control his emotions. The reason was that he could finally use the power of the immortal sounds to perform the 9 dragons' split palm. After Jun Changshao heard about it, he asked, "How much can it be improved?" "We need to test it to know." "Test it." Jun Changshao hurriedly ordered someone to inform Hall Master Z and ask him to spar seriously with Hiwudi at the training field. No. Z waved his hands and stomped his feet. Like a child who had broken down, he howled. "Can't we find someone else for this kind of thing? Why do you always come to me?" "Because you are not human." Jun Changshao gave him an answer that did not even give him a chance to refute. At the training field, Purple Craggy Demon Monarch stood naked in his red underpants. Needless to say, his strength had improved during this period of time, and the lines of his muscles were more beautiful than before. Hiwudi cupped his hands and said, "Hall Master Z, the power of the martial technique enhanced by the power of the immortal sounds is far beyond the attributes of heaven and earth. So, please take it seriously." Violet furrowed her brows. Whoosh! Suddenly, his body was surrounded by a majestic airwave. Then he summoned his original body and turned into a Kuin that covered half of the training field. As for the red underwear, it hung on his fins. It was obvious that he was taking it seriously. "Come on." After activating his original body, Z's voice became arrogant. "Excuse me." Swoosh! Hiwudi bent over and rushed over with his hands behind his back. When he stepped on the ground, he suddenly stopped in front of Z's original body. Then he quickly formed a complicated hand seal and shouted, "Rising Dragon, Lord of Lu Mountain!" Roar! 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 In an instant, 9 dragons roared and shook the world. Boom! 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 Plop! After a while, the trembling camera finally stabilized. The perspective moved to the training field. Hiwudi stood proudly in the posture of the rising dragon fist. The Purple King returned to his human form and lay on the ground with his head tilted. The corner of his mouth squirmed and white vomit occasionally. The last disciple KO'd the Spirit Beast Hallmaster with one punch. Chapter 1891. On the way to the medical hall, the upper echelons and disciples of the sect of all time stood on both sides and watched as Hallmaster Z, was carried in. Tao Hua Kuan, who was born with an extremely strong physical body, was KO'd by a single punch from his last disciple. This was really sad. There was no other way. After the 9-dragon split palm was integrated with the power of the immortal sound, it underwent a complete qualitative change, and its power skyrocketed. Not to mention the Purple King. Even if it was Jun Changshao, he would already be lying in the intensive care unit. Awesome! Hiwudi clenched his fists and said, "It's too awesome!" Using the power of the land of eternal life to display martial arts, that kind of feeling was too carefree, too unsatisfied. Of course, there was a flaw. The power of the immortal sound existed in the martial artist's body and even the soul, but like the attribute in the Dantian, it needed to be constantly strengthened and would be squandered. Hiwudi defeated Z with one punch and used up all the power he had comprehended during this period of time. If he wanted to completely recover to his previous level, then he could only continue to listen to the immortal sound. To this, Jun Changshao was very satisfied. As long as the disciples all condensed the power of the immortal sound and used it to strengthen the 9-dragon split palm, it would definitely be considered a trump card. At that time, when fighting with the Sky Devil Emperor, all the disciples would turn into one-punch supermen. That scene would definitely be awesome. Patriarch, Hiwudi said, disciples' control of the power of the immortal sound is only 1%. If I can control 100% of it and add it to my martial arts, I can destroy at least half of the upper universe with one punch. The corner of Jun Changshao's mouth twitched. So exaggerated? The power of the land of eternal life can destroy the entire universe system. Hiwudi said solemnly, the difference between the lower realm and the upper realm was the difference between the lower realm and the upper realm. Compared to the land of eternal life, one was a mortal and the other was an immortal. So, Jun Changshao walked to the front of the hall, put his hands on his waist, and loudly encouraged the disciples. When you all master the power of the immortal sound, you can also KO Hall Master Z. Listen, no words. Under the encouragement of the patriarch, the disciples' eyes became burning, and then they began to focus on comprehending the heavenly sound. They craved power. He also yearned to KO Hall Master Z one day. Therefore, in the future, the Purple King might become the measuring tool for whether or not a disciple was strong, and whether or not he could control the power of heavenly sound. If so, please do not mourn. Ever since another use of the bronze cauldron was discovered, the disciples could be seen squatting at the entrance of the cauldron, waiting for their meals to arrive. Occasionally, they would exchange their experiences with each other. Senior brother, he is here. As soon as Hiwudi appeared, everyone would flock to him to ask for his heavenly voice. Don't squeeze. Ask them one by one, one by one. Sage Go Lingzi had fully integrated into the sect, so he was very attentive in explaining things to his fellow disciples. With such an expert from the land of eternal life as their teacher, everyone's comprehension of the power of immortal music would naturally become faster and faster. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. The disciples were already used to the lifestyle of entering the immortal land to comprehend the immortal music, so they were no longer as crazy as they were at the beginning. Instead, they began to gradually return to calmness. There were a few disciples eating in the cafeteria, and their conversations were all about the power of celestial music. Senior brother, a disciple whose face had "not worthy of a name" written on it, said excitedly, I just found the feeling yesterday. I should be able to condense it in a few more days. Patriarch is right. As long as we are willing to work hard, we will definitely be able to grasp the power of celestial music. The disciple beside him said, Boom, boom. At this moment, an explosion came from outside. Everyone looked towards the window and saw that on the huge martial arts field, their fellow disciples were divided into two teams and were playing football. Their eyes were filled with envy. Why were they envious? Because senior brother Su Xiaoma, who was dribbling the ball, had a bewitching light flowing around his feet, and that was the power of celestial music that everyone was painstakingly searching for. Little Fei, Su Xiaoma, who was dribbling the ball to the middle of the field, shouted, "Catch it!" Bang! A huge kick was sent over. Because of the power of celestial music, the ball of happiness seemed to be enveloped in flames. It stuck close to the ground as it flew over. Everywhere it passed, there would be a deep trench. The power of this kick was very strong. Even if it was any other half-step Tianji, they would not dare to take a head-on. They were afraid that they would be killed if they were not careful. Thump, thump, thump. Li Fei ran towards the ball of happiness. Then he jumped into the air and struck a golden hook pose. His golden right leg was instantly enveloped in a bewitching light. That's right, the power of celestial music. Bang! The ball of happiness was hit again. It was forced to change its route and fly towards the goal at a tricky angle. Please don't be fooled by these simple words. In fact, after the ball was hit by the power of celestial music, it disappeared instantly and appeared in front of the goal. Its speed was so fast that it seemed to have sneaked past in the blink of an eye. Boom! Suddenly, a pair of hands exploded with a bewitching light. Like a pair of pliers, it directly clamped the ball of happiness that was about to break through the goal. Yang Yuhua stabilized her body and a smile appeared on her face. Seeing this, Su Xiaoma and Li Fei held their heads in disappointment. From the simple kicking of the ball, it could be seen that after half a year, the core disciples and some quasi-core disciples had successfully comprehended the power of celestial music. Moreover, they could use it well in their daily life. Not only that, in the kitchen of the cafeteria, Ma Yongning used a black cloth to cover his eyes. His palm lightly touched the chopping board and suddenly slammed down. The neatly arranged vegetables immediately bounced up. When they fell down again, they were already cut into 1, 2, 3 for pieces. The entire process was like moving clouds and flowing water. Then, some students would ask, "How did you cut the vegetables without a knife?" Because of the power of celestial music. Perhaps because he was more low-key, Ma Yongning did not release the bewitching attribute openly. Instead, he used it invisibly. He even reached the realm of, "Although there is no knife in my hand, there are thousands of knives in my heart." "Uncle Ma, quickly serve the dishes." Okay, Ma Yongning removed the black cloth covering his eyes. Then he sent the cut vegetables over to Lu Wansher. That woman was even more impressive. She did not even look and poured all the vegetables into the bronze cauldron. Then she hugged it with both hands. The power of celestial music exploded as she shook it with all her might. There was fire in her heart and oil in her eyes. That's right, she was stir-frying. Whether or not the cauldron could be used for stir-frying did not depend on whether the spoon could be used well. It depended on the strength of the stir-fryer. The attribute from the land of eternal life could not only be used to kick a ball, cut vegetables, and stir-fry vegetables. It could also be used in other areas. For example, the members of the array hall could use it to draw lines, and the members of the forging hall could use it to forge weapons. It could be said that it was only half a year. The sect of all times had already mastered the power of celestial music and successfully used it in various areas. The benefits of this were that the disciples were stronger, the dishes were more fragrant, and the array mecha had been upgraded in all aspects. Jun Changshao sat in the main hall and watched the bewitching light appear everywhere in the sect. A gratified smile gradually appeared at the corner of his mouth. Sky Devil Emperor, wait for me for a while more. When the time comes, you and I will have a bloody battle on the beach. Patriarch. At this moment, Li Luoqiu transmitted her voice. Yi Xingqian is in trouble outside. Chapter 1892. It had been more than half a year since the end of the universe, Sacred War. Jun Changshao had been hiding in the Tianluo world. Why? He was afraid of being caught by the Sky Devil Emperor. Now he had to go out again because Yi Xingqian had run into trouble while looking for herbs. This trouble was not because of a conflict, but because he found the herbs he needed in a certain plain, but they were protected by all kinds of strange beasts. If there were only one or two, Night Emperor could easily deal with them, but there were too many of them. So, he could only ask for help from the sect. Let's go. After Jun Changshao received the news, he immediately announced, "Let's go to Xing Chen's plain." Xiu, in an inconspicuous valley in the Tianlua world, an inconspicuous grain of sand suddenly turned into eternal, its tail spewing out flames as it rushed towards the space barrier in the sky. Is the Sky Devil Emperor outside? Gu Tianxing was worried. Jun Changshao said calmly, "If he is, Xingchen would have asked for help." Makes sense. Gu Tianxing immediately relaxed. Sure enough, Eternal flew out of the Tianlua world and merged into the universe. It was smooth sailing. Not bad. Jun Changshao said, "At least you're willing to accept your loss." In my opinion, Gu Tianxing said, "The Sky Devil Emperor should have something to deal with, so he didn't pay attention to us." He guessed right. So many of his foster sons had died in the hands of the sect of all times. The Sky Devil Emperor would definitely not let it go. At first, he did wait outside the Tianlua world. As long as Jun Changshao appeared, he would immediately kill him. But after a few days, his backyard was on fire. It was not his backyard, but a relatively important branch that was suddenly destroyed by the Night King Alliance. Jun Changshao had also killed many of the Sky Devil Emperor's subordinates, even killing the Gallo King. But in the end, it was just guerrilla warfare. The destruction of a branch meant that the other party was openly provoking and declaring war. Courting death. After the Sky Devil Emperor heard the news, he immediately led his subordinates to the destroyed branch. In his opinion, Jun Changshao was nothing more than a wretched dog. No matter how much he barked, he wouldn't be able to do anything. But the Night King Alliance was different. This organization had already become a force to be reckoned with, and they even dared to destroy his own division. If he continued to tolerate them, who knew when they would attack the headquarters? They had to be severely punished and destroyed. From another point of view, Night King Alliance's sudden attack actually made it safer for Jun Changshao to hide in Tianlua world. If Go Xing knew about this, he would definitely sing at the top of his lungs. A good teammate is not as good as a godly assist. An assist in a dream is fragrant. You carry the assist with you, blue sky, white clouds, green mountains, and clear water. Boom! Boom! In a certain dimension, in a certain primeval forest, Yi Xingchen flew out magnificently and sunk into the mountain. His expression was hideous. The camera panned to the scene in front of them. There were no plants or rocks in this area for dozens of miles, only craters and flying dust. The space was distorted and shattered. It could be seen that this area had endured a lot of bombardment. Human. A sharp voice came from Night Emperor. You are really stubborn. The one who spoke was a huge monster that looked like a dinosaur. Its entire body seemed to be covered by a layer of glass, giving off an indestructible aura. Its two eyeballs protruded out, looking very scary. This was the Li Jian glass dragon. In terms of species rarity, it was comparable to the nine-horned thundercloud dragon. This kind of monster was usually a companion beast. Just like how the 9 layers of thunderclouds nurtured the nine-horned thundercloud dragon, the Li Jian glass stone nurtured the Li Jian glass dragon. This kind of beast that was born with the ore had an extremely strong defense, and its strength was not bad either. It had the strength of a half-step Tianji realm human. Moreover, there was more than one. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. The ground shook and dust flew everywhere. 8 Li Jian glass dragon walked over with heavy footsteps. Their physique and aura were the same, showing that their strength should be about the same. No wonder Yi Xingchen was beaten. No wonder he asked the sect for help. Boss. A dragon beast drooled and said, "This human strength is not bad. His meat must be very delicious. Let me say this first. I want to eat his head. I want to eat his hand." A few Li Jian glass dragons began to discuss how to eat. Yi Xingqian clutched his chest, staring at the Li Jian glass stone in the distance. This was a very important main ingredient in the miscarriage prevention formula. Therefore, knowing that it was very dangerous to be protected by 8 Li Jian glass dragons, he still chose to try to snatch it, as long as he could protect his flesh and blood. Even if it was a cliff leading to hell, he would jump down without hesitation. Knight Emperor, a real man. It's settled. I'll eat his body and the rest is yours. A few Li Jian glass dragons finished their discussion, and then turned their ugly eyes to look. He was gone. Not good. They turned their heads and saw Yi Xingqian turning into a stream of light, rushing toward the Li Jian glass stone. On the way, a red light burst out, and the demonized Lu Bu appeared on the red hair. He raised his Fengtian halberd and said coldly, "Whoever comes dies." Boom! As soon as he finished his words, a huge foot came down. Puff! Yi Xingqian's heroic spirit was defeated, and he immediately vomited blood. But he still rushed toward the Li Jian glass stone with more serious injuries. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind: I must get this stone. Not to mention a few dragons. Even the gods can't stop me. 1 meter. 2 meters, with the help of his terrifying will. Yi Xingqian finally got close to the Li Jian glass stone. He raised his blood-stained hands and placed them on the stone, and with a thought, he kept it in his space ring. Damn human! Don't you dare touch our treasure! The 8 Li Jian glass dragons' eyes were burning with anger. Some of them spat fire, and some of them raised their feet to stomp on him. Whoosh! Buzz! The space collapsed, and the heaven and earth shook. Feeling all kinds of power erupting from behind, Yi Xingqian felt a strong sense of death. When the disciple was in a situation of imminent death, according to the author's style, Jun Changshao would definitely lead the crowd to come, especially the first chapter, which focused on the power of celestial music. This chapter was just right to show off. That's right. Go Shang brought his disciple here. Whoosh! When Eternal cut through the void and entered the plane where the Li Jian glass dragons lived, the heaven and earth attributes, flowers and trees seemed to tremble. Regrettably, they were still one step too late. The tragic battle had ended, and the area where the Li Jian glass stone disappeared was left with all kinds of craters from the bombardment of cannonballs and huge feet. The 8 rare dragons looked at each other, and because they were too confused, they ignored the warship that flew in. Boom! Eternal stopped in the ruins, and the cabin quickly opened. Jun Changshao walked out angrily, and the high-level disciples behind him were also filled with killing intent. The star map of Eternal had provided Yi Xingqian's coordinates, but it suddenly disappeared. This made them realize that they were too late, and the star was already Patriarch. Li Qingyang suppressed his grief and said, "Junior brother, ye should have fought here." Jun Changshao kept his head down until he felt Yi Xingqian's aura on the battlefield getting weaker. He looked up with a ferocious expression and said with bloodshot eyes, "Tear them to pieces." The 8 Li Jian glass dragons were so scared that their scalps almost exploded. At that moment, this human's eyes were like the eyes of the devil. Standing behind him, the group of martial artists who were gradually turning black were like the followers of the devil who walked out from hell. It's over. It's over. Chapter 1893. Jun Changshao came. The 8 Li Jian glazed dragons were definitely going to suffer. In the worst-case scenario, he would die. However, he was still able to preserve his life because Jian Guishu had said something. Jun Patriarch. These are life-bound beasts, which are extremely precious in the upper universe. It's a pity to kill them. It's better to capture them and send them to the eternal world to nurture special ores. The place that was favorable to the glazed stones was favorable to the glazed dragons. Similarly, the place that was favorable to the glazed dragons would be favorable to the glazed stones. Jun Changshao adopted the suggestion of the Guishu Senior. However, he could avoid death, but he could not escape punishment. As a result, the disciples of the sect of all times lined up and took turns to take care of the 8 Li Jian glazed dragons with the power of Tianyin. They did not stop until they were paralyzed on the ground like dead dogs. Stomp! Jun Changshao stepped on the face of a dragon beast and roared, "Where are my disciples?" The Li Jian glazed dragon had already known that Yi Xingqian was with this group of people. Because the clothes they wore were very similar, it said weakly, "That human suddenly disappeared." Disappeared? Yes, yes. The dragon beast hurriedly said, "He just disappeared into thin air." Just now, they were going to tear Yi Xingqian apart and eat him separately, but he suddenly disappeared. Otherwise, they would not have stood there in a daze for a long time. Patriarch. At this time, Li Qingyang stood in front of the glazed stones, pointed to the bloody handprints on it, and said, "It's junior brother Ye's blood." P.S. The previous chapter said that Yi Xingqian was put into the space, but it had been changed. In fact, before Yi Xingqian could be put into the space, he had disappeared into thin air. Jun Changshao came over, looking at the 2 pairs of bloody handprints. In a trance, he seemed to have returned to the scene where Yi Xingqian snatched the medicinal materials and was seriously injured. The anger and killing intent in his eyes grew stronger. Alas! Gu Tianqing shook his head and said, "This is Lijian-colored glazed stone, the most important main ingredient in the prescription. That child must be too impatient and acted before we arrived." Jun Changshao waved his hand and collected the herbs. Then he turned around and dragged the green dragon crescent blade towards the Li Jian glazed dragons, step by step. His eyes gradually darkened. "You hurt my disciple. She caused him to disappear again. If I don't chop you into pieces today, how can I vent the anger in my heart?" Jun Patriarch. Jian Guishu hurriedly advised, "Calm down. Calm down. Child, your disciple might have been rescued by an expert. Our top priority is to find him as soon as possible," Gu Tianqing said. "Yes," Jun Changshao said. "Hurry up and find them." Swish, swish. In the next second, starry sky battleships appeared in the eternal world, breaking through the space barrier and flying in all directions of the universe. It was a pity. After a few days of searching, there was no news. Jun Changshao was burning with anxiety and restlessness. He went to the pagoda of confinement again and again to ask the 8 dragon beasts if they had harmed his disciple. The answer he received was that they had indeed disappeared into thin air. "Area! Serve these bastards well." "Yes, master." After Jun Changshao left the pagoda of confinement, Area faced the camera and put on white gloves, a white mask, and a white coat. Zhao, Daodu, and Dai Lu stood aside like 2 door gods. One was responsible for passing the whip, and the other was responsible for passing the candle. Their eyes could not hide their excitement and excitement. Ding! Your friends, the prison trio, are online. Foam Wanli, who was locked in the prison, saw the serious and excited faces of the 3 and suddenly shivered unconsciously. Slap! Slap! Ah! Ah! The torture began, and the howls sounded. Foam Wanli had prepared himself mentally, but when he heard the miserable screams of the 8 dragon beasts, he was still so shocked that his head was about to explode. Speak or not? Speak or not? Ah! Speak! Speak! Arya stopped and put her hands on her waist. Her almond-shaped eyes widened as she said, "My cute brother Xingqian, did you kill him?" "No. No." Slap, slap, slap. Ah! One of the dragon beasts could not bear the pain from the inside out. His mind suddenly became clear. When the other party waved the whip again, he hurriedly said, "When that guy disappeared, I smelled the scent of Zen." "Yes, yes. I smelled it too." The few dragons howled one after another. They did not care about their dignity anymore. Scent of Zen? Foam Wanli, who was squatting in the prison, muttered in his heart, "Could it be Sect of all times?" Jun Changshao sat in the main hall, his chin resting on the back of his hand. His brows were furrowed. Jun Patriarch, don't worry. Jian Guishu said, your disciple might have been saved by a passing expert. He had seen the scene. Although there were traces of a fierce battle, it was not enough to wipe out Yi Xingqian. So the life-bound beast should not be lying. He had indeed disappeared into thin air. There were only two possibilities for him to disappear. First, he had used a secret technique to escape in a moment of crisis. Second, he had been saved by an expert, intentionally or unintentionally. Yi Xingqian's bloody handprints were left on the Li Jian glazed stone, which proved that he was determined to get it. Therefore, it was basically impossible for him to escape, so the only possibility was that he had been saved. Senior. Jun Changshao said, do you know who it is? I don't know. Jian Guishu shook his head. Jun Changshao was instantly depressed. However, Jian Guishu said solemnly, to be able to take a living person away in front of 8 Li Jian glazed dragons without anyone noticing, the person's strength should not be below mine. Oh, Jun Changshao's eyes lit up. This information was very important, because in the upper universe there were definitely only a handful of warriors who were stronger than Jian Guishu. Patriarch, Ryu Sinan said worriedly, could it be the Sky Demonic Emperor? I think so too, Jian Guishu said. That's impossible. Jun Changshao said, if it's him, shouldn't he be killed immediately? Jian Guishu said, the Sky Demonic Emperor is an ambitious person, and he especially pays attention to cultivating his minions. I'm worried that he will take a fancy to your Sect's disciple and then forcibly control him in some way. Smack! Jun Changshao slammed the table and stood up, roaring angrily, how dare he? Of course, Jian Guishu said, I'm just guessing. Maybe some big shot happened to pass by and saved your Sect's disciple along the way. I hope so. Jun Changshao sat down, his face full of worry. Jian Guishu's guess just now had completely confirmed his thoughts. He even began to imagine that the Sky Demonic Emperor had brainwashed Yi Xingqian, and then one day he would cold-bloodedly raise his sword to his fellow Sect members. The plot of leaving the Sect in the future was already brain-dead enough. There must not be an even more brain-dead plot. Quarreling among fellow Sect members really increased feelings. Fellow Sect members turned against each other and killed each other. No matter what the reason was, in a serious and hot-blooded Sect novel, it was definitely feeding the reader shit. So, Master. Just as Jun Changshao was about to break down, Arya's voice came, I have a clue. Swoosh. Jun Changshao hurriedly merged into the Tianyuan prison pagoda. The 8 pocket-sized dragon beasts were tightly huddled together, so pitiful that it made one's heart ache. Jun Changshao didn't care about them. Instead, he looked at Feng Wanli, who was hanging in midair, and asked rather puzzledly, Arya, why are you serving him? Patriarch, Dai Lu explained, when I was serving these dragons just now, I found that there was something wrong with this guy's eyes. So I served him too. Arya raised her small head and said, and the result? Jun Changshao asked. Arya looked at Feng Wanli, who was hung up, and said, do you want to speak, or should I? I'll speak. Feng Wanli said with a pained expression, your disciple may have been taken away by my master, Night King. Jun Changshao frowned. Damn, the system broke down. The disciple's disappearance hasn't even been a chapter, and the case has been solved? What AF * King shame. Chapter 1894. In an antique room, Yi Xingqian slowly woke up from his coma. Swish! After regaining his senses, he suddenly stood up, and his gaze gradually turned sinister. Wasn't I snatching the glass stone? Why am I lying on the bed like a fragment? Here, where is this place? Creak! At this moment, the door was gently pushed open. A woman who still retained her charm walked over and sat down on a chair. She very naturally used her hand to tuck the hair in front of her shoulder and smiled. "You're awake." This woman was very beautiful. Her face was like jade, and her skin was so delicate that it could be broken by the wind. There were no flaws at all. However, in front of one of the two super straight men in the sect of all times, Yi Xingqian, the other party only had a graceful figure. As for her impeccable face, it was like a blank slate. "Who are you?" "Zhongli Zian." "I don't know you." "Don't you know me now?" Zhongli Zian was smiling from beginning to end. Her smile was so captivating. If it was Little Doe or any other normal martial artist, they would have been overjoyed. Yi Xingqian's expression didn't change. He said coldly, "You saved me." His memory stopped at the moment when he was about to put the glass stone into his spatial ring. At the same time, a few dragon beasts rushed over, and the situation was critical. "I don't have that much ability." Zhongli Zian smiled. "The one who saved you is my alliance master." "Alliance master?" Yi Xingqian asked. "Who?" "Night King," Zhongli Zian said. Hearing these two words, Yi Xingqian's expression instantly stiffened. Ever since he saw the scene of the future in the cave, he had always been conflicted about this name. Now he was actually saved by him. Could it be that the future was going to be revealed step by step? In the end, he would have to leave the sect of all times and live with that woman forever? Yi Xingqian clutched his chest. If it was before, he would definitely firmly deny it. But now he didn't express his opinion. It seemed that he was wavering. What made Yi Xingqian waver wasn't Jia Lingyao, but the child in her belly. Blood was thicker than water. "Little fellow." Zhongli Zian smiled. "The Alliance head is waiting for you. Follow me to the main hall." Should I go or not? Yi Xingqian was struggling internally. The fearless him was now especially afraid. He was afraid of what would happen in the future. He was afraid that he would slowly walk down the path of no return and leave the sect of all times. Zhongli Zian seemed to have seen through Night Emperor's thoughts and said, "Some things are destined to be unchangeable. Since we've come this far, the only thing we can do is face it calmly and not be overly cautious." "That makes sense." Yi Xingqian relaxed. When he walked out of the room, he realized that he was in a moving mountain, surrounded by extremely tall buildings. That was right. This was the headquarters of the Night King Alliance. The reason why the mountain moved was because of the mountain-moving black tortoise. Strangely enough, Yi Xingqian was no stranger to him. In fact, he felt a little familiar. He thought to himself, maybe it's because of what I saw in the illusion. Night King Alliance Hall. In terms of scale, it was much more luxurious than the sect of all times. Yi Xingqian walked in. He could no longer calm down because the decorations inside were no different from what he saw in the illusion. Zhongli Zian didn't follow him in. Thus, he was the only one in the hall. The atmosphere was so quiet that he could even hear the sound of breathing. "You're here." Just as Yi Xingqian was looking around, a gentle voice came from behind him. He didn't turn around and calmly said, "I'm here." "Are you familiar with this place?" "Yes." "Are you curious why it's so familiar? If nothing unexpected happens, I will soon replace you and sit on your chair." At this point, Yi Xingqian finally turned around and looked at the mysterious masked man sitting on the Alliance head's throne. Their gazes met, and the atmosphere became even more silent. "Haha." Night Emperor raised his head and laughed. "It seems like you've already been to the Sky Spill world and obtained the memories left there. You left it." Yi Xingqian frowned. "No." Night Emperor was silent for a moment. "You left it." "Me?" Yi Xingqian was stunned. Night Emperor stood up and walked down from below. He stood shoulder to shoulder with Yi Xingqian and looked out the door. Song Ocean has 32 spirit seeds. One of them is the spirit of time and space. It can peer into the past and future. What do you mean? Yi Xingqian didn't understand. I have a close friend who once fused with the most heaven-defying spirit seed in the upper universe, Night Emperor said. A friend from nothing? Yi Xingqian said indifferently. Knight Emperor didn't mind the other's mockery and continued, he's a proud person, but his talent is extraordinary. In just 10,000 years he entered the Fate realm. Yi Xingqian was silent. 10,000 years to enter the Fate realm. It was indeed worth bragging about. Counting the time, Knight Emperor had been reborn for less than 100 years. Wasn't it even more exaggerated that he had reached the half-step? He didn't think so, because in this life he had been able to improve so quickly, all because of the Sect and the Patriarch. If it weren't for these factors, he would probably still be trying to break through to the Martial King or Wu Huang in the lower world. Your close friend can't be me, right? Yi Xingqian knew himself quite well. Just the fact that he was a proud and aloof person was enough to make a connection. That's right. Knight Emperor said, it's you. Yi Xingqian wasn't surprised. In fact, after entering the very familiar hall, he had already prepared himself. No matter what secret he learned, he would remain calm unless he couldn't help it. Later, Knight Emperor continued, my close friend wasn't satisfied with the status quo. He wanted to pursue higher things, so he began to use the spirit of time and space to peer into the future, hoping to be enlightened. What a pity. Although the spirit seed is powerful, every time it is used, its lifespan will decrease until one day it runs out of oil. Died. Yes, Yi Xingqian was speechless. Entering the divine realm didn't mean absolute immortality, but at least one could live for a very, very long time. This kind of method of playing oneself to death was too amazing. Fortunately, Knight Emperor said, he still has the spirit of reincarnation. Yi Xingqian said in surprise, he fused with 2 spirit seeds. As far as he knew, apart from the Sect master, everyone could only inherit 1 spirit seed that existed in the upper universe. That's right. Knight Emperor nodded. Huh. Yi Xingqian said, your friend isn't simple. I forgot to tell you. Knight Emperor said he fused with a total of 10 spirit seeds. The other 8 are the spirit of evil, the spirit of fire soul, the spirit of space, the spirit of 5 thunder, the spirit of sand, the spirit of withering glory, the spirit of purgatory, and the spirit of frost. Yi Xingqian opened his mouth and widened his eyes. He had prepared himself, but this time he couldn't help it. 1 person, 10 spirit seeds. Even the Patriarch wasn't so freakish. What a pity. Knight Emperor shook his head. Because he tried to pry into the secrets of the heavens, he was severely punished. After his death, all 10 spirit seeds left him and became ownerless again. I don't know if anyone else has inherited them after all these years. Yi Xingqian fell silent. Of the 10 spirit seeds, 2 were inherited by the Patriarch, 1 by Gu Zhaoxi, 1 by Ryu Sinan, 1 by Gong Sun Ho, and 1 by second senior brother. If he took the rest, it would be the same as the Sect of all times taking them all. After saying so much, you should understand now, right? I'm your friend. I have 10 spirit seeds. Yi Xingqian lowered his head and walked forward. He stopped in front of the Alliance leader's throne and said, I'm still Knight Emperor. That's right. The person said, you're Knight Emperor. I'm Knight Emperor. Who are you? Yi Xingqian said with a dark expression. The person stood in place, slowly removing the mask on her face. You can call me Jie Ling Yao or Empress Ling Yao. Chapter 1895. When the woman took off her mask, her voice changed from weathered to light and mellow. As expected, as long as she didn't reveal her true face, the chances of her being a woman were very high. For example, Shi Jingxian had been Gu Hong Jinren's disciple. Please, can't you do something else? Whoosh! Yi Xingqian turned around, shock in his eyes. The woman who had revealed her true face looked a lot like Jie Ling Yao and Empress Ling Yao, as if she was a combination of the two. However, her eyes were dim and her face was unusually pale. At first glance, she looked malnourished, but upon closer inspection, she looked like she was nearing the end of her life. Trust yourself. Get rid of it. The woman was at the end of her tether, and her breathing was ragged. She tried to put on a charming smile. "Are you surprised?" Yi Xingqian's expression was unreadable, but he was more shocked than anything else. He was already having a hard time suppressing the fact that he was the Night King. Now that he had seen the fake Night King's true face, he was even more shocked. "You," Yi Xingqian said in a low voice, "who is it?" "Ling Yao, who has been by your side all this time, through life and death with you," the woman said. Yi Xingqian's eyes flashed with murderous intent again. She was too much like Empress Ling Yao, and so new and old grudges came to the fore. "I know you hate me," Ling Yao said. Ling Yao replied, "But please forgive me for my selfishness and stubbornness for having accompanied you for so long." Her voice sounded more and more like Empress Ling Yao. Slap! Yi Xingqian rushed down and grabbed her by the neck. He said angrily with a murderous aura, "Don't try to play tricks here." He felt that killing Empress Ling Yao in the upper realm was not that simple. Now that he had encountered her again, there must be a conspiracy. Perhaps that woman was not dead at all. Every step was planned by her in advance. In order to obtain the Taishan Sutra, she had cruelly killed herself. In order to ascend to the upper realm, she had lied to the 9 great emperors. In Yi Xingqian's heart, Empress Ling Yao was a vicious woman who was good at scheming and would do anything. "I don't have much time." Ling Yao, who was bound, did not resist. "Can you let me explain?" she said weakly, like begging, like pleading. Strangely enough, Yi Xingqian, who was originally extremely angry, suddenly felt a trace of softness in his heart, and the strength in his hands gradually weakened. In the past, you knew that divining the future would consume your lifespan, but you still did it without hesitation. "Do you know why?" Ling Yao asked. "Why?" "I found an opportunity to break through to a higher level." "What opportunity?" When Yi Xingqian asked this, a bitter look appeared on Ling Yao's face. She said, "I accompanied you for hundreds of thousands of years. I thought we were the closest, but there were some things that you never told me. It was as if you treated me as an outsider." "Of course I have to be on guard against a scheming woman," Yi Xingqian said calmly. "After you were reborn, you forgot everything. I don't blame you for saying this." Ling Yao looked at him and said, "But remember, I, Ling Yao, have schemed against many people in my life, but I have never schemed against you, the Night Prince." "Empress Ling Yao, what did Jie Ling Yao say?" Yi Xingqian's face darkened as he asked. "Don't tell me that it was just your avatar and everything was just a test." "They are not my avatars," Ling Yao said. Ling Yao replied, "They are people of flesh and blood and have their own thoughts." "Do you think I will believe that?" Yi Xingqian was certain that Empress Ling Yao and Jie Ling Yao were her avatars. Everything had been part of her plan, part of her scheme. The 32 spirit seeds of the Songxi school were created by the heavens and earth. One of them was born with 2 types of souls. Although they are not separate, they are independent of each other. That is why it is called the spirit of soul restoration, Ling Yao said. Yi Xingqian frowned. "That's right," Ling Yao said. "I inherited this spirit seed." Yi Xingqian said with a straight face, "So it's different from an avatar?" Ling Yao did not answer the question. Instead, she said to herself, "You used your lifespan to divine the future again and again until one day you found an opportunity to break through to a higher level. When you realized that you did not have much time left, you chose to reincarnate." Yi Xingqian was stunned. So it was not that her lifespan had run out, but that she had committed suicide. You, the Night King, chose to end your own life in order to become stronger. But did you ever consider your friends and family? Did you ever consider me? When Ling Yao said this, her tears flowed uncontrollably. Although it had happened a long time ago, it was still unforgettable. When he came to the secret room as usual and saw the cold corpse, the pain in his heart was intense. "You left just because you said so," Ling Yao said sorrowfully. "When did you ever consider my feelings?" "No," You never considered others. In your heart, martial arts were always more important than anything else. Even if it was the Night King alliance that you personally established, even if it was the subordinates who fought with you on the battlefield, you could abandon them all and pursue a higher level without hesitation. When Yi Xingqian heard this, he tightened his grip and said coldly, "Your so-called explanation is to criticize me? You are selfish. You are heartless. You have no sense of responsibility." Ling Yao laughed as she cried and said, "But I still love you. Isn't that silly?" She had described the Night King as a close friend, but true love was more accurate. However, this love was one-sided. Even if it had always been by his side, taking care of the internal affairs of the organization without complaint. Although he didn't want to admit it, it was a bit like Jun Changshao and Rosa Flowers. The latter had always taken care of the sect without asking for anything in return. But from what he knew so far, Gosheng was ultimately more reliable than the Night King. At least he wasn't so selfish and heartless, and had even begun to take on the responsibility of a husband. After you were dismembered, I met Wei Buzi. Ling Yao controlled her emotions and said, "He told me that with your personality, no matter how many times you were reborn, you would not change, unless someone was willing to sacrifice themselves to help you change yourself." Here came the main point. Ling Yao continued, "I used your corpse as the eye of the formation to set up the karmic reincarnation array and forcibly dismembered the spirits of the resurrected souls so that they would intersect with you after reincarnation, forming a karmic connection. This was in hopes of changing your extremely short-sighted, cold-blooded, and heartless personality. Empress Ling Yao was killed by you, which means that she still failed." Yi Xingqian's face darkened. To change his cold-blooded and heartless personality, she had deliberately stabbed him in the back. Was this not a deliberate attempt to kill him? Empress Ling Yao may have inherited half of my soul, but after being separated from my body, she is no longer under my control. She is herself and has her own thoughts and ideas, Ling Yao said. Yi Xingqian's face was cold. She must have inherited your schemes as well. I don't deny that, Ling Yao said. But Jie Ling Yao inherited the other half of your soul and does not know how to scheme. I hope you will treat her well in the future. At the mention of Jie Ling Yao, Yi Xingqian thought of the child in his womb, and his face gradually twisted. It was clear that he was very conflicted. At that moment, Ling Yao's body gradually faded, and then she laughed. My soul has been separated into two independent living beings. I've actually died long ago, and I've only been relying on a secret technique to survive, leading them forward as the Night King. I'm tired. Now that you're finally here, I have no more regrets. Yi Xingqian let go of her. She had faded, and he could no longer catch her. Night King. Ling Yao's face gradually cracked. She tiptoed and leaned over, forcing a smile. Before I leave, can I hug you? Yi Xingqian's heart suddenly felt like it was being pricked by needles. He did not speak, nor did he refuse. Unfortunately, Ling Yao's body had completely faded, and when she tried to hug Yi Xingqian, she passed through his body. She stood behind him in a daze, and her eyes were filled with disappointment. Perhaps it's my fate to never have you. Her body collapsed and turned into starlight. Under the heavens, all lands belong to the king, and all the people on the shores of the land are the king's subjects. This is the great promise you once made, and I will always watch from the heavens. The starlight gradually faded, and so did her voice until it completely disappeared. Yi Xingqian clutched his chest, and a pained expression appeared on his face. Then he turned around and walked to the luxurious chair and sat down steadily. Swoosh! Swoosh! In an instant, the Night King Alliance's leaders, who had been lined up neatly outside the hall, bowed and shouted, "Welcome back, Night King! We pledge our lives to follow you through fire and water." P.S. Empress Ling Yao's trap was set today. Actually, she had already thought about it after she died. As for whether it was reasonable or not, that's up to me. Chapter 1896. When Yi Xingqian sat down, the entire Night King alliance cheered. Even the giant turtle stopped and lowered its head in worship. Their king. After countless years, he had finally returned. Ah! Yi Xingqian, who was sitting on the Alliance Master's throne, held his head and screamed in pain. The memories buried deep in his soul surged out like a flood. Those were fragments of memories and scenes that completely recorded the various experiences of his previous life. He, the Night King, he had broken through to the heavens' legacy realm in 10,000 years. During that time, he had fused with 10 spirit seeds. Later, he had been unwilling to stop and had continued to deduce the future. When he had found a way to break through to a higher level, he had chosen to commit suicide without hesitation. He had abandoned his family. He had abandoned his subordinates. He had abandoned the woman who had accompanied him for hundreds of thousands of years. After countless reincarnations, he had been reborn on the falling star continent. These were the memories Yi Xingqian had obtained. He had realized that if Ling Yao had not forcefully established a karmic relationship with him and appeared as Empress Ling Yao, he might have continued to reincarnate until he found a chance to break through to a higher level. I understand. The pain subsided, and the Night King said seriously, I've been reborn more than once. Yes, he had been reborn many times. As for Yi Xingqian, he was just a character who had been reborn countless times. According to the plan before committing suicide, any character would start from nothing and become powerful until their lifespan ran out and they were reborn again. Ling Yao, Yi Xingqian said, my goal was not to find a chance, but to find a chance through reincarnation. Back then, he had used the spirit of time to deduce the future. Every time he felt like he was about to touch something, he would be blocked by a wall with the words, life is death, death is life. At that time, as the Night King, he had fallen into obsession and even became extreme. In the end, he thought that he had to experience life and death again to understand it. So, he had decisively killed himself. Too stupid, Yi Xingqian said. His future self's evaluation of his past self hit the nail on the head. Perhaps some of you might not understand, but as the class representative, I'll summarize it briefly. The Night King pursued a higher realm and chose to reincarnate continuously. If there had been no accidents, he would have continued on. But Ling Yao had made use of the karma reincarnation array to forcefully integrate the spirit of the resurrected soul into the other party's life, and then she had stabbed him. Well done. All of a sudden, chaos ensued. Ling Yao forced herself into my life with another identity. Although she changed her original plan, she also inadvertently allowed me to join the sect of all times, Yi Xingqian thought to himself. Seizing Pei Ainu's body and being forced to join the sect was not part of the plot. But Yi Xingqian clenched his fists and said with excitement in his eyes, perhaps this is the opportunity that I've been searching for after countless reincarnations. In that case, Ling Yao had sacrificed her cultivation and forced herself into his life. What did she get in return? To be honest, from her perspective, she didn't get anything. Even when her soul dissipated, she didn't even get to hug him. However, in the grand scheme of things, because Empress Ling Yao had stabbed the Night Emperor, the plot had changed. After meeting Jun Changshao and joining the sect of all times, his personality had slowly changed. Just as Wei Busey had said, no matter how many reincarnations the Night Emperor went through, he would not change his personality, unless someone was willing to sacrifice themselves. Ling Yao had chosen to sacrifice herself, so he had changed. Of course, it couldn't be said that he didn't get anything. At least, when Yi Xingqian regained his memories of his past life, he remembered how this woman had cared for him in every possible way. Guilt rose in his heart. Especially when he thought of Jia Ling Yao, his attitude changed. If it had been before, Jun Changshao would have asked Yi Xingqian whether he wanted to save the woman or the child. He would definitely choose to save the child. Now that he was asked, he would definitely choose to save both. Some people would say that Empress Ling Yao would be forcefully cleansed just like that. In reality, Empress Ling Yao was Empress Ling Yao. Although she had half of Ling Yao's soul, she was still an independent living being, and she had died long ago. More accurately, she had completed her mission. As the creator, Ling Yao had also completed her mission when she separated her soul from her body. Both were the cause of karma. The other half of her soul, Jie Ling Yao, was the cause of karma. I'm sorry. The more he searched through his memories, the more guilty Yi Xingqian felt. I was too much of a bastard, he said to himself. I neglected everyone in pursuit of martial arts. This will never happen again. I will use my life to protect Jie Ling Yao. It was over. This was about to connect with the future he'd seen. Sect of all times disciple Yi Xingqian entered the disconnect countdown. If Ling Yao could hold on a little longer and hear what he was thinking, she wouldn't be depressed or helpless when she left. Instead, she would be relieved and happy. My king! The Night Emperor walked into the hall and cupped his hands. The Celestial Demon Emperor has brought disaster to the universe. Please show us the way. Seeing these people who had fought alongside him on the battlefield, Yi Xingqian felt even more guilty. It was all thanks to Ling Yao's leadership. Otherwise, this organization would have lost its leader and become a speck of dust in history. Is there a way? Yi Xingqian clasped his hands together and said solemnly, "There is." Everyone grew excited. Whoosh! Yi Xingqian stood up, the aura of someone who had been in power for a long time erupting. From today onwards, the Night Emperor Alliance will be part of the Sect of all times. We will listen to June Patriarch's orders. No one is allowed to resist. Crack! The atmosphere froze. The Night Emperor Alliance's upper echelons were all listening attentively, but their leader wanted them to be part of the Sect of all times. This was completely unexpected. My king, Zhongli Zian said, the Sect of all times might be in cahoots with the Celestial Demon Emperor. They even captured Elder Feng. We. At this point, she shut her mouth because Yi Xingqian looked over coldly and said, "This is my order. All you need to do is to obey." Very strong. Very much like the Night Emperor. Yes, everyone said in unison, but they were puzzled. Why would the once proud and arrogant Night Emperor be willing to be under someone else? Because he was both the Night Emperor and Yi Xingqian. Or perhaps the real Night Emperor had died long ago. Although he had regained his memories, he was still Yi Xingqian, a disciple of the Sect of all times, just like how Ling Yao was already dead. Although Jie Ling Yao had half of her soul, she was still a new life form. Let's go. Yi Xingqian stood up and said, "Follow this king to the Sect of all times." Being in such a hurry was only one of the reasons. The other was that he was worried about Jie Ling Yao. Go Sheng's attitude toward the rows of flowers had slowly changed, from being insincere at the beginning, to secretly helping to prune the roses, to finally being honest. What about Yi Xingqian? After understanding the cause and effect, his attitude toward Jie Ling Yao did a 180-degree turn. If he had to give a reason, it would be that he had let Ling Yao down in his previous life. In this life, he couldn't let down the remaining half of her soul. I love this woman. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, a violent explosion came from the outside, and the whole hall was on the verge of collapse. The camera panned outside. Huge battleships appeared out of thin air and quickly formed an inescapable net, completely sealing off the entire mountain. There were so many of them that it could be called grains of sand in the Ganges. Night King Alliance. A sinister voice resounded through the sky. Immediately remove them from the upper universe. Not good. The higher-ups of Night King Alliance were shocked. It's the Celestial Demon Emperor. Whoosh! Whoosh! In an instant, the members of the Night King Alliance all moved and gathered at the training ground. They were on guard as if they were facing a great enemy. Roar! The mountain-moving saint, turtle raised its head and roared. Buzz! 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 The defensive barrier that had been weakened by the bombardment became solid again. A strong, murderous aura gathered in the entire plain, indicating that a fierce battle was about to take place. As the main character of this book, Jun Changshao was on his way. Chapter 1897. Xiao! Eternal flew at full speed in the endless universe. Where were they going? Night King Alliance. From Feng Wanli's words, Jun Changshao could basically confirm that Yi Xingqian was kidnapped by some Night King. What if he was saved? The system asked. Impossible. Jun Changshao swore. I captured the protector of Night King Alliance. Would they be kind enough to save him? Even if they did, they must have other intentions. The system said that makes sense. It was rare for him to guess correctly and not be slapped in the face, but in the end he was led into a ditch by Gosheng. Sure. Jun Changshao sneered. You don't plan to use money to ransom him, but instead kidnap my disciple. Are you planning to use him as a bargaining chip? He was sure that Night King Alliance kidnapped Yi Xingqian, not saved him. This was measuring the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain. Of course, Gosheng was no stranger to extortion and almost never failed. If the other party really wanted to use his disciple as a bargaining chip, he would definitely consider it seriously. Jun Patriarch. Gu Tianqing said solemnly, If we go this time, it won't be easy to negotiate. I'm afraid there will be trouble. To put it bluntly, it meant that there would be a fight if they went. Uncle, don't worry. Jun Changshao clasped his fingers together and said proudly, My sect of all times is afraid of anything, but not fighting. Gu Tianqing was speechless. Night King Alliance has always been fighting against Sky Demon Emperor. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Actually, we don't have to be so stiff. Why don't we work together to fight against the demon that is harming the universe? As long as they are willing to join the Jun Alliance, I will treat them as friends. Jun Changshao said, How can they join the Jun Alliance after torturing their protector to the point where he is better off dead? Host, stop dreaming. The system mocked. Besides, Night King is not an ordinary person. Why would he be willing to lower himself to others? As long as there was a good opportunity, the system would mercilessly mock him. Although it was mostly slapped in the face, it had already become a habit. Face. Whatever. However, you can't take that away from me. Even though she knew that she would be slapped in the face, she still insisted on sticking her face close to his. Patriarch. Shengguan Xiniao, who was in charge of piloting Eternal, brought out the star map and said with a solemn expression, There is a sudden surge of energy in the star field ahead. Oh. Jun Changshao got up and walked over. From the star map, it could be clearly seen that the weak energy was rippling, wave after wave, becoming clearer and denser. What did it mean? There should be a relatively large energy source ahead. Because the commotion was too great, it spread even further and was caught by Eternal. Can you determine the distance? No. Jun Changshao rested his chin on his hand. Since he couldn't determine the distance, it meant that they were very far away from each other. Clearly, frequent energy fluctuations had been detected. Could it be that there were powerhouses comparable to an army fighting in that star field? Go around it, Jun Changshao said. He was in a hurry to get to Night King Alliance, so he definitely wouldn't go there just to watch the show. We can't go around it. Shengguan Xiniao shook her head and said, The energy fluctuation area is on the route we have to pass. Jun Changshao said helplessly, Then try not to be discovered, lest we get into trouble. Yes. Whoosh! Eternal was like a lone boat in the sea, quickly merging into the waves formed by the weak ripples. However, as they got closer, the intensity and frequency of the energy fluctuations increased. A fierce battle, Jian Guishu said. Could it be two top planes fighting? Jun Changshao was tempted. He really wanted to see the scene of top planes fighting. However, he still had to rescue Yi Xingqian, so he could only suppress his curiosity and ask, How long until we reach Night King Realm? Estimated, Shangguan Xinyao suddenly stopped talking, her delicate fingers tapping on the projection keyboard, and the star map was enlarged infinitely. After confirming something, she said in surprise, "Patriarch, the energy is coming from the star field we are heading to." "Oh," Jun Changshao asked curiously, "is Night King Alliance fighting with someone else?" "Night King is a mysterious person, and his strength is unfathomable. No plane or force in the upper universe dares to offend him unless," Jian Guishu said with a serious expression, "Celestial Demon Emperor." "That's interesting," Jun Changshao said. He had a grudge with Celestial Demon Emperor and Night King Alliance, so he would be happy to see them fight. Perhaps he could even fish in troubled waters if he rushed over. "Drive faster," Go Sheng said. "Let's go watch the show." Whoosh! Eternal continued forward, and as it got closer, the image captured by the star map became clearer. Damn! The upper echelons and disciples in the cockpit all gathered around, their faces filled with shock. On the map screen, they could clearly see the traces of battleships in the universe. 1, 2, several thousand of them. Jun Changshao's expression turned serious. Just from the traces alone, he could imagine that there were at least 1,000 battleships, and the scale was not inferior to Celestial Demon Emperor's destruction of Gu Shenyuan realm. "Looks like," Jian Guishu said in a deep voice, "Celestial Demon Emperor is determined to destroy Night King Alliance." Jun Changshao, who had wanted to watch the show, suddenly became worried. Celestial Demon Emperor had sent out so many battleships. It would be terrible if Yi Xingqian was hurt. "Hurry! Hurry!" Jun Changshao urged Shangguan Xinyao to speed up. Boom! At this moment, a deafening explosion came from outside. From the cockpit window, they could clearly see a huge cloud of fire rising abruptly and gradually forming the shape of a mushroom. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, a gust of wind as sharp as a knife swept over, carrying violent energy ripples. Jun Changshao and the disciples were all dumbfounded. An explosion of this level was simply too shocking. While everyone was shocked, only Shangguan Xinyao remained absolutely calm. She immediately waved her right hand and turned the steering wheel like an experienced driver. Whoosh! As the gust of wind roared like a beast, Eternal suddenly drifted from its extreme speed and then flew diagonally to the side, engaging in a race of life and death with the powerful ripples. At this moment, I am willing to call Shangguan Xinyao Mount a keener race god. Whoosh! Eternal went all out, racing against time, racing against the collapse of the sky and the earth. Fortunately, it was at the edge of the explosion. Fortunately, the battleship had been modified many times and its performance had greatly improved. In the end, it successfully flew out of the shockwave's range and then, with an extremely elegant movement, steadily stopped in space. Everyone stand up. Pour a cup of cappuccino for the race god. However, when Eternal came to a stop, the people in the cockpit were scattered in all sorts of strange postures. Some of their faces were stuck to the wall. Some of their butts were stuck to other people's faces. The situation was very chaotic. "Aya!" Su Xiaoma cried out, "Mamaya!" But Eternal suddenly made a big turn and he was sent flying. Then he sat on someone's face. It should have been soft, but it was like hitting a steel plate, and there were even thorns. "Damn you!" Jun Changshao pushed Su Xiaoma's butt away and squinted at the cockpit window. He saw 2 figures in the boiling mushroom cloud in front of them. One of them was the demonic emperor. The other, looking at the familiar figure, Go Xing thought for a while and said in surprise, "Zhang San." Chapter 1898. Jun Changshao had once gone to the Scarlet Prison Realm to help Euphia regain control of the plane. Do you remember when he suddenly turned back and caught a mysterious, black-robed man after wiping out all the vassals? That's right. He called himself Zhang San. He also said that he had a friend called Li Si. Zhang San was tortured by Jun Changshao and said that he couldn't beat him, but he had been letting him win. Oh, I didn't remember. At that time, Jun Changshao caught Zhang San and locked him in the Sect's cage. He planned to interrogate him, but he ran away. Until now, Go Sheng still remembered the note that Guy left before he left. It said that the upper universe is in an era of great change and needs people like Jun Patriarch to lead the charge. If fate allows it, we'll meet again in the future. They really met again. However, Jun Changshao was a little confused. A guy who was knocked unconscious on the spot by his left and right Alibaba was confronting the Sky Devil Emperor in the middle of a big explosion. Was this the legendary change of times? Impossible. Jun Changshao rubbed his eyes and said to himself, how could it be him? However, when he looked over again and saw the completely ordinary black-robed man, he was finally sure that it was Zhang San. His mind was a little confused. He needed to calm down. Boom! Boom! At this moment, in the explosion area, the Sky Devil Emperor and Zhang San fought. Damn! Everyone's eyes widened. From their point of view, the two of them were standing motionless on the spot, but there were sudden explosions all around them, and the space around them was crumbling and collapsing. This is a battle of the minds of the upper Tianji realm, Jian Guishi said. Jun Changshao's expression became solemn. He couldn't be sure whether the Sky Devil Emperor was a clone or the real body, but he was sure that Zhang San had hidden his cultivation before. Suddenly, Go Sheng was enlightened. Since this person was so powerful, it seemed normal for him to escape from the cell. Unfortunately, he was too careless at that time and casually threw him into the cabin. If he had known, he would have thrown him into Tianyuan prison pagoda. Why was Jun Changshao so concerned about Zhang San? Because he once said that he knew her in the future, but not in the present. Combined with the deduction diagram left behind by Eupheia's family, it was too easy for people to suspect that this guy had transmigrated from the future. If there really was such a person, could the future that Yi Xingqian saw be related to him? No. He had to get to the bottom of this. Boom! Boom! In the distance, the Battle of Wills was still going on. The earth-shattering sound effects and earth-shattering special effects made the disciples of the sect of all times feel their scalps tingle. They deeply realized that they were still too weak. Heaven destruction, divine fist. Scarlet sun, demonic blade. 10,000 poison, dragon palm. Earth lightning strike. Various martial skills and divine abilities were displayed. The level of the battle continued to rise, and the scene became more and more magnificent. It's a clone, Jian Guishu observed for a while and confirmed, it's not my true body. Jun Changshao felt a little dizzy. The Celestial Devil Emperor's clone seemed to be even stronger than the one he had previously destroyed. Just how strong was the main body? Sigh. There was still a long way to go to save the world. Jun Patriarch, stop watching the show. At this moment, Zhang San's voice sounded in his ear. Your disciple Yi Xingqian is being pursued by the Sky Devil Emperor's subordinates. Please go and help him quickly. Before he could finish his sentence, Shangguan Xinyao pointed at the star map and said happily, Patriarch, senior martial brother, Ye's aura has appeared again. He's about 1,000 miles away from us. Hurry over. Jun Changshao was not in the mood to watch the battle. He was more concerned about Yi Xingqian's safety. Follow the tracks. Hoo-hoo. Eternal turned into a stream of light and disappeared. As for Zhang San, he was still fighting with the Sky Devil Emperor's avatar. He thought to himself, I'll leave the important task of changing the situation of the upper universe to you. If you still need our blessings, then... The Sky Devil Emperor's avatar punched him in the face and sent him flying. He lowered his head and stood on the spot. His hair was in a mess. Burn, Junior. Hoo-hoo. As soon as he said that, the 5 elements 8 trigrams pattern gradually appeared in the crumbling universe above him and rotated in a regular pattern. The Sky Devil Emperor asked in a deep voice, What's your relationship with Wei Buzi? No comment. Zhang San put his hands together and quickly formed a seal. Then he slowly raised his head and grinned. Law, suppression, annihilation. Buzz, buzz. In an instant, the 8 trigrams pattern gathered in the sky and outlined the words Chien Kuin Jun Sun, Kansas. Then it wrapped around the Sky Devil Emperor's avatar and pressed down on him. Boom! The earth-shattering explosion sounded again, and the mushroom cloud was even more tragic than the previous one. Jun Changshao, who was following the tracks, heard it, but was not in the mood to watch. Instead, he ordered Shangguan Xinyao and the others to change to the highest level of driving power and maximize the performance of Eternal. Xing! Space suddenly distorted, and the warship disappeared into thin air. Absolute burn, absolute speed. Soon, light spots appeared on the star map, and there were at least thousands of them. When everyone turned their gazes to the window in front of them, they saw that in their field of vision, which seemed to be constantly magnified, hundreds and thousands of high-specification battleships had completely surrounded the group of people. Patriarch, Shangguan Xinyao said, "It's junior brother Yi." Jun Changshao sat down and interlocked his fingers. He contacted Shui Rengue in the Eternal World through the sound transmission skill. War Cavalry Hall, move out. Yes. Formation Hall, move out. Yes. Devil Army, move out. Yes. Sect of all times, move out. Yes. The disciples' voices resounded throughout the Eternal World, which not only influenced the ordinary people, but also the major clans and forces. Thunder Rhombus Clan requests to fight. Ice Phoenix Clan requests to fight. Divine Strider Clan requests to fight. Dragon Clan requests to fight. Dragon Clan requests to fight. Stone Statue Clan requests to fight. Sitting in the cockpit, Jun Changshao smiled when he heard the voices of the clans. He and Celestial Devil Emperor were like fire and water, although their overall strength might not be able to compete with him. But he wanted to try and make sure how far the Eternal World was from them. Swish! Jun Changshao suddenly raised his head and looked coldly at the thousands of warships in the starry sky. He said in a crazy tone, "Everyone fight! 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 Fight!" His voice echoed in the Eternal World, making the warriors of all clans excited. "My king, please leave now." In the central area surrounded by thousands of warships, a senior member of the Night King Alliance begged. Yi Xingqian clenched his fists. Although he had recovered his memory and become a real Night King, his strength had not recovered. Not to mention Celestial Devil Emperor. He had no hope of fighting Celestial Devil Emperor. "I abandoned you," Yi Xingqian said. "I won't abandon you this time." Ha ha ha. Suddenly, a man with butterfly wings slowly appeared and said with a creepy smile, "I'm so touched." Bang! Bang! After the man appeared, the screen showed King Duo La, one of Celestial Dragons. I need to make it clear that the names of the subordinates of Celestial Devil Emperor have been carefully considered. Please don't think it's a reference to anyone. King Duo La looked like a human. His hairline was high, and there was a circle pattern on the left side of his forehead, which looked like the word at first glance. Yi Xingqian frowned. This strange man should be very strong. If you go against Celestial Devil Emperor, you will die without a burial place. King Duo La raised 2 fingers. The butterfly wings on his back flashed, and the bright light gathered at his fingertips. Seeing this, the members of the Night King Alliance stood in front of Yi Xingqian. You. Seeing his subordinates protecting him without fear of death, Yi Xingqian felt more guilty. Suddenly, a familiar aura came from afar which cheered him up. In the past, Night Emperor once thought that Empress Ling Yao had gone to the upper realm first. When he went to take revenge on her, he should have been accompanied by the Patriarch, the higher-ups, and the disciples. What a pity. That scene did not happen. Empress Ling Yao had also been killed with ease. Never forget, there will be echoes. At this moment, the scene that Yi Xingqian once imagined appeared. Swoosh! He waved his hand to summon his school uniform and put it on. First, he stuck the badge with the word Eternal on his chest, then hung the badge with the word Unyielding on his waist. Only then did he raise his head proudly. The camera slowly moved up. Through the layers of warships, it could be seen clearly. Eternal was flying at high speed, and Jun Changshao was sitting at the bow with his legs crossed. Behind him, it was indescribable. Look at the picture below. Ship, 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 armor, dog, armor, armor, everyone, everyone. Chapter 1899. The members of the Night King Alliance, who were protecting Starry Night, also realized this. When they instinctively looked back, their eyes widened. In the starry sky outside the encirclement, giant star battleships were leading the way, with Diablo gods in the middle and well-equipped cultivators of various shapes and sizes trailing behind. Especially, Eternal's ship merged with it. Jun Changshao sat proudly at the bow, looking like the highest commander of an army. The scene was absolutely shocking. This is... Zhongli Zian's eyes were filled with disbelief. At first glance, the incoming battleships were no different from Sky Demon Emperor's battleships, making her think that the other party had sent reinforcements. But upon closer inspection, she found that they had been modified to different degrees, and the word Eternal was neatly engraved on them. Sect of all times? One of the upper echelons asked. That's right, it's the Sect of all times. Yi Xingqian paused and said, This king's sect, this king's backing. After that, he carried the modified sound system on his shoulder and proudly pressed the play button. Rebuking the wind and clouds. I charge as I wish. Everyone looks up to me. Rebuking the wind and clouds. I don't need to look back. Turning the sky and earth upside down. I will write my own law. This ferocious wolf with shining eyes. The blood-boiling music resounded throughout the universe, causing the Night King Alliance members to almost jump up. The music passed through the layers of space and blended into the battleships and mechas, entering the ears of the accompanying disciples. For a moment, everyone laughed. Shua! Jun Changshao stood up and pointed at Sky Demon Emperor's battleship. His veins popped out as he roared, Fuck them! Ka ka ka! Ka ka ka! As soon as he said that, the hundreds of battleships leading the way opened their doors. Large caliber cannons extended out, and after some simple calibration, they began to gather bright light. Most of these battleships were taken from Sky Demon Emperor. Although there were many offensive cannons, the number was very limited. Now that they were all covered in them, they looked like hedgehogs. Naturally, that's right. The Taishian elder said, I modified it. The Diablo, controlled by the disciple's soul, was also equipped with cannons. At this moment, they had already spread out densely. Their arms, chests, legs, and even their heads had all kinds of attack devices. That's right. Fan Yezi said, I changed it. Hundreds of battleships and tens of thousands of mechas entered combat mode. The background music of superstars in troubled times continued to resound throughout the universe, and the atmosphere became more and more heated. Fire! Boom, boom, boom! Boom, boom, boom! The muzzles of the cannons flickered with dazzling light as the dazzling cannonballs rained down on the warships that surrounded Yi Xingqian and the others. Cruel and merciless, rich and willful. Why did he say that? This was because the streamer cannonballs were all condensed from high-grade spirit stones. They didn't care about the cost or the consequences. Although there was a scene, the budget also increased instantly. It was no exaggeration to say that this round of bombardment by the Sect of all times battleships and mechs was equivalent to using up all the martial arts resources in the upper realm. Remember, it was only the first round. Judging from the current situation, it seemed that it would not stop at all. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. The first wave of streamer cannonballs was still some distance away from the target, but the second and third waves had already caught up. With this scale of bombardment, without caring about the cost, it was not wrong to say that they were rich and willful. For the sake of their disciples, Jun Changshao was happy to do so. Boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. The densely packed streamer cannonballs quickly hit their targets. The strong impact and domineering power instantly tore through the surface defense layer, causing the warships to shatter into nothingness on the spot and spew out scorching flames. The scene was as follows: fire ship, fire, fire, fire ship, fire, fire, ship, fire, ship, fire, fire, despicable fellow. The king of Duola's eyes flashed with anger, then moved his finger away from Yi Xingqian's position and locked onto the ancient fleet that was firing cannonballs in the distance. Whoosh! Black light spewed out and pierced through the void. Boom! Just as it was about to hit a warship, the black light suddenly exploded halfway. Whoosh, whoosh! In the area where the energy roared and exploded, Jun Changshao walked out step by step with a gleaming sword in his hand and smiled evilly. Your opponent is me. Huh. The king of Duola narrowed his eyes and saw the other party's weapon. He was shocked. How do you have the Xianyuan divine sword? Whoosh! Before he finished speaking, Jun Changshao suddenly appeared in front of him. The Xianyuan divine sword cut through the void, condensing the celestial sword chi and slashing at him. Because I am handsome. Boom! After all, the king of Duola was stronger than the king of Gallo. He raised his arm as fast as he could and firmly blocked the Xianyuan divine sword. The skin that came in contact with the sword had hardened and turned dark. Armament hockey? Jun Changshao was surprised. Boom! The king of Duola clenched his fist, and a sudden burst of power burst out from his blackened skin, instantly bouncing Jun Changshao away with his sword. Ha ha ha! The king of Duola stood in place, covered his face, and laughed strangely. Boy, although you have the sharp Xianyuan divine sword, you can't shake me at all. You must want to ask why. I will tell you I have formed the black gold body. Pa! His hands clenched, and his face and arms quickly turned black. He looked like a piece of coal, completely black and with a black personality. Jun Changshao was speechless. This kind of self-answering speech was tailor-made for villains die from talking too much. He raised the Xianyuan divine sword and poured the celestial swordwell into it. He smiled and said, I want to see how hard your black gold body is. Boom! 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 The two instantly engaged in a fierce battle in the universe. This kind of battle was close to the upper-class Tianji, and the level was a bit too high. The readers' martial arts couldn't keep up, so it was difficult for them to witness it. So, the director turned the camera to the big scene of cannonballs bombarding below. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Any celestial demon king's battleship that was targeted by the cannonballs ended up in a sea of fire. Of course, Jun Changshao's wealth wasn't infinite, and the celestial demon king's battleships had too many. This kind of firepower could only be used as a show of strength, but it was difficult to completely destroy them. So, tens of thousands of mechas withdrew their turrets and took out their weapons to attack. It was time to fight with the bayonet. The determination to break the enemy's line. Only death awaits. Kill! Zhong Yi shouted. Kill! Kill! With Diablo at the front, the members of the vanguard group followed closely behind. They didn't have many people, but they were well equipped and had good cultivation. In particular, their momentum was like thunder, and they instantly set the pace of the battle. Kill! Kill! The forces formed by the major clans also surged forward. Swish! Swish! Mechas and disciples swarmed forward like waves. At that moment, the pride on Yi Xingqian's face was even more intense. At the most dangerous time, a group of fearless fellow disciples came to help. That kind of feeling was really exciting and tearful. Buzz! The space rippled and the sky halberd appeared. Yi Xingqian grabbed it with one hand and stood in front of him. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and the word attack appeared on his forehead. He shouted like thunder, Fight! Buzz! Buzz! Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, Su Xiaoma, Hiwudi, and the others also activated the word special effect. Their eyes were filled with unprecedented fighting spirit. Just like what Jongson said, if you still need our blessings, then burn juniors. The situation of the upper universe era will be created by you from today onwards. Chapter 1900. Boom! Boom! One by one, Diablo flew through the starry sky. Not only were their weapons forged by Fan Yezi, but they were also infused with energy. Therefore, the enemy battleships exploded under their combined attacks. In a short period of time, dozens of battleships had been destroyed. At this rate, thousands of battleships were not enough for them to destroy. Of course, the Sky Devil Emperor's side was not to be trifled with, nor would they stretch out their heads for others to kill. They recovered from the momentary panic in time, and then saw the battleships open their cabins one after another, and fully armed Sky Devil soldiers poured out. Their strength was lacking. They were not affected by the space compression because they were wearing defensive treasures. It was just that there were really a lot of them. Everyone must know that high-level battleships could accommodate many creatures. On the Sky Devil Emperor's side, there were hundreds of thousands of people hidden in each battleship. When they emerged and lined up neatly, the scene was even more shocking than that of the Sect of all times. We're in trouble. Yi Xingqian, who was originally quite excited, immediately frowned when he saw the enemy's large formation. At the same time, he began to consider whether he should strategically retreat. The Night King was no longer the cold-blooded and heartless Night King. When there was a great disparity between the enemy and himself, he was more willing to admit defeat openly, rather than let his fellow sect members and subordinates make unnecessary sacrifices. Yi Xingqian wanted to retreat, but Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others did not want to retreat. Even more, when they saw more and more Sky Devil soldiers appear, the excitement in their eyes grew stronger. "Awoo!" Su Xiaomo raised his head and let out a strange cry, then licked his lips with his tongue and said, "My blood is completely burning." Sky Devil Emperor raised wolves. Jun Chongshao raised dogs. Don't misunderstand, it was not to humiliate the disciples of the sect of all times. But Big Mouth Su's strange cry was too much like a dog's bark. Yi Xingqian was speechless. Did they not realize that the enemy had too many troops? Junior brother Yi. At this moment, Xiao Ziji, who was like a heavy tank, flew over, holding the flowing light shield in front of him, and said, "With us here, no one can hurt you." Touched, he wanted to cry. Yi Xingqian's current mood. "Don't waste time, let's retreat." Yi Xingqian had just opened his mouth when he suddenly widened his eyes. This was because Xiao Ziji, who was in front of him, had raised his RPG launcher. It wasn't like they hadn't seen such firearms before, so why was Night Emperor making such a fuss? This was because Xiao Ziji had lifted the rocket launcher and placed his hand on it. It released a brilliant light and slowly fused into the rocket launcher. "What are you?" Boom! Yi Xingqian was just about to ask when the cannonball flew out of the cannon. The sound was so loud that it broke his eardrums and shook his mind. At the same time, his facial expression gradually stiffened and he was dumbstruck. The upper echelons of Night King Alliance were all stunned. In his field of vision, the cannonball that seemed to have passed through the void and reached its destination instantly exploded in the enemy crowd. First, it flashed with a dazzling luster, and then it blasted a huge hole of about 10,000 feet in the universe there. Battleships and soldiers. At that moment, they were all gone. This. Yi Xingqian held his head. He had seen a lot of rocket launchers with large area of damage in the lower realm before, but they were still in the lower realm. Now that he was in the upper realm of the universe, it could produce such great power. Could it be that it was a different model? No, it was even bought in the lower realm. Such power came from the power of the heavenly sound. This attribute from the land of eternal life could be used as energy to drive martial arts, and it could also be used as energy for some special devices. For example, boom, boom. In the distant starry sky, a mecha several times larger than Diablo gathered weapons covered in the power of heavenly sound and rushed into the enemy crowd like a god of death. That's right, Dawn Sky, Demon Slayer. The operator, the chief mecha pilot of the sect of all times, Jingjiu. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The Dawn Sky rushed into the crowd and slashed down with its blade. A large number of Sky Demon soldiers were killed on the spot. The scene was very satisfying. Yi Xingqian turned his head with difficulty and looked at his fellow sect members who had rushed into the battlefield. He saw them gathering attributes that he had never seen before and killing the enemy in a domineering manner. His expression became more and more interesting. Calculating the time, it had only been a year since he went out to look for medicine to prevent miscarriage. But why did it feel like times have changed when he met his fellow sect members again? That's right. Sir, times have really changed. Although only a short 300 days had passed, the sect of all times had been completely reborn and had mastered the use of the power of heavenly sound. Others were still searching for the path to eternal life, but they could already listen to the heavenly sound. Others were still searching for the secrets of heaven, but they had already mastered the power of the land of eternal life. Let me ask you, how are we going to play? Get out of the way. Just as the disciples of the sect of all times were killing the enemy, Zhan Dajuan's voice was transmitted to everyone's ears through the loudspeaker. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Instantly everyone made way. Zhan Dajuan, who was on Eternal, turned the roulette in his hand. His expression gradually became ferocious. Ka. The upper cabin slowly opened, and a super large cannon protruded out. Swoosh, swoosh. Seeing this, the disciples of the other warships rushed into an independent cabin and placed their hands on the array lines. Buzz, buzz. The warships were filled with the power of heavenly sound and connected to each other. Finally, all of them rushed to Eternal and gathered on the super large cannon. Beep, beep, beep. A sound came from the cockpit. Elder Zhen, Shangguan Xinyao said. Aeon Fortress, energy storage complete. Zhan Dajuan quickly walked to a position near the window and placed one hand on the red button. His expression and body movements were extremely crazy as he shouted, "Art comes from the explosion." Pa. He pressed it without hesitation. Boom! In an instant, the area where a large number of enemy soldiers and warships gathered was dyed as bright as day. Energy ripples surged in all directions like stormy waves. Elder Jin, you're using Aeon Fortress so quickly. Jun Changshao held the Xianyuan Divine Sword in one hand and the head of King Duola in the other. Seeing the dazzling light rising, a smile gradually appeared on his face. The head? The second of the 8 division heavenly dragons is dead? What else could it be? You're only halfway through a chapter and you're saying it's useless. You might as well take advantage of the fact that your realm isn't high enough and you can't personally watch it. At least you can save money for the manga team. In fact, when Jun Changshao obtained the Xianyuan Divine Sword and signed a life contract with Shi Jingxian, these capable subordinates of the Sky Devil Emperor were already sentenced to death. Not to mention that he had just grasped the power of heavenly sound. The scene turned to the explosion area. That part of the starry sky was bombed into a terrible state. The holes that were dented were hundreds of times larger than the ones from the rocket launchers. The millions of soldiers and hundreds of warships that were originally there were all gone. At this time, someone would ask, with such great power, the disciples of the sect of all times were fine? They were fine. They were very safe. Even the Dawn Sky, which was the closest to the explosion area, was unharmed after experiencing the shock waves. This was another use of heavenly sound. It was absolutely fair and impartial, and it would never accidentally injure teammates. Chapter 1901. Under the attack of the sect of all times as disciples, millions of heavenly demon soldiers and battleships were reduced to nothingness. Yi Xingqian saw this and hugged his head even tighter. At this moment, he wished he could shout at the screen, "What kind of power is this?" Why have I never seen it before? The sect of all times had already used the power of immortal music. Only the Night Emperor was kept in the dark. It was sad, lamentable, and worthy of celebration. Of course, the fortress of ages fired, and the destruction it caused shocked the remaining heavenly demon soldiers. Their eyes were filled with fear, and their hair stood on end. Especially the king of Dolce, who had been killed by Jun Changshao. Without a backbone on the battlefield, and being intimidated by a powerful force, the morale of the heavenly demon emperor's subordinates was greatly reduced. Kill! Kill! The disciples of the sect of all times had high morale, and deafening battle cries could be heard everywhere. The enemy was weak and they were strong. The gap between the two sides was completely widened at this moment. Under normal circumstances, the heavenly demon soldiers would definitely choose to retreat when their commander was gone. However, none of them ran away, and they continued to confront the sect of all times. This was a disciplined and organized army. Without the orders of their superiors, they would never run away at the last minute. Professional, worthy of respect. Unfortunately, they were fighting against the sect of all times, which represented justice. This kind of behavior was nothing more than stubborn resistance. Kill them all, Jun Changshao ordered coldly. They were all the heavenly demon emperor's minions. Judging from their ferocious gazes and sinister auras, they were definitely evil people. Killing them would benefit the upper universe. Go Sheng had never been merciful to his enemies, and he was not afraid of being criticized by others. Kill! Kill! The disciples of the sect of all times, who were operating high-end mechas and wearing excellent equipment, charged forward with killing intent. Whoosh whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! The heaven-crossing palm print, 7 mysterious sunglow break, and other martial arts were infused with the power of the celestial music, causing them to erupt with even more powerful battle prowess. From there, they reaped lives again and again. The battle only lasted for 2 hours. When the crumbling universe gradually stabilized, the thousands of battleships on the celestial Devil Emperor's side were all destroyed, and the soldiers were all turned into corpses. Yi Xingqian clenched his fists. The members of Night King Alliance were all dumbfounded. They would never forget the terrifying combat power displayed by the disciples of the sect of all times, nor would they forget their extremely unique and strange attributes. Swish! Swish! Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others retracted their text effects and hovered near Yi Xingqian with bright smiles on their faces. Night Emperor went missing. They were equally nervous. Now that he was fine, he was naturally relieved. Thank you. Yi Xingqian smiled. This smile was equally brilliant without any restraints and came from his heart. At the most dangerous moment, there were so many fellow disciples who came to help him. This really moved him to the point of tears. As for the future, bullshit. Even if I, Yi Xingqian, die outside or jump off a cliff, I will never leave the sect of all times. The flag raised was worrisome. Count the casualties and clean up the battlefield. Jun Changshao said. Yes. Some of the disciples were responsible for counting, while others were responsible for looting. Even the battleship fragments floating in space were collected. The system was speechless. Every time there is a battle, when has the sect of all times ever suffered any casualties? Count my ass. As expected, it was right. The sect of all times never suffered any casualties. Only the mechs were damaged. As for the Dawn Sky, it was perfectly fine and performed well in the battle. This kind of situation where no one died in a battle was the most careless setting in history. Xing Qin, Jun Changshao said in a low voice, were you kidnapped by Night King Alliance? Patriarch, Yi Xingqian said. Disciple was not kidnapped by Night King Alliance. Jun Changshao saw that he was still very close to the Night King Alliance members, so he transmitted his voice. If you were kidnapped, blink at me. Yi Xingqian was speechless. Patriarch Disciple is now the leader of Night King Alliance. What? Jun Changshao's eyes widened. Some things are hard to explain in a short time. Patriarch, please take them into the eternal world and listen to disciples' explanation. Yi Xingqian said, Okay. Jun Changshao waved his hand and took in all the Night King Alliance members. The Eternal Fleet, mechs, sect disciples, and martial artists all returned to the eternal world. This part of the universe gradually returned to normal. However, space was torn apart, and the corpses of heavenly demon soldiers were everywhere. It was a terrifying scene. Jun Changshao did not return, but turned back the way he came. Zhang San was still fighting with the heavenly demon emperor's avatar, and he could take the opportunity to finish him off. This time, killing a large number of the heavenly demon emperor's subordinates was tantamount to declaring war on him. So if there was a good opportunity, he would naturally inflict heavy damage, even if it was just an avatar. However, when he arrived at the scene, the two were gone. The dent caused by the big explosion still existed in the starry sky. Perished together? Jun Changshao frowned. Whoosh! Suddenly in the shattered void, Zhang Sen flew out awkwardly, then bent over and breathed quickly. That was close, that was close! Just now he used a supernatural power called law suppression destruction. This kind of martial skill was a classic example of injuring the enemy at the cost of 800. He almost died. Huff! Huff! Zhang Sen breathed heavily, his face slightly pale. At this moment, he slowly raised his hand, because Jun Changshao appeared behind him. The Shenyuan divine sword stained with King Duo La's blood was already on his neck. Jun Patriarch, Zhang Sen said with a bitter face. Friends should treat each other with respect. Sorry. Jun Changshao said, I don't know you. Zhang San was speechless. Jun Changshao said indifferently, Where is the heavenly demon emperor? He ran away. Zhang Sen didn't kill the avatar, so it could escape in the big explosion. Who are you? Jun Changshao was very concerned about this guy's identity. To be exact, he was very concerned about what he had said before. A man of Jianghu. Bang! Jun Changshao punched Zhang San in the face and scolded, Are you going to play Jianghu again? No, absolutely not. Zhang San covered his face and said, I have been wandering the world all my life. I am indeed a man of Jianghu who has no sect. Okay. Jun Changshao put his hand on his shoulder and said with a cold face, Since you are so uncooperative, don't blame me for being ruthless. Whoosh! The two disappeared into thin air and merged into the eternal world. Sect of all times. When Yi Xingqian was teleported in, the first thing he did was to go to the medicine hall and stop in the elegant courtyard. Creak! The door was pushed open, and Jia Lingyao stood at the door. Because the fetus was suppressed, although she had been pregnant for more than 10 years, her abdomen had never bulged. She was no different from a normal person. In fact, the fetus had been suppressed before it even started to develop. If it couldn't be treated, it would be the same even after 1,000 or 10,000 years. Yi Xingqian spoke with difficulty. I have thought it through. Jia Lingyao said, It is just a misunderstanding between us. Yi Xingqian was stunned. She wanted to kill him in the universe, sacred war. Why did she suddenly think it through? Could it be that the patriarch had been trying to change her mind while he was away? Of course. Go Shang would come over to explain to his disciple whenever he had time. In particular, he often said that the grudge between her and him should not involve the child because the child was innocent. I have thought it through, Jia Lingyao said. Please let me leave the sect of all times. Jun Changxiao's heart ached. This woman did not think it through. She just wanted to find an excuse to leave. Sorry. Yi Xingqian said you can't leave. Jia Lingyao could no longer control her emotions and said with anger in her eyes, I have already compromised. Why can't you let me go? Because, Yi Xingqian shouted, you are my woman. Chapter 1902. Outside the courtyard. Su Xiaoma eavesdropped and said in disbelief, Did I hear wrong? You didn't hear wrong. Elder Wei said. Su Xiaoma said in surprise, "Did junior brother you get upset? Is that why he suddenly became so bold?" "You are Yi Xingqin's woman." To be honest, this sentence was very bold. In fact, if it was Su Xiaoma who said this, everyone would feel that they had been fed dog food again. But when it came from the proud and arrogant Yi Xingqin, it was really the sun rose from the west. This is not bold. Elder Wei refuted and had his own opinion. This is the maturity of a man, the responsibility of a man. Su Xiaoma heard this and was in awe. Elder Wei was indeed a love saint. His words were so philosophical. He still had a long way to go. Back to Yi Xingqin. He stood in the courtyard with an unusually serious expression on his face. He was not joking when he said that. This extremely domineering aura of a CEO instantly shocked Jie Lingyao. Crystal clear tears flowed down her cheeks and splashed on the floor. "This is my home and also your home. I won't allow you to leave," Yi Xingqin said. "Awesome." Su Xiaoma gave him a thumbs up. Elder Wei smiled. The most stubborn disciple of the sect had finally changed. He was very pleased. Drip, drip. Jie Lingyao's tears fell faster. No one knew that not long ago, when she was in the sect of all times, she suddenly received many strange memories out of thin air. These memories came from Lingyao a long time ago. There was no process of cultivating martial arts, nor were there any complicated matters. It was all bits and pieces of her time with the Night King. It seemed to be deliberately filtered out, leaving only the warm scenes. Slowly, Jie Lingyao understood everything. So her true identity was Lingyao, a woman who had followed and admired the Night King for a long time. "Are you stupid?" Jie Lingyao said in her heart. "That selfish man didn't even look at you in the eye until he died. Why did you keep thinking about him? Why did you sacrifice your life for him?" Perhaps it was because of the memories of her past life. Jie Lingyao's mentality changed. She no longer hated Yi Xingqin and decided to leave the sect of all times. Lingyao, Empress Lingyao, Jie Lingyao, although they had the same memories, they could already be considered living beings with independent thoughts. Lingyao was the combination of the two. She was infatuated with the Night King. Jie Lingyao, who had inherited half of her soul, commented on her foolishness from the perspective of a bystander. Since she couldn't have him, there was no need to force it. Leave. That was the best choice. Not only did Jie Lingyao think so, but she also did so. However, what she didn't expect was that when she decided to let go of her hatred and chose to leave, that fellow insisted on making her stay and even said shameless words. It was at that moment. Although she was an independent creature with an independent mind, she had a mission from her reincarnation to her birth. That mission was to finish what Lingyao couldn't. Whoosh! Just then, Yi Xingqin strode over and pulled Jie Lingyao into his arms. With a determined look, he said, "When the sect leader returns, we will hold the wedding." Very strong, very domineering. I'm convinced. Su Xiaoma was in awe of him. "It seems," Elder Wei said with a smile, "that the sect of all times is going to hold a wedding." Su Xiaoma's mouth twitched. As the disciple with the most emotional intelligence, he was the first to get engaged. But he was going to be surpassed by Yi Xingqin when it came to marriage. What? When Jun Changshao returned to the sect, he was shocked. "You're getting married?" It was too sudden. He was caught off guard. "Yes," Yi Xingqin said in a firm tone. "I want to marry Jie Lingyao." After regaining the memories of his previous life, he had learned from the painful experience. In the future, he had to cultivate martial arts, family, and love. "Are you sure?" "I'm sure." "Will she agree?" "I have the final say." Seeing that his disciple seemed to be possessed by a domineering CEO, Jun Changshao immediately decided. "All right, then let's pick a good day to hold the wedding." On the same day, the sect of all times was busy. Marriage was a major event in life. They couldn't be careless, so everyone was very serious about the arrangements. "I know. Jun Changshao said, "On the day of the wedding, drive the dawn sky and bring Yi Xingqian to fetch the bride." Other people used wedding cars or sedan chairs. The sect of all times drove a Gundam, so the hierarchy was immediately different. How should I talk about the dowry? Sitting in the study, Jun Changshao began to struggle with this problem. Jian Guoxiu and Gu Tianxing, who were in the eternal world, must be informed. They wouldn't be happy if they didn't get enough. As for the others referred to the entire upper universe. Sigh. Jun Changshao shook his head and said, "In this situation, even if we send out invitations, no one will come. We can only keep it simple for the time being." The heavenly devil emperor wreaked havoc in the upper universe, so the major planes certainly didn't want to attend. What's more, with the current reputation of the sect of all times, they might not bring enough money to attend the wedding. In the end, Jun Changshao made a decision. Yi Xingqian and Jie Lingyao's wedding was limited to the eternal world. The various races and forces could come as they pleased. "When will our wedding be made up?" Rose of Flowers asked. "Don't worry," Jun Changshao said, "when I dominate the upper universe." In fact, Gosheng had a lot of time now. It was no problem to make up for the wedding, but he didn't do it in the end. He was waiting for more prestige to hold a grand wedding, so that more people could come as they pleased. It wasn't just him. As long as the higher-ups and disciples of the sect of all times got married, they had to send out wedding invitations to the entire universe to congratulate them. Half a month later, the sect of all times was a sea of red and green, and the atmosphere was joyous and celebratory. Sure enough, Jian Guoxiu, Gu Tianxing, and the others all brought enough money to attend the wedding. Experts who had reached their level naturally didn't lack money, so the gifts they gave were more valuable. Congratulations, congratulations! Everyone entered the main hall, cupped their hands, and smiled. Jun Changshao came to receive them, then smiled politely and said, "Just come. You don't have to bring gifts." Jian Guoxiu and the others were speechless. They clearly remembered that when the disciples of the sect of all times sent the wedding invitations, they specifically reminded them that they must show enough sincerity when attending the wedding. This guy was really King shameless. All the clans and forces in the eternal world came to congratulate them, and the wedding was about to begin. However, just as everyone was whispering to each other, Su Xiaoma rushed in from outside and said in surprise, "Patriarch, the bride is gone!" Everyone was stunned. Jun Changshao was very calm. He took a sip of tea and said she still left. Jun Patriarch. Gu Tianxing was puzzled. "What happened?" "Jie Lingyao came to me yesterday and said that she didn't agree to this marriage," Jun Changshao said. "Then I let her choose whether to leave or stay." Everyone understood. The woman chose to leave. You can't force things like feelings. Jun Changshao said, "The sect of all times emphasizes fairness and justice. We will never force people to do things against their will." Jian Guoxiu and the others nodded in agreement. However, on second thought, if the bride ran away, the wedding couldn't be held. Wouldn't the money be wasted? "Patriarch!" Li Qingyang rushed in again and said, "Junior brother, you went after her." Sigh. Jun Changshao shook his head and said, "It's fun to abuse a wife, but it's a disaster to chase her." Bah! The system couldn't bear it and said, "It's all because of you." If the problem between the two of them could be solved through marriage, I would definitely let them get married. However, the problem right now is that it can't be solved through marriage. They can only rely on themselves, Jun Chang said with a smile. Yesterday, Jie Lingyao said a lot. Go Sheng also learned something from it, so he gave her the right to leave the sect of all times. Just as he said, Yi Xingqian and Jie Lingyao's problem couldn't be solved through marriage. They could only rely on themselves to untie the knot in their hearts. To put it bluntly, Jun Changshao knew yesterday that Jie Lingyao would leave and Yi Xingqian would chase after her. The wedding would still be held as usual, and the purpose was Jun Patriarch. Jian Guishu said, "The groom and bride ran away. This money, senior." Jun Changshao said seriously, "Can the water that has been spilled be taken back?" Jian Guishu thought for a moment and said yes. Chapter 1903. In the world of martial arts, even a chopped arm could be reattached, not to mention the water that had been spilled. So refund, Jian Guishu said with a straight face. After all, he was the senior. Only he dared to say that. As for the others who came to congratulate him, they dared not move because of Goshan's abuse of power. Jun Changshao was speechless. How could a sword sage be so stingy? Besides, I spent a lot of money on the wedding. If you take away the money, who will make up for the loss? How about this? Jun Changshao said, "Next time when Xingqian gets married, senior, and you don't have to send money, you can come empty-handed." Jian Guishu had a way to take back the water that had been spilled, but the money that had been given out, especially to Goshan, could never be taken back. Okay. Jian Guishu compromised and said, "Let's do it." As a result, everyone dispersed and made a mental note to themselves that they had already given their share of the money. Next time, they would definitely come to the banquet empty-handed. Naive. Too naive. When Jun Changshao said next time, he still meant Yi Xingqian. If this idiot were to hold Su Xiaoma's wedding as well, they would definitely have to fork out more money. It would become 2 weddings, 2 gifts, and only 1 banquet in the end. Patriarch. Li Qingyan transmitted his voice. "Do you want to go to junior brother Yi?" "No need." Jun Changshao said, "There are some things that need to be solved by them." In fact, when Jie Lingyao came to see him yesterday, she said a lot of things and even told him about the various memories she had obtained. After listening carefully, Jun Changshao put the special token that allowed him to enter and leave the eternal world on the table and said, "I understand what you mean. I won't force you to get married. Take it and leave the eternal world at any time. This is your right to freedom." Whoosh! A pocket-sized battleship was flying in the universe. The Taishan Elder had spent a lot of time and effort to create a small spaceship based on the space battleships. Its speed and performance were not bad, and it was a necessary item for interstellar travel. Jie Lingyao leaned against the window and looked into the endless darkness with a complicated expression. "You are Yi Xingqian's woman. This is my home and also your home. I won't allow you to leave." The words Yi Xingqian had once said kept repeating in her ears. Her eyes gradually became moist, and finally she covered her mouth and cried. Jie Lingyao and Lingyao were 2 different souls, but the latter had always been the dominant one. So after receiving those warm memories, the former state of mind had changed subtly. In the past, Yi Xingqian's overbearing and mushy words only made Jie Lingyao hate him even more. She even thought that he was deliberately humiliating her. Now, because of her past memories, because of Lingyao's stubbornness, it had caused her to waver. "That's probably what you wanted to hear the most," Jie Lingyao said. "Unfortunately, when he says it, you won't be able to hear it anymore." Whoosh! The small spaceship flew aimlessly in the universe, just like Jie Lingyao now. She gave up her hatred for Yi Xingqian, chose to leave the eternal world, and did not know where she should go. Conceal her identity, live a simple life. Jie Lingyao had a plan. However, when she gently placed her hand on her abdomen, she felt that the life was so weak that it almost didn't exist, and she felt a little guilty. Driven by hatred, she had chosen to suppress the fetus with her spiritual power, although her realm had improved in a short time. The disadvantage was that the fetus had stopped growing, depriving him of the right to come to the world. "Miss Jie, you can leave, but please take care of the fetus. The child should not be involved in the affairs between adults." These were the last words Jun Changshao said to Jie Lingyao yesterday. At the same time, he gave her a space ring, which contained a lot of resources, medicinal materials, and a formula to prevent miscarriage. The medicinal materials that Yi Xingqian could not find were found by his fellow disciples in the shortest time possible. whether it was useful or not. Jun Changshao still gave it to her. Jie Lingyao took out the space ring and inserted her spiritual thoughts into it. She skimmed over various spiritual stones that could improve martial arts and locked on to the medicinal materials of different sizes. Suddenly, she saw the Li Jian glaze stone quietly placed on a shelf. Seeing the dried, bloody handprint on it, she suddenly felt an inexplicable pain in her heart. Boom! At this moment, the spaceship trembled violently. Jie Lingyao came to her senses and found that the spaceship was flying backward instead of forward. She hurriedly released her spiritual thoughts and saw a man below, holding the spaceship with both hands and dragging it backward. Who was it? Yi Xingqian. Others caught missiles with their bare hands, but he directly held the spaceship with his bare hands. What are you doing? Shut up and go back with me. Yi Xingqian's domineering CEO aura was even stronger than before. Jun Patriarch has said that he will not restrict my freedom. What he says doesn't count. What I say counts. Yi Xingqian did not carry the spaceship back to the eternal world. Instead, he landed in a plain with beautiful mountains and clear waters. He clasped his hands on the cabin door and forced it open, even breaking it. My spaceship! The Taishian elder was heartbroken. Ryu, Sinan walked over and patted him on the shoulder to comfort him. Wait, were they at the scene? No, they were all in the Sect of all times. The reason why they could see them was that the spaceship was set up with hidden image formations that could transmit real-time images at any time. Haha. Su Xiaoma stood in front of the light screen in the formation hall and laughed. I told you that, junior brother, you would definitely catch up. At this moment, many seniors and disciples gathered in the hall. Some of them were holding watermelons, looking like a standard melon-eating crowd. Both the elders and disciples were worried sick about Yi Xingqian's emotional problems. Why? In the beautiful environment of mountains and rivers, Jie Lingyao's eyes were full of resentment. Yi Xingqian lowered his head and slowly tore apart the wreckage of the spaceship. There was no ship. Let's see how you go. As expected of Brother Yi, who was ruthless and didn't talk much, his style was unique. I should ask you that. Yi Xingqian raised his head and said coldly, Why did you run away from the marriage? Jie Lingyao said angrily, I didn't agree to marry you. It was your own wishful thinking. That was right. Yi Xingqian was too domineering. He did not consider whether she agreed or not and did not consider her feelings at all. You did so much for me in your previous life. I just want to use this life to make up for it, Yi Xingqian said. It would have been better if she hadn't said that, but the moment she did, Jie Lingyao became even angrier. She raised her finger and, in the style of a Qiangyao heroine, she retreated and shouted hysterically, I'm Jie Lingyao, not that stupid woman. If there was a heavy rain to set off the atmosphere, it would be very bad. So, Jie Lingyao gradually calmed down and said in a low voice, You want to marry her? Why should I marry you? Yi Xingqian was stunned. Her words made him waver. He even asked himself whether he wanted to marry Lingyao or him. Yi Wang, Jie Lingyao said hatefully, You married that woman out of guilt. It's nothing more than charity. Yi Xingqian frowned. This woman's words were like sharp blades, stabbing into his heart. As expected, Jun Changshao, who was watching from the side through the screen of light, shook his head and said, Miss Jie is right. The reason why Xingqian got married was more due to guilt and remorse for her actions in her previous life. Love is pure. Elder Wei said, If certain factors are deliberately added, it will change the flavor. Yes. Jun Changshao nodded in agreement. Su Xiaoma couldn't stand it anymore and roared in his heart. Patriarch is such a straight man. Don't talk about love with Elder Wei here. Jie Lingyao turned around and said, The woman who once loved you deeply is dead. I am me and I don't need your pity. That's all I have to say. See you never. The graceful figure walked forward step by step, and the distance between the two gradually increased. Whoosh! Whoosh! Heavy rain poured down. Junior brother, chase after her, Su Xiaoma shouted at the light screen. Unfortunately, this was a one-sided projection array, and his voice couldn't be transmitted to the other side. The rain grew heavier. Yi Xingqian and Jia Lingyao were getting farther and farther away. The hazy rain and mist filled the air, and the atmosphere became sad. Stop! At this moment, Yi Xingqian spoke. Jia Lingyao stopped. The two of them were more than 10 feet apart, and it was as if they were thousands of miles apart. You're right. Yi Xingqian kept his head down. Because he didn't use his spiritual energy to block the rain, he was drenched. I married you out of guilt. Are you admitting it? Jia Lingyao wasn't surprised at all. In fact, when Yi Xingqian said that he wanted to marry her, she was very confused and hesitant, but she didn't reject him on the spot. When preparing for the wedding, Jia Lingyao thought about many things and gradually understood many things. That man wanted to marry Lingyao, not her. Yi Xingqian said, "You're right, but you've overlooked a problem." He lowered his head and let the rain hit his hair and clothes. He walked over and stopped in front of her. He put his hands on her shoulders and said, "You're not Lingyao and I'm not the Night Prince." Jia Lingyao was stunned. Whoosh! Yi Xingqian pulled her into his arms and lowered his head gently. As he sheltered her from the rain, he said gently, "I'm Yi Xingqian and you're Jia Lingyao. Let bygones be bygones. Let's start with a new identity, okay?" Nice. Junior brother Yi is awesome. Su Xiaoma clenched his fists and roared. Elder Wei smiled. Jun Changshao also smiled. When the higher-ups and disciples of the sect of all times saw Yi Xingqian holding Jia Lingyao in his arms in the most gentle way possible, they all smiled. Sigh, what a worrisome family. Wherever you want to go, I'll accompany you. Whatever you want to eat, I'll personally make it for you, Yi Xingqian said in a low voice. His pretense of being a domineering CEO was completely gone. When he was reborn as the Night Emperor, his motivation for living was to take revenge and become stronger. Only when he understood the earlier things did he realize that the countless reincarnations and rebirths were not to pursue a higher martial realm, but to make up for the mistakes of the past, to fill the air with regrets of the past. At that moment, Yi Xingqian understood. Buzz! Buzz! His body was gradually filled with the light of fireflies, which surrounded him and Jia Lingyao, isolating them from the rain and everything else. Whoosh! 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 A surging aura that could be seen with the naked eye instantly swept through the entire unknown plane. Could it be? Jun Changshao said in surprise. Xingqian is about to enter the divine realm. Chapter 1904. When Yi Xingqian hugged Jia Lingyao, he understood the true meaning of countless rebirths. His state of mind was greatly improved, and he touched the opportunity to enter the divine mystery realm. Martial arts. It was not only about martial arts. Especially when one's realm was higher, one would often pay attention to more aspects. Yi Xingqian's sudden breakthrough this time was not a breakthrough in traditional martial arts. Whoosh whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! Rolling waves of advancement roared out. However, after a few minutes, he and Jia Lingyao disappeared into thin air. Don't waste it. Jun Changshao had come to this plane. He sat on a stone with his hands on his legs and said, "We must let the creatures in the inner world feel it." Eternal world. Yi Xingqian was transmitted in. The momentum of advancement instantly filled the entire plane, and all the creatures in it felt it. When one's realm increased, especially when one entered a big realm, the momentum released could be used to let warriors feel it and obtain the profound meaning of martial arts. Therefore, Goshen could not miss it. He arrived at the destination as quickly as possible and sent Yi Xingqian into the eternal world. Swish! Swish! Everyone sat cross-legged and felt it quietly. The momentum of advancement contained the profound meaning of martial arts, which made many low-level warriors unable to understand it. The rhythm of advancement came one wave after another. Coincidentally, many babies were born at this time. They absorbed the momentum of advancement, and their weak meridians and blood were strengthened. Although it did not bring the most direct realm improvement after comprehensive nurturing, the future was promising. This was what Jun Changshao was happy to see. The eternal world needed an endless stream of successors to drive the whole world to prosperity. Back to Yi Xingchen. Although the momentum of advancement surged wildly around him, he was still holding Jie Lingyao tightly. This enlightenment made him understand what was more important, so he would not be excited about his breakthrough. Instead, he had to take the responsibility of a man. Jie Lingyao leaned in his arms, and tears flowed out uncontrollably. She had been conflicted over the fact that this man had treated her as Lingyao, and all he had done was to make up for her. It was only when she heard him say that he was not the Night Prince, but Yi Xingchen, that she truly felt at ease. Lingyao, the Night King, they were all dead. One was Jie Lingyao, and the other was Yi Xingchen. That was all. Buzz, buzz. The fetus in her womb was beating faster than before. It was as if their parents and lovers had finally gotten married, giving them the strength to continue living. However, because he had been suppressed for too long, even though his pulse rate had increased, it was still far below the normal level. Whether or not the baby could be born depended on the baby's good fortune and the most important external interference. With how much Jun Changshao valued his disciples, he would definitely do everything in his power to allow Yi Xingchen's child to be born into this world. Several hours later, the momentum of advancement in the eternal world gradually weakened. Those who tried to comprehend it would either break through a realm on the spot, or they would receive great inspiration, and their overall strength would increase by a large margin. Combined with the previous fight against so many subordinates of the Celestial Devil Emperor, the combat strength of the entire eternal world was perfect. If it continued to develop, it would be qualified to fight against the Celestial Devil Emperor sooner or later. Whoosh! The last momentum of advancement was absorbed into his body, and Yi Xingchen, who was holding Jie Lingyao, successfully entered the divine secret realm. Among the disciples, Li Qingyang was the first to enter the half-step divine secret realm with the integration of the Thunder Spirit Seed, and now Yi Xingchen was the first to enter the divine secret realm with the comprehension of love. I'm in the Sect of all times. Jun Changshao said proudly, another Tiger General. The subordinates of the Celestial Devil Emperor, especially the 8th Division Heavenly Dragon, were all in the divine secret realm, so whether it was the higher-ups or the disciples of the Sect of all times, one more such realm meant a lot closer. Whoosh! After the breakthrough, Yi Xingchen did not feel the qualitative change brought by the advancement of the realm. Instead, he landed in the martial arts practice field of the Sect of all times with Jie Lingyao in his arms, and said seriously, "Patriarch, please help me refine the medicine to prevent miscarriage." "No problem." Jun Changshao agreed without hesitation. In the afternoon, Gu Tianqing brought all the ingredients and began to refine the medicine with the help of the medicine hall, and other departments. The next day, the medicine was refined. It was a bowl of medicinal soup that gathered the essence of heaven, earth, sun, and moon. Yi Xingchen held it nervously, although there was no drop it and it's a miracle plot. After Jie Lingyao drank it and Gu Tianqing checked it, the conclusion was, although the child was saved, the gestation time might be very long. How long will it take to give birth? At least 1,000 years. Jun Changshao frowned. It was acceptable that the gestation time was slow. After all, martial artists had a long lifespan and could afford to wait. However, didn't the 1,000 years that Gu Tianqing gave coincide with the beginning of the universe, sacred war in the 12th world? Didn't it coincide with the future that Yi Xingchen saw? Was the child born at that time? It seems. Jun Changshao said, "My disciple still has to leave." "Patriarch." Yi Xingchen walked into the hall and said seriously, "Please allow me to take her away to find treasures for the gestation." Jun Changshao raised his eyebrows. He understood his disciple's eagerness to have a child, but if he let her go, it would mean that everything was going to happen in the future. Perhaps she would not come back in the future. The host can refuse. The system said, forcibly change the future. Can it be changed? Jun Changshao was not optimistic about changing the future. After all, if he let Yi Xingqian stay today, who knew if he would return to the future? The more he tried to stop him, the more counterproductive it would be. Forget it. He resigned himself to fate. Jun Changshao said, I allow you to go out. Thank you, Patriarch. Yi Xingqian turned to leave. Just as he was about to walk out of the hall, he heard Jun Changshao say, Xingqian, remember, you will always be my disciple. You will always be a member of the sect of all times. Ta. Yi Xingqian stopped and said with a serious expression, I will remember. Go. Jun Changshao waved his hand. When he saw Yi Xingqian disappear from the hall, he leaned back in his chair and stared blankly at the ceiling. To Go Sheng, his disciple was his flesh and blood that he could not bear to part with. In the training field, Li Qingyang and the others were already in position. They seemed to know that Yi Xingqian was leaving, so they came to send him off. Junior brother Yi. Li Qingyang smiled and said, have a safe journey. Yi Xingqian nodded with mixed feelings. Then he walked past his fellow disciples step by step. The farewell looks he received were full of encouragement. At that moment he wavered. But soon he was occupied by the thought of his child being born earlier. It was not a life and death separation. It was not like he would never return. As long as he could find his child faster, he could return faster. Thinking of this, Yi Xingqian strode forward. Jie Lingyao stood in front of the sect gate. Until he came in front of her, she said in a low voice, you don't have to go. Go. Yi Xingqian grabbed her hand, and the two disappeared into thin air. Second senior brother. Lu Wanshi wiped her tears and said, will junior brother Yi come back alive? He will. Li Qingyang said with certainty, he will definitely come back alive. On this day, Yi Xingqian left with Jie Lingyao. Jun Changshao, who was in a bad mood, sat alone at the top of the mountain and drank wine. He did not seem to intend to stop. Wait. Suddenly he came back to his senses and said, I forgot about Zhang San. Whoosh! Jun Changshao immediately blended into the Tianyuan prison pagoda. As soon as he entered the cell, he saw the prison trio frantically taking care of Zhang San. The other party's screams were deafening. It could be said that he was incomparably miserable. Jun Patriarch. I'll tell you everything. Chapter 1905. When Zhang San was tortured by Arya, someone would definitely ask, is the Tianyuan prison pagoda so powerful? Even the powerhouse who fought with the Sky Devil Emperor's clone couldn't withstand it? Not really. It was nothing more than taking advantage of the situation. Zhang San fought with the Sky Devil Emperor's clone for a long time and even used martial arts that harmed himself. He was already very weak, which gave Go Sheng the opportunity. A person who pretended to be mysterious. If he communicated with a normal attitude, he might be confused. Therefore, Jun Changshao had no choice but to throw Zhang San into the Tianyuan prison pagoda and give him to Arya to reform with love. Although it was extreme. Although it was a little disrespectful to the old and loved the young. But the effect was very ideal. Zhang San was originally injured, and after being reformed by the prison trio, his iron bones turned tender like water. Who are you? Jun Changshao sat down and interlocked his fingers, looking like a standard interrogation of a prisoner. Zhang San, have you seen me in the future? Yes. Did you come from the future? No. I just have the ability to see the future. Oh? Jun Changshao said, as far as I know, the only one who can see the future in the upper universe seems to be Wei Buzi. What is your relationship with him? Zhang San fell into silence. Smack! Arya, who was standing next to him, waved her whip in the void. Zhang San was so shocked that his scalp exploded, and he hurriedly said, Wei Buzi is my master. This answer surprised Jun Changshao a little, because he guessed that this person might be Wei Buzi, but he didn't expect him to be his disciple. Where is your master? My master has passed away. Sadness appeared in Zhang San's eyes, which was definitely not an act. Was he harmed? Every time he pries into the secrets of heaven, he will lose his life. My master can't escape the punishment of heaven. Jun Changshao was silent. He had heard that fortune-telling had a short life. After all, it was either divulging the secrets of heaven or on the way to divulging them. Jun Patriarch. Zhang San raised his head with great effort. His slightly ferocious face was solemn as he said, I am a good person, not a bad person. Good people and bad people don't just depend on words. Jun Changshao asked again, You said that Li Si is your friend? Who is he? He needed to know if the other party had any accomplices. Li Si? Zhang San didn't want to answer this question. But seeing Arya raise the whip again, he had to compromise and said, Jun Patriarch should know him. Oh, Jun Changshao was a little surprised. Zhang San said, Li Si likes to tell stories. Upon hearing this, Jun Changshao instantly recalled the storyteller that Gu Zhaoxi often mentioned back in the upper realm. The reason why he chose to travel the universe was also because of that guy's words. A fortune-teller, a storyteller. Zhang San and Li Si were a perfect match. Where is he? Li Si likes to travel the universe. God knows where he is. Wang Wu Zhao Lu. Oh yeah. Zhang San's face was full of question marks. Jun Changshao determined from the other party's eyes that there should be no accomplices. So he went back to the topic. I have a disciple who saw his future in a cave. I didn't leave it behind. Zhang San hurriedly denied. Go Xing already knew about Yi Xingqin's past, so he naturally knew that it was left behind by the Night King, so he said seriously, I'm not bothered by who left it, but whether the future can be changed. Zhang San heard this and was shocked. Jun Patriarch wants to change fate. Everyone's future had long been planned in the heavenly axiom, although it could be known in advance through some means. To change it was equivalent to changing fate. My fate is in my own hands, not the heavens. Jun Changshao said lightly, Why can't it be changed? The corner of Zhang San's mouth twitched violently. When he followed his master, Wei Buzi, to practice the art of deduction, he was repeatedly warned that everything in the future was fixed. No one in the 6 paths could change it forcibly, or else they would be punished by the heavens. Heavenly punishment. He only saw the future, not the past. Looking at Jun Changshao's path, it could be summed up as going against the heavens. As for heavenly punishment, he had experienced the dimensional battlefield many times, and he had also been through illegal immigration. He definitely had a wealth of clinical experience. Jun Patriarch, Zhang San said seriously. In the upper universe, whether it's the grass, trees, mountains, rocks, or thousands of creatures, their fate has been arranged from the moment they were born. If you want to forcefully change it, the heavenly axiom will not tolerate it. You mean it can't be changed? Everything has its own destiny. It can't be forced. Arya. Jun Changshao turned around and said with his hands behind his back, Give him a little more care. Yes. Arya raised the soul-suppressing whip. Don't. Zhang San immediately panicked and frantically stimulated his brain until he thought of something and said loudly, If Jun Patriarch can transcend mortality and become a saint, he won't be affected by the heavenly axiom and can change the fate of others at will. Be more specific. After thinking for a while, Zhang San said, My master once said that a legend combined martial arts, swordsmanship, array, medicine, alchemy, talisman, and divination. He truly achieved the 7 paths of enlightenment, which is why he was named Qishuan. Is it that exaggerated? Jun Changshao's eyes widened. As someone who had been cheating for decades, although he was a sword cultivator, he only knew a little about medicine and alchemy. Qishuan had achieved the 7 paths of enlightenment. It was a little too amazing. Otherwise, why would he be called a legend? Does Senior Qishuan have anything to do with changing the future? Yes, Zhang Sen said seriously. My master once said that before Senior Qishuan entered the land of eternal life, he left behind a heavenly book of divination. If one is lucky enough to find him, they can ignore the heavenly axiom and forcefully change the past and future. Jun Changxiao's eyes widened. Changing the future was understandable. Changing the past was a little too exaggerated. This Qishuan was really a super powerhouse. He wondered if he would be able to meet him in his lifetime. Would he be able to confidently ask, Senior, do you need something on your thigh? It was a very professional kind. Where is the heavenly book of divination? Jun Changxiao asked. Zhang San said bitterly, Senior Qishuan has been in the land of eternal life for a long time. The whereabouts of this book is still a mystery. It might not even exist. So, Jun Changxiao said with a straight face, after talking for so long, it's as good as not saying anything. No, Zhang San said. This is the only way I can think of to change someone's future. Jun Changxiao fell into deep thought. He did not order Arya to continue caring for Zhang Sen, nor did he intend to let him out. Instead, he returned to the study and sat down. He rubbed his temples and said, Where should I start looking for the heavenly book of divination? Don't ask. The system said, If you ask, go to the store. The other 2 supreme secret realms are still collecting dust in the shopping cart. Jun Changxiao said in annoyance, Even if there is a treasure that can change the past and future, do you think I have the financial ability to buy it? At least it's more reliable than looking for it randomly. Jun Changxiao calmed down and tapped his fingers on the table. His eyes gradually lit up, and his imagination ran wild. I'm a dual cultivator of sword and martial arts. I'm also involved in medical skills, alchemy, and so on. Could it be that I'm from the future? Senior Qishuan. Who's peeing yellow? The system shouted at the readers outside the screen. Chapter 1906. From Zhang San, Jun Changxiao learned that the 7 profound sages, 7 profound, originated from the 7 profound paths. Wasn't this very similar to him? To this, the system wanted to spit on his face. Sword Dao, martial Dao, and array Dao could barely be considered as one. But medical skills and pills were really superficial. He couldn't even touch the threshold, let alone talisman Dao and divination Dao. Not afraid of being slapped in the face. Today I'll say it here. The host is the 7 profound sage. Eat shit upside down. The system's tone was firm, and the sound of the flag echoed in Jun Changxiao's sea of consciousness. He couldn't help but roll his eyes and said, Stop trying to cheat me. Imagination was imagination. Jokes were jokes. Jun Changxiao was very tempted by the heavenly book of divination, not to mention being able to change the future for Yi Xingchen. If he held it in his hands, wouldn't he be able to peek into the past and future and change it at will? No, Goxing said. If this thing really exists, I must get it. The problem is, the system mocked. You can't find it. Jun Changxiao couldn't be bothered with it. He got up and went to the array hall. Looking at the dawn sky that was once again disassembled for research, he asked, Can't you still copy it? It's too complicated. The Taishian old man shook his head and said, It needs time. After the dawn sky's first appearance and killing everyone, it was sent to the array hall for research and almost never stopped. However, because there were too many points added in technology, and many problems couldn't be replaced by existing array technology, the progress was still not ideal. And the Taishian old man said with a serious expression, Even if you can copy it with various ores and arrays, just the energy supply alone will be a big problem. All these years, the Diablo had been improved again and again, and its power had increased step by step. However, the mech needed energy supply. As he continued to develop, he had already reached a bottleneck. Jun Changshao often came to inspect the new models and found that the improvement of each generation was getting smaller and smaller. He bluntly criticized, "It's not like you're going to sell it. Why are you putting it here?" The forging hall next door also needed to be criticized. The weapons and equipment that he had researched in the past were all used by the disciples, but now they were lacking in the future. The same batch of weapons were made of different materials, so the improvement in performance was minimal. It could definitely be said that his saber techniques were exquisite. AI. Jun Changshao looked up at the sky and sighed. "I only want to say 6 letters now." Actually, the Array Formation Hall and the Foundry Hall couldn't be blamed. After all, they had the technology, but they didn't have the resources to develop it. Because of the rapid development of technology, the Eternal World's first-class spiritual stones were squeezed to the limit, resulting in the stagnation of technology. Someone would ask, replace it with the power of immortal sound. Sorry, this new energy from the land of immortal life was only at the pioneering stage with the current level of the Sect of all times. It was not easy to use it for martial arts and equipment enhancement. It was destined to be a long way to go to integrate it into all aspects and industries. This is a problem. Jun Changshao held his chin and said, "It has to be solved." Actually, the Taishan elder was silent for a while and said, "If there's a chance, you can go to the star spirit world." Go Sheng's eyes lit up. This plane was rich in array technology, and there must be a lot of advanced technology. A trip there would be a big harvest. Of course, Jun Changshao would never go there as a guest. Crack! He clenched his fist, shook his head, and said with cold eyes, "It's time to settle old scores." Jun Changshao would never forget the hatred of the destruction of the falling star continent. So, if he couldn't deal with the celestial devil emperor, he could deal with the star spirit world. Xinyao. Jun Changshao said telepathically, "Go to the star spirit world." Yes. Shangguan Xinyao, who was sitting in the cockpit of the Eternal, first opened the star map, then locked on to the star spirit world in another galaxy. Huff, huff! The tail ejected energy and the warship disappeared. Beep! Estimated to arrive at the star spirit world in a year. A year! Jun Changshao said, "There's still time to make more warships." Understood. The Taishan elder heard and immediately mobilized the members of the Array Hall to carry the facilities and blueprints into the super-grade space-time secret realm. Not long after, the members of the Forging Hall also came in under the lead of Fan Yezi. In an instant, the Sect of all times became serious. Although many disciples did not receive the Patriarch's notice, they began to cultivate harder and actively comprehend the power of the immortal sound. They all knew that the battle with the demonic emperor's thousands of warships was just the beginning, and the following battle would be even more tragic. As a member of the Sect of all times, what they could do was to constantly strengthen themselves, so as to ensure that they would win every battle and that no one would die, which made the readers question the law. Who said that one must die in a battle? Don't give me strict logic or anything. I will not die, I will live. Are you angry? Huff! On the mountain peak, Dunan, who was wearing a kasaya, slowly opened his eyes and whispered, "Almighty Heavenly Dragon, revered Ksitigarbha, Prajna all Buddhas, Prajna Bama Kong, huff huff!" Suddenly, a hand came to grab him. Aya, aya. Du Nan was dragged away. The perpetrator, Yao Menjing, pulled his long hair and said with a cold face, "Don't pretend to be profound here. Hurry up and sweep the yard." You. While being dragged, Dunan put his palms together and said, "A good man does not fight with a woman. Amitabha." Boom, boom, boom. Open your mouth. Although Xia Shuiyin was unwilling, she still opened her mouth. Su Xiaoma gently put the peeled and cut apple into her mouth, and then said with a smile, "Is it sweet?" "Yes. I will feed you every day in the future, okay?" Xia Shuiyin lowered her head, then pinched his leg with her hand and whispered, There are so many people watching. Aren't you ashamed to say this? The camera cut away. The two sat in the canteen, surrounded by their fellow disciples. Hey! Li Fei put his chin on the table, grabbed a handful of dog food, and stuffed it into his mouth. He said, while chewing, I'm used to it. In the maple forest outside the sect, Li Qingyang held Sister Qiao, Uri's hand, and walked in the fluttering maple leaves. Then he stopped and said affectionately, Have you broken through to the void-piercing realm? Yes. Every major breakthrough will increase my lifespan by thousands of years. This way, I can have more time to take care of you. At this point, Li Qingyang gently hugged the beauty in his arms. What if I'm old? We'll grow old together. Hearing this, Sister Qiao leaned on his chest, and a blissful smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. After this wave of dog food was released, the readers led by Little Du had already left the live broadcast room while cursing. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, a year had passed. Phew! Jing Ji put on the mecha suit, took a deep breath, and then used her arm to hold the helmet. She walked through the dimly lit tunnel with the posture of a soldier and came to the base where the dawn sky was being assembled. Ka-ka-ka! Ka-ka-ka! Arms, torso, and arms were slowly assembled. Swoosh! Jing Ji jumped into the cockpit, skillfully put on the helmet, and then began to adjust the facilities and report to the main station that all indicators were normal. Number 66. The voice of the commander-in-chief, Shui Rengue, rang in her ears. You must be careful when you go to the star spirit realm this time. Understood. Jing Ji placed both hands on the touchscreen. Buzz. The dim eyes of the dawn sky instantly lit up, and the cold and heavy mecha seemed to come alive. Huff, huff, huff. The tightly shut door in front slowly opened, and the equipment that was binding the mecha gradually separated. Ka. The mechanical arms of the dawn sky suddenly clenched tightly. Jing Ji, who was in the cockpit, closed her eyes and said with a relaxed expression, My youth is back. Let's go. Ta, ta, ta. Jing Ji swung her hand, and the dawn sky instantly ran out. The more it ran, the faster it ran. The more it ran, the more imposing it was. Boom! However, just as it ran out of the secret base and was about to jump, the head of the mecha flew out, and the entire torso was rooted to the ground. After a while, the arms and legs automatically separated and scattered on the runway. Patriarch, this is not a problem with my operation. This is a problem with them not assembling it properly. No, I want to go and investigate. I don't want to clean the toilet anymore. P.S. At this point, the upper universe should be ending with about a dozen more chapters. I will try my best to write a perfect ending. Chapter 1907. Stand up, you mother of ***. In an environment that resembled a duel, there were angry roars all around. A warrior was lying on the ground with bruises all over his body. His exposed right shoulder had 4 numbers engraved on it. Who? The demon ancestor. Back then he escaped into the universe as a soul. In the end, he was caught by the powerhouses of the star spirit world and placed in a body. He became the number 9527 corpse servant and followed the team to invade the upper realm. It had been a few years since then. Was this guy doing well? Judging from his current bruises, he did not seem to be doing well at all. Not only that, it was worse than death. He was in the star spirit world. The heaven and earth attributes here were extremely high. The level was even higher than the Shenyuan world and the crossing heaven world. It was definitely the best of the first-class worlds. When the demon ancestor first came here with the team and felt the rich heaven and earth attributes, he was so excited that he almost jumped up. He even began to fantasize that he would work hard and rise again. He would kill his way back to the upper realm and destroy the sect of all times. However, in this upper realm, the law of the jungle was even more serious. The demon ancestor had just arrived in the star spirit world. Because he was classified as a low-level corpse servant, he was sent to the Spirit Stone mine. Every day he was either mining or on the way to mining, the leader of the demonic tribe. How could he be willing to be a miner? The demon ancestor had resisted before, but he was beaten to the ground by the mine soldiers. In other words, this villain, who was a boss like the demonic emperor, could not even defeat a small soldier in the star spirit world. Of course, the Spirit Stone mine was an important resource. The soldiers sent here must be very strong. At night, the demon ancestor leaned in a corner like an injured cat. He licked his wounds and shed tears. Since he could not defeat them, he could only obey. From then on, the Spirit Stone mine had a decadent hero. He dragged his bruised body and left early and returned late to mine spirit stones like most ordinary corpse servants. If you thought that he had lost his fighting spirit, you would be wrong. The demon ancestor was hibernating. He was enduring hardships. Did he not survive when he was killed by the 10 immortal sects? Was there anything more terrifying than death in this world? No, I, the demon ancestor, will not be defeated. With this thought in mind, he worked hard and cultivated at the same time. His hard work paid off. Finally, after 2 years of service, he regained his freedom. From now on, this world. From now on, heaven and earth. He began to travel in the vast star spirit world and truly realized the terror of this plane. Peak, truth-seeking realm and half-step divination realm cultivators were everywhere. This greatly stimulated the demon ancestor's desire to become stronger. Because of this, he began to appear in the depths of the mountains and forests. He began to live a life of bloodshed, solid muscles and bulging temples, all of which represented a significant increase in strength. The demon ancestor came to the city. He saw from the announcement that there was a duel here. Only by winning the duel would he be rewarded with high-grade spirit stones. So he signed up immediately. Before the duel started, he sat on the chair with a cold look. He smiled. I need to prove myself with blood. Boom. Stand up. Stand up. The demon ancestor clenched his fists and slowly got up as he shouted angrily. However, before he could get up, he was kicked in the face. His entire body flew out and hit the outer wall. Then he spat out blood. Blood. But he didn't prove himself. 1, 2, 3. The referee counted to 10. The demon ancestor's first battle had ended in failure. He was even carried off the stage on a stretcher. Damn it. I made a mistake. I thought he was a tough character. I didn't expect him to be so trashy. The warriors counting money in the audience cursed. Their voices reached the demon ancestor's ears. He clenched his fists. Not bad. At that moment, a fat, middle-aged man walked over. He threw a spatial ring to the demon ancestor and said like a master, "This is the reward you deserve." What reward? The reward for the fake duel. The demon ancestor's spiritual consciousness entered the ring. After confirming that it was the agreed amount, he struggled to get off the stretcher. He dragged his injured body out of the arena. The leader of the demonic tribe had fallen to the stage of a fake duel. It made people sigh. At that moment, he was walking under the setting sun. His back looked so miserable and lonely. Can't you just cry on the commentary? Beep, beep, beep. Beep, beep, beep. Before the demon ancestor returned to his residence, an alarm sounded in the city. After living here for a long time, he knew that something special must have happened. As expected, a deep voice echoed in the city. There is an unidentified flying object invading my astral world. All cities and warriors must stop it. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as he said that, the sky outside the city was filled with cannon fire. The demon ancestor looked up and vaguely saw a stream of light rushing out from the area where the fire was flickering. It quickly flew over the sky, and he could barely see the number 66 on it. Catch that thing. That is a third-class merit. Swish, swish. In an instant, all the warriors in the city flew up and chased after the stream of light with burning eyes. Third-class merit? The demon ancestor's eyes lit up. The astral world had a strict hierarchy. Although he had completed his service, he was only a low-class citizen. He had to spend money or obtain merit to be promoted. If he caught the unidentified flying object that invaded the astral world and obtained third-class merit, he could completely get rid of the low-class citizen and enter the middle-class citizen. This way he would enjoy more rights. Chase! Swish! The demon ancestor flew rapidly and became a member of the hunting team. Unfortunately, the stream of light was too fast. In a short period of time, it disappeared without a trace. For the third-class merit, the astral world warriors would not give up. They spread out and searched individually, trying to find the target in the primitive forest that stretched for tens of thousands of miles. Sigh. The demon ancestor shook his head and said, "A little naive." He was blinded by the third-class merit. Now that he thought about it carefully, the person who dared to enter the astral world without permission was definitely powerful. He was injured and would not be a match even if he found the person. Forget it. It was better to recuperate. Thinking of this, the demon ancestor chose to walk back in the forest to save more energy. He had only taken a few steps when he heard a rustling sound. Instinctively, he turned his head to look and saw that there was a big thing made of steel hidden in the dense forest in front of him. On it was the number 66 that he had seen earlier. Suddenly, the demon ancestor stood there in a daze. A cold sword was pressed against his neck from behind. A familiar and cold voice said, "Don't move." The camera panned over. Jun Changshao was wearing a mecha suit and holding the Xianyuan divine sword. Jing knew that he was being punished to continue cleaning the toilets. He had decided to come personally to gather information. Bah! The system spat and scolded. The host wants to activate the mecha. The dawn sky disintegrated on the runway. He was the one who did it secretly. Chapter 1908. Jun Changshao had been too careless. He thought that he could sneak into the star spirit world with the dawn sky's concealment function, but he was discovered the moment he stepped in. His purpose for coming here was only to investigate. Therefore, Jun Changshao did not choose to fight, but hid deep in the mountains and forests. A warrior from the star spirit world happened to pass by, so he had no choice but to capture him to see if he could get any useful information. From this, it could be seen that Go Sheng was very cautious. He did not blindly send a large number of battleships and disciples to attack the city, but he first investigated the situation and understood the overall strength of the star spirit world. When he just entered, he felt the heaven and earth attributes that were more majestic than the eternal world, which made him realize that this plane should belong to the upper class, so there must be more advanced spirit stone resources. Mine. It's all mine. Thinking of this, Jun Changshao said coldly, "Turn around." The demon ancestor, who was being held hostage, looked terrible, but he could only turn around obediently. If he was in his best state, he might resist, but now he could only admit defeat. After all these years of struggling at the bottom of the star spirit world, he had lost the demeanor of a big shot. As long as he could survive, he was willing to be a punching bag, let alone participate in a fake competition. Who was to blame for the demon ancestor's current situation? Strange dog. The resurrection plan had been prepared for many years and was about to succeed, but the innate holy demon body was taken away by Yao Menjing, along with the million devil army. It did not matter. As long as he was successfully resurrected, he could still make a comeback. Reality was cruel. Later on, the demon ancestor experienced another fatal blow, and that was the perfect body that he had reconstructed was taken away by Yi Xingchen. Physique, subordinate's body. Years of hard work and years of planning were all given to the sect of all times in the end. Every time the demon ancestor, who was struggling at death's door in the star spirit world, thought of this, he was furious and his eyes were about to pop out. So as long as he recovered his strength, his first mission in the upper realm was to destroy the sect of all times and step on their heads. There was no need to go, because Jun Changshao was here. When the demon ancestor slowly turned around and saw each other, when the two pairs of eyes focused, they were both stunned subconsciously. Then they said in unison, "It's you." Fate. It was too wonderful for words. Jun Changshao and the fiend ancestor were caught off guard and met in the wilderness. If it wasn't for the fact that everyone had a certain understanding of the author, they would have thought that he had arranged this on purpose. What a coincidence! Go Sheng put down the Shenyuan divine sword and said with a smile, "To think that I would meet an acquaintance in a foreign plane. Humph." The demon ancestor immediately regained his kingly demeanor and said coldly, "What a coincidence!" Although he said so, he had secretly begun to mobilize his forces, preparing to deal a fatal blow to the culprit who had caused him to become an inferior citizen. "What is it?" Jun Changshao didn't seem to notice and asked with concern, "You seem to be injured." When the demon ancestor heard this, he hurriedly retracted his power. A few years ago, this brat's strength was already not bad. Now he should have improved a little. With his injuries, if he couldn't kill him, he would be in danger. He was right. Over the years, Jun Changshao had indeed improved. However, it was not just a little, but 100 million points. At that time, Go Sheng seemed to have barely touched the half-step heavenly secret stage. Now he was a genuine heavenly secret stage. The demon ancestor had also grown, but he was still at the half-step level, not to mention that he was injured now. Even if he was in his best condition, he would definitely be killed instantly. "Brother." Jun Changshao put a hand on his shoulder and said, "You have been in the star spirit world for more than 10 years. You should have some understanding of the situation here, right?" "What do you mean?" The demon ancestor's face fell. During this period, he had been looking for an opportunity and a flaw. Perhaps Jun Changshao treated him as a fellow countryman at this moment. His words and actions were unguarded, and there were flaws everywhere. However, the demon ancestor didn't dare to make a move. Unless he was 100% confident, he had to endure it. "Brother," Jun Changshao said, "you are already a traitor in the eyes of the martial artists in the upper realm. Don't you want to turn over a new leaf?" The demon ancestor was silent for a while before roaring, "It's all your fault that I ended up like this." "Don't mention the past." Jun Changshao said, "This time, I will give you a chance to turn over a new leaf. Tell me everything you know about the star spirit world." "Why should I tell you?" Bang! Jun Changshao suddenly pressed him to the ground and said with a cold gaze, with strength. Hiss! Because his movements were too big, it affected his injuries. The demon ancestor's expression gradually turned sinister, and he rejoiced in his heart. "This guy has indeed become stronger. It's a good thing that I didn't act rashly just now. I'll talk. He admitted defeat. There was nothing he could do at this time. After all, he was injured. The demon ancestor's thoughts were to stabilize that guy first, wait for his injuries to recover, and then find a chance to counterattack. "Speak." Jun Changshao sat down. However, he sensed that there were dozens of auras flying over from afar, and immediately disappeared. As for the hidden dawn sky, it was also gone. Seeing that guy disappear into thin air, the demon ancestor's eyes widened. Swish! Swish! Streams of light flew over from afar. They were more than 10 martial artists wearing the same clothes. From the material, they looked very expensive, which meant that their identities were not simple. There were also special tokens hanging on their waists. First class, noble. The demon ancestor roughly guessed their identities from the tokens. The young man in the lead stopped and looked at the people below with a very arrogant attitude. He said lightly, "Why is a low-class corpse servant here?" The demon ancestor lowered his head, and a hint of anger flashed in his eyes. In terms of strength, he was much stronger than these dozens of people. However, he was, after all, a soul body residing in a corpse servant. Even if he completed his service, he was still a low-class citizen, still 9527. He still had to respect the nobles according to the rules. To put it simply, in the strict hierarchy of the star spirit world, strength was not the only criterion to determine one's identity. "Hey," a noble martial artist asked in disdain, "have you seen anyone suspicious, low-class corpse servant?" "No," the demon ancestor said decisively. He was not helping Jun Changshao, but helping himself because the other party was definitely nearby. If he sold him out, he might be dead in the next second. "Let's go," the noble leader said. "Let's go somewhere else to look." Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly stopped and turned to look at the demon ancestor with cold eyes. He said, "According to the star spirit law, low-class citizens have to kneel when they see upper-class nobles. Why don't you kneel?" The demon ancestor still lowered his head, but the anger in his eyes was even stronger. A group of juniors, a group of trash, dared to make this ancestor kneel. Plop! Suddenly, the demon ancestor knelt down. He was just a corpse servant that was given a body. His life and death were completely out of his control. If he wanted to survive in the star spirit world, he had to endure and compromise. This kneeling, it meant that the demon ancestor had completely lost his dignity. If it could resolve the trouble, then kneeling was fine. However, not only did it not resolve, but it also made the young man suspicious. He said, "Every corpse servant should be familiar with the star spirit law, unless—" His eyes were cold. "You are a fake. Shwa! Shwa!" His companions surrounded him. The demon ancestor, who was kneeling on the ground, looked even more ferocious. The anger that had been in his heart for more than 10 years could no longer be controlled. He raised his head and shouted, "This ancestor has already knelt. What else do you want? Ancestor, presumptuous. This guy must be the one who entered the star spirit world without permission. He deliberately pretended to be a corpse servant." Everyone was furious. The leader said coldly, "I would rather kill the wrong person than let him go. Go." Boom! Before he finished speaking, a powerful force appeared out of thin air. The leader was obliterated on the spot. Blood splashed on his companions' faces. They looked to the side in a daze and saw Jun Changshao, who was shaking his head as he walked out. If you don't even need to kneel for dignity and still can't resolve the problem, then the best way is to fight with them to the end. Bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Dozens of martial artists who were in a state of panic and confusion turned into a rain of blood. The demon ancestor below was splashed all over, but he was unmoved. His eyes stared at the communication device that had fallen to the ground. His image was transmitted over. Only then did his knees slowly leave the ground. When he straightened up, he roared, "Jun Changshao, I am going to die because of you." Chapter 1909. In line with the principle of killing wrongly rather than letting go, the group of first-class aristocrats planned to wipe out the suspicious servant. At that time, the demon ancestor was in a dilemma. Should he continue to explain to them? Or... Time did not allow him to think too much because Jun Changshao took the initiative to solve all the problems. Pa! The communicator fell. There was a picture of the demon ancestor on it, and it had been sent over. This meant that the other party had informed the relevant departments before he died to investigate the servant number 9527. Jun Changshao! The demon ancestor roared, "I'm going to die because of you!" A group of aristocratic warriors were killed, and his picture was sent over. He would definitely be identified as the murderer. After living in the star spirit world for more than 10 years, the demon ancestor knew that the servant would be punished as long as he made a mistake, especially killing a first-class aristocrat. He would definitely be sentenced to death. It's over. It's all over. Huff, huff. Thinking that he was going to die before he could make a comeback, the demon ancestor was suddenly emboldened. He gathered sinister power in his palm and looked at Jun Changshao with bloodshot eyes. 10 years ago, because all his plans had failed. 10 years later, and because he could not wait for revenge. Kill, kill. New hatred and old hatred filled his mind. The demon ancestor no longer cared about how strong Jun Changshao was. He raised his hand and attacked. It seemed irrational. In fact, he had caught the best flaw, because that guy was bending down to loot the bag. Boom! Dust flew and the ground shook. The demon ancestor maintained his attacking posture. His fist was stuck to Jun Changshao's back. It was obvious that he had caught the flaw and hit it. However, his angry face gradually distorted. He then took a few steps back. His left hand held his right wrist, and he screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Ah! The punch just now was like hitting a steel plate. What are you doing? Jun Changshao took back the aristocratic warrior's spatial ring and turned around with a harmless face. The demon ancestor squatted on the ground in pain and roared in his heart, "How strong is this guy? He's unscathed even when I'm not on guard." "I'll talk." Jun Changshao said, "You are the grand ancestor of the demonic tribe. Are you really willing to be a lowly person in the star spirit world?" "It's all your fault," roared the fiend ancestor. Jun Changshao said, "Since we're from the same hometown, I'll help you get out of this predicament." "Humph," the fiend ancestor sneered. "You think I'll believe that?" He did not believe that Jun Changshao would help him. If he did, there must be a purpose behind it. True enough. Jun Changshao held his chin and said, "I'm very curious. What method did the star spirit world use to forcefully stuff a soul into a corpse?" The demon ancestor's face sank. "You want to study me? Not bad. You're the one who caused me to end up like this. Even if I die, I won't cooperate." Swish! As soon as the demon ancestor finished speaking, he disappeared. Not only was he sent to the eternal world, but he was also sent to the Tianyuan prison pagoda. Well done. It was arranged. Readers who were familiar with Arya's power could already imagine that the demon ancestor was going to be tortured. After all, no one could come out of the pagoda of confinement unyieldingly. Swish! Swish! Not long after, at the scene where the first-class aristocrat was killed, several powerful old men landed. They looked at the flesh and blood scattered all over the ground, and their eyes turned cold. They said, "The murderer must be 9527. These people were from the law enforcement hall. Just now, they received the portrait of the corpse servants sent by the first-class aristocrat and investigated the identity. However, the connection was suddenly cut off, so they hurriedly sent someone to investigate. Sigh. The demon ancestor was sure to take the blame. By the way, where was Jun Changshao? He had already left the scene of the murder and was sitting cross-legged on a mountain peak. He slowly released his spiritual senses and carefully observed everything in the star spirit world. This first-class plane was stronger than the eternal world and the heaven-crossing world in terms of the nature of heaven and earth and the landscape of the mountains and rivers. It could be considered a top-upper level. Jun Changshao found the closest city to him. Judging from the city gate, the scale was not too big, but the creatures living inside were very strong. Warriors at the truth-seeking realm could be seen everywhere. There's so many truth-seeking realm warriors in such a small city. Jun Changshao said, "Isn't a top city even more terrifying?" He continued to explore the city. Gradually, Go Sheng found that there were barracks outside the city and soldiers were training in the drill ground. He kept changing positions and discovering new cities. Although the local customs were different, they all had barracks, giving people the feeling that everyone was a soldier. Of course, there were also many shipyards of different specifications. Jun Changshao watched a few newly built starship fly up from afar and said, "If I can get their manufacturing plans, I should be able to increase the production speed." In fact, as far as the Sect of all times was concerned, they already had the ability to build a starship. They only lacked professional blueprints and indispensable materials. This kind of ore is of extraordinary quality. In the warehouse of a shipyard, Jun Changshao held a stone and carefully examined it. "Who is it?" A warrior patrolling outside noticed him. However, when he rushed in, he was already gone. As for the ore used to build the starship, it was all gone. In the next few days, Jun Changshao wandered in the star spirit world like a ghost, using almost 3 chapters to understand the whole world in depth. Indeed, technology was maxed out. Many cities had teleportation formations. Shipyards and military factories could be seen everywhere. If there were any special circumstances, they could quickly gather a large force. If they launched an invasion, they could also quickly form a huge fleet. It's a bit tricky. At first, Jun Changshao thought that after gathering enough information, he would directly attack the star spirit world, but now he could only think twice. Because with the combat strength of the eternal world, they might not be able to destroy this plane. Especially, there were also many corpses. The special thing about the star spirit world was not that there were many shipyards, barracks, and soldiers, but that there were corpses. It could be said that this was the label. In the past few days of Jun Changshao's investigation, he found that from small villages to large cities, there were corpses engraved with numbers. They could be servants, or fighters. There were a lot of them, and they were absolutely obedient. If there's a fight, the system said, all the corpses in the star spirit world will be mobilized. Yes, Jun Changshao said, this is what I'm worried about. Corpses were just corpses. Even if they were killed, their souls would still exist, and they could be continuously produced. Even if they were not strong, they were top-level cannon fodder. If the corpses can lose their power, there should be no problem, the system said. So we have to research it as soon as possible. Jun Changshao merged into the pagoda of prison and came to the cell where the demon ancestor was imprisoned. Through the crack of the door, he saw Ariel waving the whip hard and listening to the beautiful music made by the screams. A smile gradually appeared on his face. "Warden," Zhao Daodu said, "this guy fainted again. Little Lulu, wake him up." Splash! A basin of cold water hit, waking up the fainted demon ancestor. Then he painfully raised his head and looked at Jun Changshao through the crack of the door. He said weakly, I will cooperate on the same day." The half-dead demon ancestor was sent to the array hall. Then he was tied up and laid on the bed. There was a light shining on top of him, making it difficult for him to open his eyes. Ta-ta-ta! The various elders and hall masters of the sect of all times gathered around. They were wearing white coats and masks. They communicated with each other in low voices, just like a group of surgeons discussing how to operate on the patient. Chapter 1910. The demon ancestor wanted to cry. He could no longer survive in the star spirit realm, and now he was being used as an experimental subject. Endure it. Live on. The demon ancestor comforted himself again and again. He, who had been tortured by the vicissitudes of life, had a strong state of mind. Even if he was in a dangerous situation now, he would wipe away his tears and face it. This was a pitiful and inspirational villain. He had been in limitless glory and had fallen to the bottom. He had tasted all the hardships of life, but still lived on strong. Let's do it. Jun Changshao said seriously. The surgeons, led by the Taishian old man, looked at each other and then took out their dissection tools. Swish! The anesthetic powder provided by Miao Saifeng was poured into the demon ancestor's mouth. This was actually a poison, but its effect was only to numb the body and soul, ensuring that the patient would not feel any pain during the operation. About a moment later, the drug took effect and the demon ancestor fell asleep. However, he was only in a light sleep state. He could clearly feel that the sharp scalpel was moving on his skin, bringing about a burst of itchiness. Puchi! Puchi! The chief surgeon, the Taishian old man, quickly dissected the demon ancestor's corpse. Everyone looked carefully. From the structure and shape, the corpse was no different from a normal human. It had meridians, blood vessels, internal organs, and various bones. "Open the skull," Jun Changshao ordered. When a soul was integrated into a corpse, the most important thing was the head. There might be some secrets hidden in it. Swish! The Taishian old man changed a brand new scalpel and began the craniotomy on the demon ancestor. This was more of a test of skill. If there were any problems, the worst would be death or a vegetative state. Star Spirit Realm Law Enforcement Hall. A group of high-level officials sat in the conference room. The light screen on the left showed 9,527's portrait. 12 first-class aristocrats were killed. "He must be severely punished," an old man said angrily. Everyone agreed. Corpse number 9527 killed 12 aristocrats. His method was extremely cruel, and the nature was extremely bad. The Law Enforcement Hall will discuss and sentence him to soul punishment. It will be executed immediately. The Law Enforcement Hall master sat at the head of the table and announced to a Den Mushi. His voice was transmitted through the internal array and resounded in the major cities of the Star Spirit Realm. Warriors could hear it clearly. Killed 12 aristocrats. Is 9527 servant corpse rebelling? This kind of thing hasn't happened in a long time. For our safety, we must punish that guy. The natives of the Star Spirit world were filled with righteous indignation. Serving corpses, as a characteristic of the plane, had long been integrated into their daily lives. They were already used to being in control. So naturally, they were extremely resistant and disgusted towards those who disobeyed them. On the contrary, when the other corpse attendants heard this, a trace of sorrow and fear appeared in their eyes. They did not sympathize with 9527. They only sympathized with themselves because no one knew if they would be punished by the Law Enforcement Hall in the future because of small conflicts, especially soul punishment. This was a very cruel form of torture. The reason why the zombies had consciousness was because their souls were placed in them. The Star Spirit world's highest punishment for corpse servants was to attack their souls, so that their souls would slowly dissipate while ensuring that they would suffer great torment. When Jun Changshao killed the nobles, the demon Alpha guessed that once he was identified as the murderer, he would have to suffer soul punishment. Carry out the punishment. The hall master of the Law Enforcement Hall said, "No feelings, no pity. Corpse attendants were just tools in the eyes of Star, Spirit, Boundary martial artists. After meeting certain conditions, although they could obtain freedom, they would still be bound by many restrictions." Yes. The executioner in robes walked out of the hall and stopped on the ground outlined by various patterns. He then took out a special compass with many light spots gathered on it. Each dot of light represented a soul. Among them was the demon Alphas, also numbered 9527. In fact, this was very similar to the soul origin. As long as it was controlled by others, it was equivalent to controlling life and death. Whoosh! The executioner first summoned the soul of 9527, then gently placed it in a small sunken hole in the ground. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lines were activated and flames appeared. 9527's soul struggled wildly in the hole, as if it was experiencing the cruelest fire punishment. Sizzle! After a while, the fire pit became a pot of oil, and the soul was suffering inside. Next, there were other punishments such as whipping, hanging, and so on. 9527's soul was like a helpless child, suffering torture that was worse than death, until it slowly disappeared. The execution scene was broadcasted live. When the Star Spirit Boundary martial artists saw the lowly corpse attendants' souls finally turn into nothingness, they all had satisfied smiles on their faces. Insubordination, being sentenced to death, was very satisfying. On the other hand, the corpses that had no status or dignity felt their hair stand on end as they trembled in fear. In fact, The reason why the law enforcement hall carried out the execution was to let the other corpse attendants understand that if they did not obey orders and did not know their place, this would be their fate. The effect was outstanding. The corpse attendants who originally had complaints in their hearts, after witnessing the execution process, worked even harder to serve the star spirit boundary martial artists. Death. It was not scary. What was scary was the destruction and the scattering of the soul. A few hours later, the effect of the anesthetic gradually disappeared. The demon Alpha woke up in a daze. What he saw was no longer dazzling lights, but an exquisitely carved ceiling. His thoughts were a little chaotic and his mouth was dry. Water, his voice was weak. As soon as the demon Alpha shouted, the cold spring water flowed into his mouth, through his lips, making him gulp crazily as if he had encountered an oasis in a harsh desert. The water entered his stomach. His thoughts gradually became clear. "Brother," Jun Changxiao's voice sounded, "how do you feel?" Only then did the demon Alpha realize that the guy was standing beside him with a bowl. He was furious and was about to curse when he suddenly felt like his brain was about to explode. "You just opened your head," Jun Changxiao said. "Don't move, don't think too much." The demon Alpha forcefully suppressed his anger and said weakly, What did you do to me? Save you." "Save me?" The demon Alpha laughed with difficulty. Jun Changxiao sat down, took out a thing the size of a fingernail, and said, "This is something I found in your head. According to my preliminary judgment, it should be an explosive device related to the soul." "Patriarch, there's something in this guy's head." "What is it?" "It's beating like a heart." Jun Changxiao walked over with a mask on. After careful observation, he guessed, "It can't be a bomb, right?" Beep, beep. Suddenly the thing sounded. Jun Changxiao, who was just guessing, immediately judged that this was definitely some kind of explosive device. It suddenly made a beeping sound, and it might be about to explode. Shua! He picked up the scissors next to him as fast as he could and cut toward the thread-like thing. Crack! The line broke and the sound stopped. Phew! Jun Changxiao breathed a sigh of relief and raised his hand to wipe away the sweat on his forehead. Actually, that thing had many different colored lines, but because time was tight, Gosheng decisively chose to cut the red line. Why did he choose red? Because Jun Changxiao subconsciously thought of the color of roses. Maybe his wife gave him a lucky buff, and he actually guessed correctly. He successfully saved the demon Alpha, who was about to undergo soul punishment and have his soul explode. P.S. Actually, this chapter was written at 10 in the morning. I received a call from the renovation master, and the house in the neighborhood was changed to backfill. In the end, it took me an entire day. Because there was no elevator, I had to run back and forth to the 17th floor countless times. For someone like me who has never exercised, it was simply an anatomy. My legs are still weak. That's right, I have a house. I paid the down payment 5 years ago, and it's been unfinished for 5 years. You guys are always worried that the book will be unfinished, but in fact, I've been unfinished for 5 years, 5 whole years. Chapter 1911. It was obvious. Although Jun Changxiao dissected the demon ancestor, he also happened to save him. The so-called soul punishment was actually to detonate the time bomb embedded in the skull after going through hundreds of hellish torments, causing the soul to scatter. At that time, the law enforcement hall punished the demon ancestor with all kinds of torture. The other party happened to be in a state of soul and mind paralysis, so he didn't feel any pain at all. Later, the bomb was about to explode to announce his death sentence, but it was removed by Jun Changxiao in time. In other words, the demon ancestor, who should have experienced pain and torture, successfully resolved the danger with the help of Gosheng. He didn't even feel any pain, as if he had really done a craniotomy without knowing anything. Was he miserable? No, he was very lucky. He was lucky to meet Jun Changxiao, who tortured him thousands of times but still treated him like his first love at the darkest moment of his life. It was strange that the demon ancestor didn't even realize that there was a bomb in his head. If the Taishan old man didn't have a craniotomy, no one would have thought that there was a fingernail-sized thing hidden in his extremely small head. Very vicious. Jun Changshao commented, very thoughtful. Looking at the bomb device removed from his head, the demon ancestor fell into silence. Some things didn't need to be explained too much. That's right. He was saved by him. He was saved by a guy who took away his physique, subordinates, and body. The seed that represented complicated emotions was planted in his heart and was slowly growing. One day it would sprout. The bomb has been removed. Jun Changshao said, "You're free." Buddha says that saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. You don't have to be grateful to me. The demon ancestor almost roared. I was cheated so badly by you, and you want to be grateful for saving me once? Want? Bullshit. Eat. The demon ancestor recuperated in the ward of the medical hall for half a month. After his injuries gradually healed, he had to admit that after removing the bomb in his head, he was much more energetic than before. Even the oppressive feeling that always existed had completely disappeared. The way to control the zombies in the star spirit world was to put a bomb in the head. Not only could they control the body, but they could also control their thoughts. As long as it was removed, they would be free. Humph. The demon ancestor clenched his fists and swore in his heart, I will not be grateful to that guy. Now that he was in a good mood, he couldn't forget his grudge. He cultivated resentment almost every day. However, Jun Changshao treated this villain who used to be his enemy by providing him with the best medical facilities and top-notch meals, allowing him to fully understand the meaning of warm love. The fiend ancestor was not human. However, he was also a living being from the upper universe. He had many human characteristics, so after a while, the anger in his heart slowly faded. No, the demon ancestor roared in his heart, I haven't forgotten. I'm enduring hardships. I'm biding my time. Smack, smack. In the cafeteria, he who was wearing a hospital gown gently put down the bowl. Then he narrowed his eyes and said, Another bowl. When it was dark, he brought the fried rice again. Then he returned to the kitchen and asked unhappily, How long is this guy going to freeload? The patriarch said so. Lu Wansher, who was busy, said, Eat until he thinks it through. All right, Yi Hei said, I still have to serve you for a long time. The next day, the demon ancestor came to the cafeteria on time again. As soon as he sat down, Jun Changshao appeared in front of him and said with a smile, Your face is rosy and lustrous. Your injuries are recovering well. The demon ancestor became vigilant. He still knew himself. He did not think that the other party would let him freeload. The more selfless the care, the more hidden the trick. Jun Changshao ordered a spicy fish head and sat next to him. While waiting for the dishes to be served, his fingers tapped the table regularly. Tap, 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 tap. The atmosphere was slightly oppressive. The demon ancestor became more cautious and did not even dare to eat. In the end, he could not help but break down and say, What do you want? Jun Changshao stopped tapping the table and said with a serious expression, Do you want to do something big? No. The demon ancestor answered very decisively, This guy must be tricking me. I must stay true to my heart and not be fooled by his expression and words. Are you sure? Yes. Seeing Gosheng's serious expression, the demon ancestor was a little shaken. According to the investigation during this period of time, Jun Changshao said, the number of corpse servants in the star spirit world is basically the same as the martial artists. It might even be slightly higher. The demon ancestor did not speak. Indeed, there were many corpse servants in the star spirit world. Although they had no status or dignity, they were spread across the entire plane. Whether it's humans or other creatures, they should enjoy fair rights since birth. If they are oppressed and exploited, they should stand up and resist. Jun Changshao said, You want me to rebel against the star spirit world. That's right. The demon ancestor rolled his eyes. Although the bomb had been removed and he had regained his freedom, to rebel against a top upper plane was definitely crazy. As a big shot of the wasteland, he also had ambitions. However, after living in the star spirit world for more than 10 years, the more he understood the order and strength of this plane, the less he had any fantasies of resistance. Fair rights were only in the hands of a small number of people. Even if he was free now, he still could not get rid of his identity as a corpse servant. In the strict star spirit world, he was destined to be a marginal existence. From the layout to the resurrection, the demon ancestor's actions might not be inferior to the celestial demonic emperor. However, many years of living at the bottom and being treated as a slave had gradually smoothed out the edges of his heart. Try to survive. This was the only thought in the demon ancestor's mind. That was why the sect of all times was so friendly to him that he shamelessly freeloaded on food and drinks. If it was before, even if he had to die, he would not eat that meal. You might think that this is a fantasy, Jun Changshao said. The demon ancestor said, "It is a fantasy." Swoosh! Jun Changshao put the white rice on the table, then divided it into 2 halves, pushing one half to the left and the other to the right. He said, "The star spirit world is like this bowl of white rice. The left side represents the nobles, and the right side represents the corpse servants." After saying that, he spread out the rice on the right side. The corpse servants have no freedom or rights. They can only be scattered all over the place. Jun Changshao paused, then kneaded the rice together and said, "If someone gathers this power, is it not enough to fight against the nobles?" The demon ancestor fell silent. He was not a fool. He already understood Go Sheng's intention. However, the demon ancestor shook his head and smiled bitterly. The corpse servants are controlled by the star spirit world. They are destined to be fish on the chopping board. What if someone can help them get rid of the control? Jun Changshao said meaningfully. The demon ancestor was stunned. He suddenly understood. If this person could help him remove the bomb, he could naturally help the other corpse servants. Without any restrictions, would everyone still be willing to work like a cow or a horse? Brother. Jun Changshao stood up, looked out the window with his hands behind his back, and said, "Nobles, generals, ministers, what do you think?" Chapter 1912. Kings, lords, generals, and ministers. After hearing these words, the demon ancestor's blood instantly burned. Although his edges and corners were gradually smoothed out in reality, he was still the ancestor of the Moang clan after all. After all, he was a man who once had a big plan. People did not die. The heart was there. Seeing the sharpness in the demon ancestor's eyes gradually returning, Jun Changshao said, "The enemy of my enemy is my friend. I hope you can cooperate with me and turn it upside down." He, referring to the star spirit world. In fact, when Jun Changshao removed the soul bomb in the demon ancestor's head and successfully let him live and regain his freedom, he had been discussing the plan with the higher-ups. Patriarch Ryu Sanan said, "Since we know how the star spirit world controls the zombies, why don't we help them get rid of the shackles and then use the power to overthrow this plane?" Makes sense. Jun Changshao deeply agreed. If they went head-to-head, not to mention whether they could win, they would definitely pay a painful price. The zombies in the star spirit world were large in scale and lived like slaves. He could totally rescue them to fight against the star spirit world. Bastard! Xiaoji scolded angrily. Using the zombies as cannon fodder, he really has no morals. Don't laugh. He could really say that, because he stood at the highest point of the black spot. No matter how he looked at Jun Changshao, no matter what he did, he always thought that it was wrong. In fact, the star spirit world controlled so many souls and forcibly placed corpses to control them. No one should be willing. They were limited by bombs and laws and could only be cattle and horses. They could only live a life worse than death. At this time, if someone stood up, by giving freedom to raise their arms and make a call, they would not hesitate at all. even if the price was sacrifice and blood. Of course. Who would carry the flag? Jun Chang Shao definitely could not. After all, he was a human. To mobilize the zombies in the star spirit world and encourage them to fight for freedom, it must be someone of the same kind. Therefore, the suitable candidate was undoubtedly the demon ancestor. As a result, leftovers came looking for him. It's very simple. Jun Chang Shao said, I am responsible for helping the zombies to remove the bombs. You are responsible for commanding them. TSK, the ancestral fiend said in disdain, you want me to take the lead and let the zombies be cannon fodder while you hide in the dark and reap the benefits? You can interpret it that way. Jun Chang Shao was very frank. That was right. He was using the zombies to overthrow the star spirit realm and reap the benefits. Although this was not a noble act, it was not a dirty thing either. If you want freedom, you have to wear bulletproof vests. Besides, Go Sheng was neither Buddha nor God. Without absolute confidence to fight against the star spirit world, the zombies had to fight for their freedom and dignity on their own. All right. The demon ancestor clenched his fist and said, This ancestor agrees. Even though he knew that Jun Changshao was using him, he still decided to cooperate. In the past, he had been forcibly placed in a corpse and suffered from the crazy oppression of the star spirit realm. He had no choice. Now he just wanted to be a free and dignified big shot of the demonic tribe. Put it bluntly, in the star spirit world, he was not treated as a human. He had suffered all kinds of injustice, suffered all kinds of oppression. He had had enough. He had to fight back. Follow me. Jun Changshao brought the demon ancestor to a relatively remote place at the back of the mountain. At first, this place was rather deserted, but under the cultivation of Li Qingyang and Page, it had already turned into a place similar to a military camp. Pa! Jun Changshao snapped his fingers and said, Come out. Swish, 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 swish. In an instant, black shadows rushed out from the tents in the distance and lined up neatly. There were about 100 of them. This was a group of creatures with different appearances. Their heads, shoulders, and exposed chests all had tattoos with strange numbers engraved on them. That's right, they were all zombies. In the half a month that the demon ancestor was recuperating from his injuries, Jun Changshao had gone to the star spirit world many times and saved them all. Although the numbers engraved on these people were different, there were obvious stitches on their foreheads. It could be seen that they had all undergone craniotomy. Greetings, Jun Patriarch. The zombies all knelt down on one knee in unison with the most sincere respect in their eyes. They had been zombies for a long time, living a life worse than death in the star spirit world. After being rescued to the eternal world and defusing the bomb, they definitely regarded Jun Changshao as their benefactor. In fact, except for the most evil people, the creatures in the upper universe all knew how to be grateful. Swish! Jun Changshao waved his hand and helped the zombies up. I'll say it again, he said with a serious expression. Any creature can only worship their parents. Kneeling was the custom of the star spirit world. To be exact, it was the unique custom of the zombies. When they saw someone with a higher status than them, they had to kneel. When they saw their master being controlled, they had to kneel. Therefore, after kneeling for a long time, they became the kneeling clan. Understood, everyone said loudly. The demon ancestor muttered in his heart. He subdued a group of powerful zombies so quickly. This person has some tricks up his sleeve. Nonsense. If he didn't have any tricks up his sleeve, how could he end up like this? Thinking of this, the demon ancestor not only did not get angry out of embarrassment, but even felt a little relieved. It was not that he was not strong enough, but that his opponent was too good. He lost everything and lost everything, but it was not very embarrassing. Damn, this guy really knows how to comfort himself. His name is the demon ancestor, a person with ambition and a plan. Jun Changshao said, From today onwards, you must listen to his orders unconditionally. Yes, the zombies followed Go Shing's lead. They would listen to whoever he told them to, not only because of respect, but also because, after the bomb in the star spirit world was defused, another bomb was installed on them. See, Little Dude jumped out and roared, "This bastard has no morals!" Jun Changshao could not be blamed. He needed to help the oppressed zombies, but he was afraid that some of them would rebel, so he could only control them in a gentler way so that they could work together to overthrow the star spirit world. Jun Changshao also promised, in the future, they would definitely regain their freedom. Jun Changshao, the demon ancestor, was tied up on the operating table. His veins bulged as he roared, "We agreed to cooperate. You are shameless." "Sorry." Jun Changshao, who was standing outside, said helplessly, "I was also worried that you would betray me." Pa! An anesthetic needle was injected. The demon ancestor instantly fell into a coma. When he woke up again, a bomb was installed on his body. It could be said that he had just left the wolf's den and entered the tiger's den. "Slow down." Yes, you can hang it up." Under the busy disciples, a plaque with the words Avengers was slowly hung up in the hall that had just been built in the back mountain. The demon ancestor wore a custom-made Avengers uniform and sat at the head of the hall. His former sharpness had been restored, and his eyes were cold and sharp. "We are waiting," the neatly arranged crowd below shouted. "Greetings, Hall Master!" At that moment, they were no longer zombies in the star spirit world, but Avengers in the Sect of all times. The tattoos on their bodies were not erased because they were no longer serial numbers, but code names. 9527, the leader of the Avengers. "Listen up," the demon ancestor said domineeringly. "We Avengers only have one mission, and that is to overthrow the star spirit world." Overthrow the star spirit world. The Avengers roared loudly, and their voices echoed between heaven and earth. Jun Changshao, who was sitting on a weeping willow in the distance, drank a mouthful of drunken dream, looked up at the sky and smiled. The show is about to begin. Chapter 1913. Jun Changshao's plan was very simple. He would be the mastermind behind the scenes and secretly manipulate the Avengers to fight against the star spirit world. Even if he could not directly overthrow them, he would at least peel off a few layers of skin. Was it reliable? If it were someone else, he might not be at ease. But the leader of the Avengers was the demon ancestor, so it was very safe. This was a ruthless character who had ambition, but no chance to show it. It would definitely be effective to let him fight against the star spirit world. Moreover, he had been treated inhumanely, so he must be full of anger in his heart. It had to be said, Jun Changshao's move was very beautiful. As for how much trouble he could bring to the star spirit world, it would depend on his own ability. "Master." Jun Changshao came to the array hall and said, "You must build more warships during this period of time. Don't worry about ores. I will do my best to provide them." After that, he went to the forging hall and the battle cavalry hall. All in all, using the Avengers to fight against the star spirit world was only one of the plans. After consuming a lot of the other party's energy, he still had to come forward to clean up the mess. A few days later, the demon ancestor began to act. He did not foolishly bring people to the star spirit world to cause trouble. Instead, he quietly sneaked in and used all kinds of methods to capture the servant corpses. Relying on 100 people to deal with the upper planes, his head must have been kicked by a donkey. So he had to recruit more subordinates and let them all join the resistance camp. Jun Changshao supported him. He even set up a surgery department. All the captured servant corpses would be opened first. The original bomb inside would be removed, and a new bomb would be installed. It only took a few days. The number of Avengers soared from 100 to 5 or 600. Sun Bukong and the others were performing craniotomy for patients almost all the time in the operating room. They were so busy that they almost had no time to rest. The demon ancestor was kidnapping people. Jun Changshao was stealing. The ores, herbs, and other resources hidden in the major cities of the star spirit world were secretly moved to the eternal world by him. These facilities were all used to manufacture mechas, warships, and equipment. In other words, the star spirit world was equivalent to a natural treasure, constantly replenishing the sect of all times. Of course, they were not fools. When the theft happened one after another, it quickly alerted the law enforcement hall. They began to investigate and inferred from the crime scene that it should be the same murderer, so they increased the vigilance. Seeing this, Jun Changshao did not dare to be too unbridled. The strange disappearance of the servant corpse also attracted the attention of the law enforcement hall. However, they didn't take it seriously at all. In fact, after confirming his disappearance, they directly announced the soul torture. In short, in the eyes of the star spirit world, servant corpses were like ants. No matter what reason they disappeared, they would not ask for the reason. They would treat it as a violation of the law and would be severely punished. Unfortunately, the law enforcement hall used torture every day. In the end, the missing zombies were safe and sound in the eternal world. They were undergoing professional training from the demon ancestor. The reason was that the bomb had been defused long ago. Speaking of training, there was a need to mention it. Back then, in order to revive and fight against the 10 great immortal sects, the demon ancestor had done his best to nurture 1,000,000 soldiers. He definitely had rich experience. It was because of this that Jun Changshao made him the leader of the Avengers. He was an ambitious man. He also had a wealth of experience in nurturing. Such a person could at least hold the situation. The demon ancestor did not let him down. After he had more and more subordinates, he not only nurtured them vigorously, but also brainwashed them vigorously. He instilled the concept of freedom and the spirit of resistance in them. When Jun Changshao was free, he would also come over to act as a lecturer. For example, freedom, freedom, freedom. Resistance, resistance, resistance. Yeah. Good. In terms of brainwashing, Jun Changshao and the demon ancestor were both masters. Under their indoctrination, the Avengers' hatred for the star spirit world grew day by day. In fact, it was not that they were doing something bad. The main reason was that they had been oppressed enough. After gaining freedom, they would definitely launch revenge and trample on the high and mighty aristocrats. In terms of the setting of One Piece, in the star spirit world, all creatures with status were celestial dragons, and no matter how strong or weak the servant corpse was, they were still grass that could be slaughtered by them. Today, Jun Changshao and the demon ancestor did not stand up. Tomorrow, perhaps, Jun Changshao and the immortal ancestor would lead them to revolt. Half a year later, the number of Avengers had increased to tens of thousands. They came from all over the star spirit world and used to have different low identities. Now, they were all brothers and sisters. Their purpose was to fight for freedom and revenge. Of course, their strength was also extraordinary. Tens of thousands of Avengers. Their overall strength was at the peak of the truth-seeking realm, and there was no lack of half-step truth-seeking realm. In particular, Jun Changshao had provided them with a large number of equipment and weapons, arming them to the teeth. What's the next step? In the Vengeance Hall, Gosheng asked. In the past half a year, he had wandered all over the star spirit world. Although he had obtained a lot of martial arts resources, they were not enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. To be exact, it was nothing more than petty theft. Many resource areas were heavily guarded, and there was no chance at all. If it were any other plane, Gosheng would definitely feel guilty. Only the star spirit world did not have any burden, because this was a world that mainly killed and plundered others. You snatched others. Can't I snatch from you? The demon ancestor came to the sand table of the star spirit world that had been prepared long ago and pointed at a city. Guerrilla warfare. It was impossible to fight head-on at the moment. He had to make full use of his advantages to discuss the other party step by step. Let's do it together. Jun Changshao and the demon ancestor looked at each other, and an extremely scary smile gradually appeared on their faces. That night, the 20,000 Avengers had gathered. They were well-trained and well-equipped. One look and one could tell that they were tigers and wolves. Swish! The demon ancestor strode out of the hall. There was fire in his heart and light in his eyes. He said loudly, "This operation must be fast." Yes, everyone shouted, "Let's go!" Swish! 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 The 20,000 Avengers poured into the teleportation token and disappeared into thin air, reappearing in the star spirit world. Awoo! Awoo! A wolf howl sounded in the distance, making the atmosphere especially gloomy. Swish, swish, swish! Under the leadership of the demon ancestor, the 20,000 Avengers flew at top speed and soon arrived at their destination, a city of decent size. Go! Swish, 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 swish! In an instant, the Avengers were no longer careful. They rushed to the city with their full cultivation. Their angry aura filled the surroundings. The cold killing intent also meant that a fierce battle was coming. Patriarch Ryu Sinon stood on the mountain peak in the distance and said with pity, "It seems a little. Don't worry." Jun Changshao said, "I have already instructed them to focus on plundering resources after breaking into the city. They will not harm the innocent." Although the star spirit world made a living by plundering others, it did not mean that they were all bad guys. There were definitely many innocent creatures, so he would not massacre them wantonly and would not give little Dodo any chance to slander him. "I want to be an evil person through and through, regardless of the comments and criticisms of the world." Jun Changshao looked at the firmament Tao with his hands behind his back and said helplessly, "But I can't be kind." It was rare that the system did not ridicule him, because sometimes the host's actions were very scoundrelly, but in the cruel martial arts world, there was no fault to be found. Chapter 1914. Kill! Kill! Boom! Boom! The demon ancestor led the Avengers to attack the city. All kinds of gorgeous lights shot out, dyeing the dark environment colorful. The corpse servants are rebelling. The corpse servants are rebelling. Before the city was breached, the soldiers in the city cried out in horror. For a long time, they had regarded the corpse servants as slaves. They had never thought that one day they would encounter such a sudden situation in their sleep. Boom! Boom! The frequency of all kinds of energy bombardment increased, because the Avengers, led by the demon ancestor, had launched a sudden sneak attack. They did not give the city defense forces any chance. In just an hour, they broke through the main gate and rushed in like a tide. A long period of peace. Jun Changshao stood outside and said, "Let them lose their guard." Jian Guishu said, "In just half a year, to be able to train tens of thousands of Avengers so well, that demon ancestor is quite a character." Yes, Gu Tianxing nodded and said, "Jun Patriarch used the right person." Normally, the Avengers were brainwashed every day and preached hatred every day. They should not be able to control their anger after breaking through a city. However, after they entered, they were orderly and did not kill civilians. Instead, they went straight to the city lord's mansion. An hour later, the city lord's mansion, which represented the heart, was completely breached. The fat city lord was stepped on by the demon ancestor. "Hall Master!" Someone roared, "Kill him!" This city lord was famous for being ruthless. Countless corpse servants came here and were either crazily tortured or obliterated depending on their mood. Therefore, when they caught him today, they could not wait to tear him into pieces. Don't kill me, Poochie!" Before he could finish, the demon ancestor's sword had already slashed down. The head that was like a big watermelon rolled out. There was still fear in his eyes. The city lord was dead. Everyone cheered. "Hang the head on the city gate," the demon ancestor said loudly. "Tell those noble star spirit world martial artists that we corpse servants are rebelling today." Yes, soon the city lord's head was hung on the city gate. This day was destined to be recorded in history, because the Avengers who represented freedom had completely revealed their cards to the high and mighty celestial dragons. The demon ancestor who commanded this battle would also be remembered by future generations and even be called the ancestor of freedom. Nothing to do with Go Shang? No, he was the one behind the scenes, hiding his achievements and fame. It was daybreak. The sky had also changed. The Avengers successfully occupied Huitian City. The residents who lived here were so scared that they hid in their rooms, afraid that someone would suddenly rush in. He was worrying too much. The Avengers did not harass any innocent creatures. They only targeted the nobles with status and power. After searching for all the martial arts resources, they also took away the oppressed zombies. Retreat! With Ancestor Fiend's order, everyone quickly retreated. The purpose of this surprise attack on Huitian City was very simple. After the fight, they would snatch the resources and run away. Whoosh! Whoosh! The Avengers flew dozens of miles away from the city and disappeared into the deep mountains and forests. They held the tokens and were transmitted to the eternal world. Awesome! After returning to the Avengers' base, the demon ancestor could not hide the excitement in his eyes. After coming to the star spirit world for so many years, he had never been taken seriously by anyone. His life was worse than death. Today, he finally stepped on that group of high and mighty aristocrats. He was in a great mood. Regrettably, he didn't massacre the entire city to maximize his enjoyment. Jun Changshao would still consider the three views and wouldn't be too cruel. The demon ancestor was different. He was a complete villain. He was an unscrupulous hero. He had no burden in slaughtering people. Unfortunately, he was pinched to death by Jun Changshao. Therefore, after breaking into Huitian City, he did not massacre the entire city. How are the casualties? The demon ancestor calmed down and immediately asked about the battle situation. After statistics, 20,000 zombies broke into the city and plundered a lot of martial arts resources. The price was the death of 500 to 600 Avengers. When the Sect of all times fought, no one died. So many cannon fodders died. Brothers and sisters. The demon ancestor walked out of the hall and said in a thunderous voice, "Fighting for freedom requires sacrifice. We have to face everything fearlessly. Only in this way can we comfort the souls of the dead in heaven. Fight for freedom. We are not afraid of sacrifice. Fight for freedom. We are not afraid of sacrifice." The Avengers roared in unison, their eyes filled with fearlessness. The power of freedom and hatred forged their iron will. Jun Changshao said in admiration, "TSK, the system was speechless. Are you sure it's not brainwashing power?" One by one. In the time and space secret realm, the disciples were extremely busy. After breaking into Huitian City, they brought over 100,000 zombies. With Sun Bukong as the leader, the surgeons had to remove the bombs in their brains in the shortest time possible. Time was very tight because no one knew if the star spirit world would immediately punish them. Therefore, they could only place the operation room in the time and space secret realm to try to do more craniotomy. One day inside, nearly 10,000 zombies removed the bombs and regained their freedom. At the same time, they put on bulletproof vests. The so-called bulletproof vests meant that they were no longer zombies, but Avengers. However, after all, manpower was limited. The Sect of all times' medical team worked tirelessly, but they still couldn't stop the nightmare from coming. When there were still a few thousand people waiting in line, they suddenly knelt down in the secret realm, screaming miserably with ferocious expressions. Their bodies and souls seemed to be in a sea of fire or a pot of oil. "What's going on?" Jun Changshao hurriedly walked in. Soul torture. An Avenger who had witnessed it said in grief. They used soul torture. Jun Changshao frowned. Sure enough, The star spirit world was not limited by plane or distance in controlling the life and death of these zombies. Shwa! Jun Changshao grabbed the wrist of a zombie and merged his spiritual sense into his sea of consciousness. He felt a terrifying power surging inside and didn't know what to do for a moment. "Let me die," the zombie begged in pain. Let me die." Jun Changshao was silent. After a while he turned around and said, "Inject anesthetic." "Yes." Sun Bukong hurriedly controlled the zombie and injected anesthetic into it before it calmed down. He lay on the ground, but his thoughts and strength were still there. He squeezed out a smile with difficulty and said, Thank you." Boom! The bomb detonated and turned into flesh and blood. Boom! 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 In an extremely short period of time, the zombies who couldn't defuse the bomb all exploded. Some of them were injected with anesthetic and died peacefully, but many of them didn't have time at all. Therefore, not only did their souls dissipate, but they also suffered hellish torture. Plop! Sun Bukong knelt on the ground and clenched his fists. As a doctor, his duty was to save the dying and heal the injured. Now he could only watch as so many souls were tortured in front of him. Grief, self-blame. Pa! Jun Changshao patted him on the shoulder and said, "You've done your best." Patriarch! Sun Bukong could no longer control his emotions. Tears fell like rain as he said, "I really want to save them." There are too many creatures in the world who have experienced death. Jun Changshao comforted him. Don't blame yourself because you didn't lend a helping hand. Because one person's strength is limited, and you can't change the overall situation. I understand. Sun Bukong wiped the tears from the corner of his eyes. He understood. However, Jun Changshao returned to the study and was silent. In fact, he was so silent that it was a little scary. Are you okay? Rows of Flowers put down the tea and asked worriedly. Jun Changshao leaned back in his chair and looked up at the ceiling. He said, "A plane that treats living beings like grass should do a craniotomy." Rose of Flowers heard this and knew that her husband was angry. No. Jun Changshao's gaze gradually turned cold and fierce. He said in a gloomy tone, "I want to change its head, change its internal organs, change its body." Chapter 1915. A doctor had the heart of a parent. Sun Bukong's heart was in extreme pain as he watched so many souls being annihilated. Jun Changshao was the same, especially when he thought of how the servant corpse had chosen death to end the torture. He could no longer suppress his anger. Wrong. I was wrong. What needed to be saved was not the servant corpse, but the entire star spirit world. He had to help it change its blood, flesh, and bones inside and out. There are too many dark places in the world. This is just the tip of the iceberg, the system said. So, Jun Changshao said, "Since I've encountered it, I have to change it." He came to the star spirit world for revenge, but now his mentality had changed. To put it shamelessly, Jun Changshao wanted to be a savior at this moment. He wanted to completely change the star spirit world and even the entire universe system. It's here. Zhang San, who was imprisoned in Tianyuan prison pagoda, suddenly sensed something and excitedly raised his head. The person who will change the upper universe's structure is finally here. He had this feeling before. However, it was particularly strong today, as if it was close at hand. Not only Zhang San, many powerhouses in the upper universe also realized it, so they were more active in fighting against the Sky Devil Emperor. They didn't care who could change the upper universe's structure. They only cared about whether they could obtain luck and merit in this unprecedented change, so as to break through to a higher level and even enter the land of eternal life. Kid. That night, the old man from Taixien came to the study and said, "It's not enough to do craniotomy alone. We have to find a more convenient way." Because he was the supreme elder and the master in name, he usually didn't call him patriarch. "Is there a way?" Jun Changshao asked. The old man from Taixien placed a dismantled bomb on the table and said, According to my research during this period of time, this thing contains an extremely complicated array. If it can be cracked, it might lose its effect without needing to be taken out by craniotomy. Is that so? Jun Changxiao's eyes lit up. During the day, so many servant corpses were tortured to death. Although he couldn't stop it, he felt that there were indeed signs of array fluctuations in the other party's sea of consciousness. However, the old man from Taixien said, "It will take a lot of time to study." Jun Changxiao expressed his understanding. He was the master of the eternal world, but he couldn't stop the servant corpses and could only let them disappear. It was enough to show that the formation was very profound and could ignore the space barrier between the visual world and the mortal world. "Master," Jun Changxiao said, "I'll leave this matter to you. I'll do my best." The next day, the Taixien elder selected a group of disciples who had high attainments in array formations and brought all kinds of tools and facilities into the secret realm of time and space. He didn't plan to come out until he had studied the array thoroughly. Star Spirit World Law Enforcement Hall. The upper echelons sat at a huge round table, and the atmosphere was extremely stifling. Huitian City was suddenly attacked by zombies, and the situation was extremely serious. This made them have no choice but to be serious. "Everyone," the hall master of the law enforcement hall said in a deep voice, "this is definitely a premeditated rebellion." "Pa!" He snapped his fingers. A scene slowly appeared on the light screen in front of him. It was the scene of a large number of zombies attacking Huitian City. The devil ancestor was also clearly captured, and it was quite handsome. 9,527? After someone saw the number clearly, he frowned and said, "How is he still alive?" The upper echelons present were also stunned. The zombies who had announced to the entire star spirit world that soul punishment would be carried out were actually alive and well. This was a bit inconceivable. One thing is for sure. The hall master of the law enforcement hall said with a serious expression, "This zombie rebellion was instigated by him." "Humph," someone said disdainfully. "Instead of being a good slave, he actually wants to cause trouble. How audacious." The hall master of the law enforcement hall said in a deep voice, "The zombies in Huitian City have all been taken away by that guy. This seat is worried that they will continue to cause trouble. Use soul punishment. Let these disloyal zombies have their souls scattered." The upper echelons expressed their opinions. "As soon as we received the news that Huitian City was breached, the Hall of Law Enforcement has already taken action." The hall master of the law enforcement hall frowned and said, "However, this seat is worried that they will be safe and sound like 9527. He was half right. There were indeed many zombies that were safe and sound. Everyone fell silent. The upper echelons have already known about this and ordered the law enforcement hall to investigate thoroughly. The hall master of the law enforcement hall said, "Investigate." A bad-tempered martial artist said angrily, "We must investigate." On the same day, the law enforcement hall began to take action. However, after a few days of investigation, they still couldn't find 9527 and the large number of zombies that were taken away. They couldn't help but suspect that they might have left the star spirit world. "Don't be careless," the hall master of the law enforcement hall said. "Order all the cities to enter a state of alert." The zombies suddenly attacked Huitian City and took away a large number of martial arts resources and zombies. It was definitely premeditated and might even appear out of nowhere. As expected, he guessed right. About a month later, the fiend ancestor led the Avengers to appear once again. With the force of a thunderbolt, they broke through another city and took away a large amount of martial arts resources, taking away nearly 10,000 zombies. Before they retreated, they even smiled at the projection array. "This is a blatant provocation." Damn it. The upper echelons were all furious. The hall master of the law enforcement hall was calmer. He took out the zombies' serial numbers and compared them one by one through the light screen. In the end, he concluded that at least 80% of the people who participated in the attack were taken away from Huitian City. In other words, they were not sentenced to death. They were still alive and had become rebels. This was a big problem. No, the hall master of the law enforcement hall realized that the situation was not good. He immediately wrote a report and sent it to a higher organization, hoping to get the attention of the upper echelons. Kill! Kill! More than half a month later, the Avengers appeared in another city. Although the Star Spirit world had entered a state of alert, they were often caught off guard because they couldn't determine the specific location of the rebels. In terms of overall strength, the Avengers were definitely not as good as the Star Spirit world. However, as the base of the Eternal World, they could hide in the shadows and change places after a shot. They could concentrate all their forces to break into a certain city and then retreat safely. Quick! Quick! After returning, the members of the medical hall began to get busy. They had to race with the Grim Reaper and remove the bombs in the heads of the new zombies in the shortest time possible. Fortunately, the demon ancestor had experience. The 2 consecutive attacks on the cities of the Star Spirit world were small in scale, and there were not many zombies. It was just enough for Sun Wukong and the others to perform craniotomy in time and to a large extent to avoid the detonation of the bombs after the law enforcement hall found out. Unfortunately, the cities were small and there were few zombies. After breaking into the cities twice, the resources obtained were not many. Jun Changshao didn't care. He just took it as training for the Avengers. In just a few months, the demon ancestor had made 3 successful attacks in a row. However, he didn't get carried away by the victory and immediately ordered a truce. To deal with an upper-class plane, one couldn't be too hasty. One had to take it slowly. Jun Changshao didn't care how the demon ancestor played. He now hoped that the Taishian old man could develop a way to crack the bombs so that he could be more unscrupulous. Success! Half a year later, the Taishian old man walked out of the space-time secret realm excitedly. Because he was too engrossed in the research, his hair was disheveled, his beard was unkempt, and he looked extremely haggard. Buzz! In the open area of the back mountain, the flowing light formation appeared. The Taishian old man said proudly, "This is a soul isolation formation that I developed based on the internal structure of the bomb. As long as the zombies enter, their souls and bodies will be completely isolated from the outside world." Having an old man at home was like having a treasure. This sentence was specially used to describe the Taishian old man. While the medical hall was busy with the craniotomy for the zombies, he lived up to his expectations and created a great array that could isolate the soul and body. Is it okay? He needed to test it. Swish! Swish! In the dark night of the Star Spirit world, one figure after another sped forward like a ghost, and then stopped outside a heavily guarded city. The demon ancestor stood on a tree, looked at the moonlight, and said, "Get ready!" Shwa! Shwa! Dozens of Avengers stood up from the bushes. They picked up the RPG rocket launcher and locked onto the indestructible city gate in front of them. Ka-ka! Ka-ka-ka! The other members hiding in the dark took out their fully automatic rifles or sniper rifles and skillfully loaded the bullets. The firearms were provided by Jun Changshao. High-level spirit stones were used as energy sources, allowing the originally outdated weapons to still possess powerful destructive power. Every Avenger was equipped with a special bullet. The bullet was not stored by spirit stones, but by the power of immortal sound. "Okay," the demon ancestor said. "Does this strange thing really have an unfathomable power?" As a traditional martial artist, he disdained to play tricks and believed more in his own fists. However, when they came, Jun Changshao specially instructed them to use it during the siege and to strive for a quick battle. Only then did they agree to let the members take it out. Ka! Ka! The Avengers who were carrying the rocket launcher also loaded the cannonballs gathered by the power of immortal sound and stood in place, waiting for the hall master to give the order to attack the city. The demon ancestor was calm. After waiting for 2 hours in the middle of the night, he pointed at the city and shouted, "Fire!" Bam! 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 The deafening sound caused the demon ancestor's eardrums to buzz. Damn! Was there such a big commotion? There was no time for the demon ancestor to think, because he was completely shocked by the scene in his field of vision. That door, the seemingly indestructible door, under the bombardment of dozens of cannonballs that dragged streams of light, it was directly blown into nothingness, and a huge gap was blown out. Dang, dang, dang. Dang, dang, dang. The dozens of Avengers who fired the cannonballs took more than 10 steps back before stabilizing their bodies, their faces full of shock. They had previously received the most professional training from Xiao Ziji and were familiar with the recoil of firearms. However, the vibration caused by the special cannonballs was too exaggerated. If not for the support of their strong bodies, they would have been torn apart. The demon ancestor's mouth twitched. The equipment given by that kid was too powerful. The equipment was not very scary, but the cannonballs gathered by the power of immortal sound were terrifying. The demon ancestor quickly recovered from his shock. His veins bulged as he roared, "Kill!" Swish! Swish! Tens of thousands of Avengers charged in with AK-47s. In a world of martial arts, a group of martial artists charged in with firearms. The scene was simply too unnatural. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The alarm in the city sounded, and the station guards rushed in from all directions. The Avengers, who had already rushed in through the gap in the city gate, stood in the ruins with their legs crossed, raised the AK-47s in their hands, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Da-da-da! Da-da-da! In an instant, the bullet-emitting blue light was shot out with a trail of light behind it. In slow motion, they were densely packed like a waterfall. If there were only a few of them, the guards could still use their secret technique, repeated horizontal jumps to dodge. Now they could only be live targets. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. The bullets hit the soldiers, piercing through their armor and bodies. In the end, they all fell to the ground. The demon ancestor who witnessed this scene was deeply shocked again. The strength of these guards was not bad, and their equipment was also very good. Under normal circumstances, the energy gathered by the members' martial arts might not be able to penetrate them easily, but they were all killed. Boom! At this moment, there was an explosion on the main street of the city. The demon ancestor hurriedly looked over and saw that the dust had dispersed, and there was a huge crater in the ground. Hundreds of soldiers appeared around it, and they were all dead. Swish! He hurriedly looked up at the city wall. Under the moonlight, Xiao Ziji carried a smoking rocket launcher, a cigar hanging in his mouth, and the cloak behind him rustled. Jun Changshao decided to give the Star Spirit world a makeover, so when the demon ancestor attacked the military fortress, he sent out the core disciples of the sect of all times. Kill, kill, kill. Kill, kill, kill. On another street in the city, the soldiers rushed over like a flood. However, they soon stopped. In their field of vision, at the corner of the street, a monk in a kasaya put his palms together and said, "Lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha on the spot." The soldiers rushed to support the front line, so they couldn't stop. They gathered their strength on their swords and rushed over. Du Nen shook his head helplessly, then waved his sleeves and said, "Buddha is merciful." Whoosh, whoosh. The golden Buddha's light erupted behind him, gradually condensing into a benevolent Dharma idol, and then it turned into 8 palms, carrying a powerful force as they rushed toward the soldiers. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Du Nen put his palms together and strolled leisurely on the street. The Dharma idol behind him was like a bulldozer, blasting the soldiers who rushed over in all directions as if they were garbage. Because the power was too strong, their souls flew to the next heaven on the spot. Although Buddha is merciful, his fists can transcend souls. The corner of the demon ancestor's mouth twitched. How could a Buddhist be so decisive in killing? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, the corner of his eyes swept across another street. The airtight sword energy interweaved into a gorgeous picture until it gradually disappeared. The soldiers who rushed out were all still. Clang! Standing opposite, Zhou Hong put his sword into the sheath and then continued to stand proudly. Plop! Plop! With that, 100 soldiers fell to the ground. Similar scenes were playing out in other places. In short, Jun Changshao sent out a large number of elite disciples, including Su Xiaoma, Li Fei, and Yi Xingchen, to help the Avengers stabilize the situation so that they could smoothly take down the city. Oh, Yi Xingchen was not here. At this point, the author took off his glasses and gently wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. He missed the cold, proud, and a little cute second male lead. Cry. A certain reader first wiped his nose with a tissue, then wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, and said with a grin, Cry for me! It was dawn. An important military base in the star spiritual world had fallen. In this battle, only a few thousand of the 50,000 guards escaped. When the experts of the law enforcement hall rushed over, they could only stomp their feet in anger when they saw the collapsed city walls, the corpses everywhere, and the empty city, Lord Mansion. Execute! The hall master of the law enforcement hall roared. Buzz! Buzz! The formation representing the soul punishment appeared, and the hundreds of thousands of corpse servants who had disappeared in the city were punished. It had only been 10 minutes since the demon ancestor broke into the city and looted the resources. With the ability of Sun Wukong and others, it was impossible to perform craniotomy for them in such a short time. So the tragedy probably did not happen. Eternal world. Soul isolating formation. When the law enforcement hall punished the missing corpse servants, energy invisible to the naked, I tried to break through the flowing light barrier, but they were always rejected. They were unwilling to give up, so they used violence to break through. In the end, only insignificant fluctuations were caused when they hit the barrier. Ha ha ha! The Taishan elder laughed with his hands on his hips, successfully isolated the connection between the bomb and the outside world. Amazing! Jun Changshao immediately gave him a thumbs up. When it came to studying strange things, he was still the best. Thud! Thud! Time passed slowly, and the corpse servants who had defused the bomb walked out of the formation. Not only did they escape punishment, but they also became members of the Avengers. There is such a formation. Jun Changshao sat in the main hall, crossed his legs, and said, I must save all the corpse servants and let them fight for freedom. P.S. Too lazy to think of a chapter name. 2 in 1. Chapter 1916. After the zombies entered the soul isolation array, their souls and bodies would be temporarily separated and completely cut off from the outside world. In this way, even if the astral spirit realm executed them, they would not be harmed. Of course, the array was only a temporary suppression. Whether the zombies could regain their freedom depended on Sun Wukong and the others. So they were very busy, so busy that they had to perform craniotomy for patients in the soul isolation array for several days. When they were tired or sleepy, they would lie on the ground for a while. Thank you. After each zombie successfully removed the bomb, they would express their gratitude to all the medical staff. You're welcome. This is what we should do. Every time they heard the patient's gratitude, Sun Wukong and the others would always show a bright smile, and their fatigue seemed to disappear. Jun Changshao, who was standing in the distance, said seriously, I salute your professionalism and attitude, your efforts, and your selfless dedication. Taking down the astral spirit realm's military base not only gave them a large number of zombies, but also a lot of martial arts resources and many scientific research results. This was not. The Taishan elder and Fan Yezi were already immersed in it and could not extricate themselves. in order to master the advanced array and advanced forging of the astral spirit realm as soon as possible. The two brothers had already forgotten to eat and sleep. I see. I finally understand. There was always something to learn. This saying was not wrong at all. The Taishan elder and Fan Yezi had a new understanding of array and forging through reading about the astral spirit realm, and even began to modify the mech and equipment. The biggest improvement was that the core CPU of the Diablo had finally been upgraded from 14 Go Sheng to 12 Go Sheng, with better performance and better cooling. The Taishan elder patted his chest and said, "The new generation Diablo's performance improvement is definitely more than 50%. Only 50%? Jun Changshao was not satisfied. In his opinion, the new mech must be improved by 200%. Otherwise it would be like squeezing toothpaste. There's no other way. The Taishan elder said helplessly, "This is already the limit." The 50% performance improvement of the new mech came from better materials, better array technology, and better spirit stone resources. But if they were to improve it, the effect would be minimal, unless there was a better energy source. That was it. The star spirit realm's spirit stones were already of the highest standard. Then go and use the power of the celestial music. Jun Changshao said, "Let's unleash the full potential of this power." The old Taishan man rolled his eyes. It was easy for this fellow to say that. Unleashing the power of the celestial music required technical support and time to research. Back to the star spirit world. The demon ancestor led a group of people to attack an important military base, causing the entire plane to explode. One had to know that because of the previous successive attacks, all the major cities had entered a state of alert, not to mention the cities that were heavily guarded. In the end, they were still swept away by them. Hall Master. In the main hall of the law enforcement hall, an old man said with an ugly expression, "I'm afraid this is not a simple rebellion. Today, they dared to launch a sneak attack on Linua City. Tomorrow, they might even dare to launch a sneak attack on the state capital." One of the higher-ups said worriedly, the star spirit world was also divided into states, and the main city of each state was called a state capital. The higher-ups have already taken action. The hall master of the law enforcement hall said with a solemn expression, "They should be sending someone here soon." Kikik. Suddenly, a strange laughter sounded in their ears. "I'm already here." Who? Everyone hurriedly got up and looked around vigilantly, but they did not see anything. Could it be? The hall master of the law enforcement hall thought of something and said in shock, "The higher-ups sent Lord Ian?" "Little guy." Suddenly a sinister voice sounded in their ears again. "You guessed right. As a reward for your recent crime of not doing well." The hall master of the law enforcement hall stood stiffly on the spot because a sharp dagger appeared out of thin air at his neck and slowly moved away. Buzz! The space behind him distorted slightly, and a wretched middle-aged man appeared. He first grinned, then licked the blade with his tongue. Unfortunately, it was not poisonous, otherwise it would be a masterpiece. This person did not emit any aura, as if he appeared out of thin air. It was too strange. The hall master of the law enforcement hall swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Just now he could feel the chill of the dagger, and he could feel that he had walked out of the gates of hell. Swish! He turned around and knelt down. The hall master of the law enforcement hall, Yang Shihong, greets the Honorable Lord Ian. Plop! In an instant, the higher-ups present all knelt down, and they were so frightened that they did not even dare to raise their heads. The powerhouses who could serve in the law enforcement hall all had first-class VIP status. Only the SVP, which was above the VIP, could make them kneel down. The so-called SVP referred to the highest level of the star spirit world. Ian. He was one of the higher-ups. He had the ability that men dreamed of, which was to master the spirit of concealment. He could turn invisible any time and anywhere, and he could come and go without a trace. As for his strength, He was definitely not weaker than the ruins of End Sword Saint. As a higher-up of the star spirit world, he definitely had to have a reputation. With immediate effect, Ian sat casually on the conference table, crossed his arms, and said, "I will command the Law Enforcement Hall." Yes, everyone shouted in unison. "Present the recent information about the Servant Corpse Rebellion." Ian did not care about the situation at all and lay on the conference table as if he was lying on his own brick bed. Everyone was speechless. It was rumored that Lord Ian was unrestrained and unrestrained. Now that they had seen him, he really lived up to his reputation. The higher-ups of the Law Enforcement Hall acted one after another and presented all the information about the Servant Corpse Rebellion. After Ian analyzed them one by one, he said with a lazy gaze, "In other words, the missing servant corpses are not dead, and they all participated in the rebellion." "Yes, Lord Ian. It's not a big problem." Ian stretched and said, "The best way to prevent the Servant Corpse Rebellion is to put all the servant corpses in the star spirit world under the soul torture." Huh. The people of the Law Enforcement Hall were all dumbfounded. Indeed, from the looks of it, all the missing servant corpses eventually became the culprits of the star spirit world. If they did not want them to continue to be the accomplice of the villain, killing them in advance could be considered to prevent future trouble. However, the Law Enforcement Hall only thought about it and did not dare to put it into action. Because the servant corpses in the star spirit world had existed for hundreds of thousands of years and were deeply rooted. All walks of life needed them. Directly erasing them would paralyze the entire plane. "Can't I?" Ian asked. No one dared to say it, but in their hearts they said, "My Lord Ian, your idea is too unrealistic." Forget it, forget it. Ian jumped down from the table and walked to the map of the star spirit world hanging in front. He circled the cities that the demon ancestor had attacked. After careful analysis, he held his chin and said, "Don't you think that the cities they attacked have a pattern?" This everyone gathered around. From the labels between the cities, it was obviously a 5-pointed star. No, it was still at the 4 corners for the time being, because the demon ancestor had only attacked 4 cities for the time being. Pah! Lord Ian slapped a city on the map, which was the last corner, and said with a cold gaze, "Mobilize all the forces of the Law Enforcement Hall and the surrounding forces of this city. We will catch all these small fishes in one fell swoop tonight. My son has to go to kindergarten. Today, I have to go through all the enrollment procedures. I originally planned to send him after the new year, but because of the epidemic, it was delayed for half a year. Sigh, when I think of sending him to kindergarten tomorrow, I am so excited that I want to sing. The little divine beast has finally left his parents' embrace to torture his little classmates and teachers." Chapter 1917. Sect of All Times. Jun Changshao sat in the Avengers Hall, carefully listening to the demon ancestor's next plan. Wait. When the other party talked about the cities they were going to attack, he suddenly interrupted. "You seem to have a pattern." The demon ancestor was puzzled. "What pattern?" Jun Changshao came to the sand table and pointed at the 4 cities that had been attacked, then pointed at the 5th city, saying, "Don't you think it looks like a pentagram when connected?" This, the demon ancestor carefully observed and said in surprise, "It really does look like it." Jun Changshao was speechless. From this guy's expression, it seemed that he had chosen the cities as he pleased, coincidentally giving off a sense of pattern. The demon ancestor's choice of cities was strictly calculated. As for the pentagram, that was purely an accident. If Go Sheng had not pointed it out, he would not have noticed it himself. "What do you mean?" "It's too obvious. Let's change cities." Jun Changshao was worried that the star spirit world would realize this pattern and set a trap in the 5th city in advance, waiting for everyone to walk into the trap. He guessed right. Lord Ian had already led the Law Enforcement Hall over. According to the pentagram pattern that was inadvertently formed, he vowed to catch all the rebels in one fell swoop. "All right," the demon ancestor said, Then let's change. Jun Changshao pointed at a city on the sand table that was of a decent size, saying, "How about attacking this one?" The demon ancestor's expression was a little dazed. There was no other reason. The city that Jun Changshao had chosen was called Great Heaven City. There were a total of 10 states in the star spirit world, and Great Heaven City was the main city of one of the 10 states. Attacking a state's main city was a little exaggerated. If we attack a state's main city, it will definitely alarm the higher-ups of the star spirit world, the demon ancestor said worriedly. After taking down an important military base, they would obtain a lot of martial arts resources and zombies. But in the end, they did not have the courage to attack a state's main city. After all, the level was too high. At least they would need to develop for a while. Do you think the higher-ups of the star spirit world will not be alarmed after attacking 4 times in a row? Jun Changshao asked. The demon ancestor was silent. As long as the other party wasn't an idiot, they definitely wouldn't be able to sit still. Actually, Jun Changshao said, now that things have developed to this point, it doesn't matter whether the astral spirit world is alarmed or not. All we can do is fight them to the end. Fight to the death. Fiend Ancestor said through gritted teeth. All these years he had been struggling at death's door like a slave, and he had long since accumulated boundless rage. Now that he had the ability to contend against him, he had to toy with him to death. Me, Fiend Ancestor. He was not to be trifled with. When it came to the star spirit realm, he had nowhere to vent his viciousness. When it came to Jun Changshao, he was as cowardly as a dog. I've decided. Jun Changshao slapped his thigh and said, "Let's attack this provincial capital." Pung pung pung. In the workshop of the Foundry Hall, brand new equipment and weapons modified by Fan Yezi with the technology provided by the Astral Soul Realm were being formed one after another. Ka. In the workshop of the Hall of Arrays, the new Diablo models were being assembled one after another. Without a doubt, the resources obtained from plundering a military base had allowed the Sect of all times equipment and mechas to be upgraded to a new level. Ka. Jun Changshao put on the new mecha and clenched his fingers tightly. He said in satisfaction, "Not bad." Patriarch. Fan Yezi smiled. With the current level of mecha, even if a revolving core realm martial artist were to wear it, they would not be weaker than a lower-level, truth-seeking realm martial artist. Oh! Jun Changshao was surprised. That strong? The difference between the revolving core realm and the truth-seeking realm was an entire realm, and it was a bit exaggerated to be able to make up for it with equipment alone. What about the weapons? How's the research going? Pa. Fan Yezi took out a weapon that looked like a fully automatic rifle from his space ring and placed it on the table. He smiled and said, "I modified this based on the AK-47. Jun Changshao's mouth twitched slightly. The Hall Master of the Sect of all times Foundry Hall did not study sabers, spears, swords, and halberds, but studied firearms instead. The system said, "It's all because of you." "I've sinned." Jun Changshao said loudly, "Test the gun." Yes. Xiao Ziji suddenly appeared in front of him and picked up the new rifle. After loading the bullets, he walked out of the factory, aimed at a mountain peak 10,000 feet away, and pulled the trigger decisively. Jing Jiu's driving points were maxed out. In terms of shooting, Xiao Ziji was also maxed out. Bang! There was a loud bang, like the sound of cannon. In slow motion, the muzzle of the gun spewed flames, and the bullet condensed from high-level spirit stones shot out. With Xiao Ziji as the center, an energy fluctuation was generated, and layers of dust were stirred up. He remembered that when he first used this kind of firearm, because he could not bear the recoil, he was either Li Tianshan or himself. Now he was as steady as Mount Tai and was no longer the young man from before. Boom! The bullet pierced through and directly flattened the mountain peak. It was a bit exaggerated that a rifle could cause such damage. Not bad. Jun Changshao nodded in satisfaction and ordered, Mass-produce this type of weapon as soon as possible and let every Avenger have one. No problem. Fan Yezi smiled. However, after Jun Changshao left, he came back to his senses and roared, "There are so many Avenger. How long do I have to make them?" Patriarch Li Luochio came to the main hall and said, "We've saved a few thousand more corpses, and they've been handed over to the medical hall for rescue." The demon ancestor needed more Avenger to join in and fight against the entire astral spirit world. However, there was still risk in attacking cities to plunder, so Jun Changshao ordered the Drizzle Hall to sneak into the major cities when they were free and save the corpses with decent strength. Is this saving? The system was speechless. This is robbing, okay? The Drizzle Hall's efficiency was still very high. Almost every few days they would rob, save hundreds to thousands of corpses so that they could get rid of the slave label and gloriously become Avenger. Half a year, a whole half a year, the demon ancestor did not take action. He was waiting for Jun Changshao's orders to attack a prefecture's capital. To be honest, the demon ancestor was under a lot of pressure now. A city, there must be many experts inside. If he were to lead a group of people to attack, he might not be able to return. "Don't worry," Jun Changshao said. "I don't do things that I'm not confident in." The demon ancestor said, "When do we make our move?" "Tonight." Ah. That night, the entire sect of all times was brightly lit, and all the halls were actively preparing. Quick, quick! On the mountain where the war cavalry hall was located, disciples in full armor ran out and stood neatly on the training field. Behind them were newly modified Diablo. The scene was very grand. Ta, ta. In the Spirit Beast Hall's main hall, the Purple King shook his head and walked out. At the same time, he did not forget to take off his school uniform, revealing his strong muscles and sexy red underwear. The camera turned to the training field. Elder Nyo and the other higher-ups of the hall stood neatly. Their eyes flashed with strong fighting spirit. All of them were naked and wearing underwear. They just received the news. There was going to be an important operation soon. Since that was the case, why didn't the Spirit Beast Hall wear any clothes? There was no other reason. They were afraid that their uniforms would be damaged during the fight, and Yuan Gongzi would take the opportunity to deduct their beast cores. All the halls were actively preparing. They were either activating their armor or wearing their battle armor. Only the group of demonic beasts on the Spirit Beast Peak were naked. That scene was extremely unnatural. The Patriarch said, "Z said solemnly, this time we will be attacking the city of the Star Spirit Domain. If our Spirit Beast Hall performs well, the beast cores will be multiplied next month." All the beasts' eyes lit up. So Z roared, "For this battle, all of you have to do your best for this king. In this battle, we have to make the Spirit Beast Hall famous." Yes, all the beasts roared, and their voices shook the surroundings. Paji, the beast word on the signboard, couldn't withstand the impact and instantly fell off. At this moment, Jun Changshao's voice came through the loudspeaker. "All troops attack!" Swish, 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 swish. In just an instant, all the disciples of the sect of all times that were prepared at the various halls vanished. When the camera cut to the Star Spirit Domain and the Great Sky City, the densely packed space battleships, mechas, and soldiers had completely surrounded the main city. Damn it! The Devil Ancestors' eyes almost popped out. This lineup, this momentum, it was simply too powerful.